the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It is the kickoff hour, and we are rolling. We thank you so much for being with us. A busy show on tap today. What's eating Scott Gorosky? Yep, scheduled to be here today in a couple of hours. We hadn't had him in a while, and so looking forward to that. We'll see what's eating old Scott. Don't forget, register for Fix Mama's Mouth. It's right there in contest. Very easy instructions. About a $17,000 dental makeover with Dr. Dudney and his staff. You can get all the information. Register Mama. There's easy steps to follow on what we need and his staff needs in order to make the contestant eligible for even being considered. So make sure you follow those steps, okay? Also, don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central, with Rick on the YouTube channel. Shortly after will be posted. So we're looking forward to a busy day. Let's bring everybody in. We got old Greg Burgess to my left and Haircut to my right. What's up, boys? How are y'all doing? Everybody answer.
Everybody. Nobody.
Shave and a haircut.
Coach Bullethead got it shaved yesterday.
Tore the hide off.
Headed straight to get his hair cut right after the show. He said, I don't know if I can do it, but I'm going to get a
Shave and a haircut.
Bang, bang.
I'm like, well, you know what, buddy?
Well,
and what's so funny is you were going to get a haircut, and for most, it looked like you had just gotten one before you ever went.
That's not true.
It was so short, but to you, it had grown out.
Well,
Shave and a.
Shave and a haircut.
busy next 14 days.
Ooh, I can count.
Ooh, I got to peel my knot.
I got a
calendar. I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I didn't know.
I ended up with a mullet if I'd waited.
I don't
24
think-
hours in a day.
Okay, go ahead.
You went with 24 hours in a day. I needed a haircut. The schedule is ridiculous over the next 14 days, and I thought
you ain't got it.
if I'm not, and you think you say it was short, it was
for
getting
most
shaggy
people.
for me.
For most people,
Yeah.
And I didn't want to.
it was so short the hair doesn't lay down.
Well, I couldn't bear the thought of what it might look like in 14
Well, I
days.
couldn't bear
you couldn't
it.
bear it.
So I
It would
had a
almost look
window.
normal.
I had a window of 22 minutes yesterday that I could actually do
22.
this, and it took me 13. 13
Okay.
minutes for this
Oh, you had
nog.
a little left.
Hold up your twos.
So
You could have got a
Anyway.
shave, too.
I wanted to have. We got a long day ahead today.
Oh, a long one.
It's senior day.
Oh,
and,
we got
and
seniors.
We
Everybody's
got
gonna cry.
matches everywhere, and then we got the green and gold globes tonight, which is the athletic award ceremony.
Okay. Look at that.
And then we got a spring banquet tomorrow night, and then we leave for Houston Friday, and we'll be stopping in New Orleans to play them on the way to Rice University.
had to get it done.
And so I had to get the haircut done.
Had to get it done. Couldn't go to Houston with long hair.
Can't go to the green
hot
and
towel.
gold globes or the banquet without. What did you just say?
Hot towel.
I did get a hot.
Hey,
towel.
right there on the old neck.
Yeah.
Oh.
They needed it on the sides because it looked like it got a little close and might have been burning a little bit. Looked like a drag strip.
Shave and a haircut.
Whack, whack.
Coach DeSanto asked me yesterday. I
love
took my
him.
hat off. I took my hat off, and he went,
"Hey."
"Wow!" So you went on down there with it, and I said, "Hey,"
Everybody noticed.
I said, you don't have to go there. Greg and Speedy will take care of that in the morning."
Yeah, oh, for sure. Oh, yeah, and here we are doing it.
Yeah.
There I am doing it.
Yeah, doing it.
Hey, did you walk in there and go, hey, excuse me?
There I am doing it, and there all my buddies are. They're doing it too, and we're all doing it together.
Shave and a haircut.
I wish you could have seen his face when I said they've got a liner shaving a haircut that they'll even play as they're making fun of me. And he said, What? What are you
It's a great
talking about? And I said, Oh, yeah. He's a Pennsylvania boy, so he didn't grow up listening to Rick and Bubba, and so he's slowly
We're
but
huge in
surely
Pennsylvania.
coming into the loop. Now he doesn't get up and listen to kickoff hour,
Yeah.
but anyway.
We actually have audio of after you went in to get a haircut.
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
Dang, you did get a lot done.
Yeah. Well, you got to shave.
Yeah, I don't know why you got to eat it, but yeah.
That's good.
man.
You look good. At least
I
you're
do
ready
look-
for your 14
you ready.
days.
That's it.
You know?
That's it.
You
Feel
don't have
better.
to go to. You don't have to go to New Orleans.
Yeah.
With a
I don't like-
hey, you're not going to basic
I'm gonna tell you
training.
something.
right. And you probably have a hat on.
Yeah.
There a lot of times, but a lot.
All you
here's
see
the
is your
thing.
ears.
Here's the thing: is I do want at some point before I
it's getting
die.
serious voice.
No, listen. At some point before I die, I do want to grow my hair out again.
Before I
I'd like to
die,
bring it
buddy,
out.
you're in your
That's
40s.
not a
but
tough goal
You're
to
in
do.
your 40s.
But
okay? You act like you're 70.
Well, you know, my
like,
dying
yeah, it's
wish.
like you're 78. You know, before I die, I want to grow my hair out one last
I'm
time.
going to diet.
He's like 40. What are you, 46?
Five.
5? You're
what I think.
45.
45?
He's already thinking
What
before
year
he
we-
dies.
before
He
he
wants to
dies,
just
he
one
wants-
more time.
Yeah, it's
man.
an odd year, so 45.
One more thick hair day.
I kind of want. Y'all
one
seen?
more.
Have y'all seen Braden? Y'all seen Braden lately? His hair long.
I've seen
Y'all
just pictures that
it's
y'all
long.
posted, yeah.
That's the way my hair would look.
Oh, I
Exactly
wished
like
you'd
that
do
to
that.
a T.
Please
Would you
do
please
that.
do that?
And
He won't do it. He won't
and
do
I
it.
just I can't.
And
I
you
even
can't
thought about it.
color
I'm
it.
like, go ahead and just. Well, that was another thing I was going to ask y'all. Where y'all at on these? Not just full blown, jet black or just jet brown. Nothing like that. But like, where are
Subtle.
you at on subtle coloring of hair?
I mean, if that's your thing,
Mm,
it ain't important enough for me to do with the hassle of it.
no.
I mean,
You know,
That's what I think
I
about
don't have gray hair anyway.
Well,
so.
Speedy, you don't have any
But I mean,
hair
I don't
to
think
color.
you're a bad person if you put a little on there, I guess. Now, I saw a guy the other day, too. Look, at a certain age, jet black, it just
know.
doesn't work.
I know.
It looks, I mean, you can't have hair that black at your age.
I know a guy like that too.
Yeah. Jet, I'm talking about black.
Yeah.
Look like a 80s metal band, black.
Speaking of we've all got a friend that's going through something right now. We all know.
Mm-hmm.
And I got
Our friends.
whenever we come back, I got a question. I think we're taking something too far, and in our conversations, and I'm starting to be uncomfortable about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask y'all if I'm taking it too far, and if he's taking it too. I think he's the one that's actually taking it too
But
far.
then if he's the one, then
And- but
it's
he
good.
started it, so now I'm doing it.
Okay.
And now we're all doing it.
We're all doing it together.
Doing it together.
I mean, you know what I mean, Greg?
There I am doing it.
Yeah, I knew it. We're all doing it together.
At least you got a haircut when you're talking to him. You
That's
know?
true.
Yeah, because it's video messages and he sees me.
I also headed out yesterday afternoon. Whenever Terry asked me, "Hey, let's run errands together," you just never know what you're
Oh,
going to
wow.
encounter. You know me, I'm very observant, and I started noticing something, and I want to ask y'all about it.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español. Gracias, Babbel. Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The double steak grilled cheese burrito is back at Taco Bell. And in case you didn't know, it's stacked. Yeah, packed inside it is a double serving of premium grilled marinated steak and a melty 3-cheese layer. Then on top of that, it has a layer of grilled bubbly cheese on the outside. Yeah, the outside. Why? Probably because it refuses to be caged in by the confines of its tortilla walls. Or maybe just to add more cheesy flavor.
Double steak grilled cheese burrito. Get one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Double the steak claim as compared to steak quesadilla. Contact store for hours and participation which vary.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera and get $20 off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. You can register for Fix Mama's Mouth under contest at rickandbubba.com. And What's Eating Old Scott Goroski? That'll be in a couple of hours from now, live in studio, so don't miss that. A little bit of what's happening in today's program. All right, so as we went to break, we were discussing Helmsy's haircut. He's ready. Bullet head is fired up and ready for a busy next 14 days. We've discussed that. There's so many other things on the table, but we have to discuss your grandkids, Greg, and what one of them did yesterday.
They'll give me
Please
some
discuss
material.
that.
I have 4 grandchildren.
Yep.
The oldest is 4.
Can
the
you believe
youngest,
you just said you had 4 grandchildren?
That's right. The oldest is 4, and the youngest is 3 weeks. So I'm covered.
night.
And
Wow.
then in between, I got a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old who's about to be 2. So
Great.
anyway, Ellis is the oldest, and he's a character. He's always got something going, but he goes to this little preschool like 2 or 3 days a week. Well, you know how they do. Yesterday was Dad and a Donut Day, a Donut with Dad Day.
Okay.
So they got donuts, and your dad comes and you eat, and they put on a little play singing, and of course he was bringing it on stage to 2x2 again. You know, we showed that footage before. Well, anyway, they had this little tie, and it says "My Dad," and it has questions.
Okay.
That they fill out.
Uh-huh.
So his says "My Dad" right out of the gate. First question: My dad's job. Okay.
Oh, okay.
A little information here. My son is a football coach / teacher. That's what he does. That's all he's ever done since he got out of college, right?
Right.
Okay.
Football coach.
So they ask his dad's job. Ellis says he's a police officer, and he catches bad guys.
What?
I don't know where. Taylor took a picture of it, and I said, I had no idea. You must be undercover. So for some reason he wanted his dad to be a police officer, which is a good thing. I mean,
Okay.
we were kids, we'd make up stuff about our dads, but
Right.
but evidently
so he says your dad, his dad's a police officer.
A police officer, and then under it says catches bad guys.
Catches bad guys.
So obviously he was telling it, and the teacher was writing it because he can kind of spell his name, but it isn't this good.
Right. Look, writes a little bit like you.
And then his favorite thing to do with his dad. Now, I don't know, painting and making Woody toys. He likes Woody from Toy Story, and they've never painted and made any Woody toys. That's never happened.
Where's he getting this stuff?
And now this one is, I think his little mind trying to figure out what Dad does. It says, my dad's superpower. He put playing football.
Oh,
So,
okay.
But I guess he goes to games and he don't really get it, you know.
So does he think he's a police officer, or does he just make that one up?
I think he made that one up just
Okay.
because he likes Paw Patrol and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
No, I really don't know where that came from, and I don't know if Taylor's. I hadn't heard the
I gotta
conversation
know,
with him yet.
How did Taylor hold it together?
Oh yeah, he thought
okay.
it was hilarious. And then it says, "I love Dad more than," he put the earth.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
That's a lot of love.
Yeah, that is. That's
It
big
says,
love.
"My dad always laughs when I tickle him," and then I love my dad because I guess he couldn't think of nothing. He said, "I love him so much." That's
Oh,
what
okay.
I
Oh,
couldn't
well.
think of anything. But the policeman,
The policeman is good.
That's hilarious.
and don't forget
Yeah.
he put catches bad guys under there too. Not only is he a policeman, he catches bad guys. So
Well, you know what he does? He sees Dad as a superhero. You know,
don't
he sees
know.
Dad as
that 4-year-old mind, you just don't know. So
well, he
yeah.
loves his dad. We know that.
He wishes he was a police officer,
Yeah.
but besides that, you know,
Everything else pretty accurate.
like I said, the football thing confused him. He threw it in there,
Yeah.
but it didn't make any sense. But
Well, now, what again did he say about Woody?
that they
Making
they
toys
do
together.
stuff together. What do they
Yeah.
do? It's just painting and making Woody toys. And he likes Woody. He'll wear his
Right.
cowboy hat around.
Oh,
he's got a Woody cowboy hat. You'll walk up and he'll have it on.
You said he never takes it off.
Not much. And he likes any hat.
Okay.
When he was little, he didn't like you put a hat on him, he'd scream, pull it off. But now he's either wearing a cap or a Woody cowboy hat. He's got a lot of baseball caps he wears.
How often y'all wear caps these days?
You know what? And Taylor even called me out on it one day. He said, Dad, I went 23 years having to wear a cap. I didn't have to, but
Hard
I
hat.
did because when you didn't have a hard hat on, you just throw a cap on your head. And I don't know. So I wear them if I'm out in the yard or something like that, but I rarely wear them.
Yeah, yard, ballpark, stuff like that. It's about it. Playing golf.
I used to wear
about
them
it.
all the time, everywhere.
Yeah.
I never wear a hat.
I have a lot of hats.
I wear a hat on the tennis court, and that's it. I don't wear one anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like if I go to dinner, I don't have a hat
cover
on.
that
Or I don't.
masterpiece.
Right. I mean, you want everybody to see that.
I didn't bring the hat up so I could continue to make
No,
fun
I
of
mean,
my
I'm
haircut.
just saying, if I had that,
Okay.
I
You
would-
can't
I
hide that
wouldn't.
light. You let it shine, brother. Let it shine. No, I'm jealous.
man.
I wish I'd see if my hair is
yeah.
terrible and it's so thin on the top. If I could get a bullet head haircut, I'd get one.
It
You
is
know, y'all
thick.
know I'm right here, right?
It's thick up there.
But when we talk about hair, we just
Yeah, I mean, you're just
But
looking
you-
right
but-
through me.
but
You
that's
made
good.
that decision,
That's a
though.
good call, though.
You had
Well,
hair.
You got the right
Wasn't
kind of
it?
head. A lot of people. I've covered this a lot of times, and I'm being
Yeah,
honest
you
with
do.
you. I'm leaning towards most people don't have the head for it.
Would y'all do me one favor? Since Helmsy claims before he dies he wants to grow his hair out one more time,
Yeah,
and he's
since that's a
45.
wish.
He's only 45. Before this run is over, and I hope it lasts for a long time, will y'all shave your head one time?
No, because what little I have won't
Please,
come back.
for
I will.
me.
I
I mean, I'm
will.
talking about just. I'm talking about
I'm
razor.
close as it
I'm
is.
talking about
It
Mach
doesn't-
3. I mean,
No,
we're
I'm not.
shaving.
No.
We're shaving.
Not
Just
doing
one
it.
time, all us sitting here bald.
No, I'm not doing it.
God, that'd be great.
Because, like I
Think
said,
about
mine's struggling anyway, and I do that, it ain't coming back.
All right, do this before the Regents tradition, which is I think May 10th. We all show up with bald heads. Wouldn't that be awesome?
I'm not. No.
Huh? Wouldn't that be great?
That's easy for
First
me
of all,
to
I got
do.
a big old giant goof. Yeah, you're nearly
I
bald
know.
anyway with that haircut.
It'd be
Right,
easy
but
for me to
it's
do.
still a shaved
It would be-
razor
it'd be good.
head looks different than that.
But yours is
than a
real,
buzz cut.
Yours is real thick. It'll come back. See,
Yeah.
I can't. If I had his hair, I'd do it.
In 2 weeks, if I shaved my head in 2 weeks, it'd be like it is today.
Yeah, exactly. Mine
all
won't ever come back.
I
Mine
don't have many
even grow.
requests.
Greg,
I just
it'll
wanted that
come
one.
back.
Never.
Picture us walking up to.
And I ain't sure what kind of head I got under there. I don't think it's pretty. I got a pretty big hat
Well,
size.
and here's another thing. I don't know
you
what's
really?
I don't know what's under all this hair. I don't know if there's dents and moles, and I don't know what's up under
Right,
all
yeah.
that.
Well,
you never
I mean,
know.
You don't look like you have a big head, Greg. You hide it well.
7 3/4.
You see, he's proud of it. You see
That's
how quick
big.
he said it?
I'm not happy with it. I wish it was a little smaller.
Really? Well, you hide your big head.
I mean, because a lot of hats are struggle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it ain't Bubba's got me beat, but I'm not far behind him.
Because when your head looks proportionate to everything else, it doesn't look like you got a big head. You know.
I don't like Charlie Brown.
Right? Have you ever thought he had a big head?
No. I never. When I saw Greg, or even for the first time, I didn't go, man, he's got to go.
Look at the head on that.
Right. That's not because
Yeah,
sometimes you see people, and that's the first thing you see.
Yes.
You're like, good night.
Well,
you know,
is that your reaction?
We had an intern had a big old head, right?
All right. Well, I'm glad that baby Ellis, who's not a baby anymore, that's what we call him.
He's 4 years old. He's ain't got tall.
I know. But I'm glad he thinks a lot of.
Well, he's got his dad's a police officer. he's not really thrilled with what his dad does for a living, evidently. But.
Right.
We used to lie when I was at school, tell him your dad's an astronaut and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. My dad's stronger than your dad. Really? Yeah, my dad can beat your dad up.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. He could outrun yours.
Uh-huh. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. I love stories like that.
Oh, boy.
It's so real. I mean, that really happened. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is here, and we're all spending more time in the sunshine and less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store. Plus, our family is getting dinner on the table faster than ever with their quick and easy recipes, especially the fast and fresh options ready in just 15 minutes or less. Now, if you're tired of making the same old dinners week after week, HelloFresh will take care of that. There's always something new to try. Their weekly menu of over 40 mouth-watering recipes keeps your taste buds on their toes, and it's easy to round out your order with snacks, sides, desserts, and more from HelloFresh.com. The HelloFresh market is ready. You'll love how the produce is fresh. The recipes are always easy and delicious. Your box arrives when it's convenient for you. So go right now and get 50% off on your first box shipped for free with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long.
So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes till top of the hour. What's up? Thank you so much for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. It's the kickoff hour. We're rolling with the Good Time Gang here. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central. And in a couple of hours, if you're listening live, about 2 from right now, What's Eating Scott Gorosky will be live in studio, so be looking for that today. Also, under contest at rickandbubba.com, don't forget register Mama for Fix Mama's Mouth. All right, so we haven't done this in a while. Questions from the audience. We'll talk about it, but we hadn't, here we go. Let's do this.
All right, one quick one. And then I want to ask y'all about this thing I think I'm taking too
you're
far.
being a little weird.
All right, Coach.
Have y'all...
Good night. Live. You want some water? Get some water.
Wrong dry throat.
Man.
I didn't know this was a thing, okay? We'll see if y'all have or did.
Right.
Have you ever eaten a cactus?
No.
Mm-mm.
Did you know you could eat cactuses?
No. Who eats cactus?
Well, Greg,
I don't know.
Hey,
I
don't
don't-
get mad.
Do you have
It's
to
just
pull
a
the
question.
little sticky things off of it?
So-
Evidently.
I would think so, yeah.
I guess you cut it open. It's something inside it,
Right.
maybe.
I mean, I've never been, in a situation to eat cactus.
I'll be honest, I didn't have a lot of interaction with many cacti.
I haven't either. But
Throw it on the grill? What are we doing?
QFTA here said, someone introduced me to it recently, and it's not that bad.
Well,
It's not my favorite, but it's not that bad.
What?
Have you ever eaten cactus before? And I'm
No,
like, what
I
in the
have
world?
not.
Well,
I
if
thought
you're-
it was kind of a joke. And then I started looking it up, and you can eat it.
Unless you go, I ate it, it was delicious. Don't tell me it's not that bad. So why bother it if it's
Yeah,
okay?
if you're not being
Now,
yeah.
if it gives you some kind of health benefit and you say it ain't that bad, but
That
look,
must
my
be what
goodness,
it
look, I mean, your 40 drops a tenth. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I looked it up. It says almost all types of cacti produce fruit that is technically edible, while the actual meat of most cacti, I didn't know that there was meat to it, can also be eaten after removing the spine.
I'm going to ask you to go get a bottle of water or
I've got
something.
one right here.
There's plenty of
Take a
things
swig.
that could be eaten. Doesn't mean that you should.
Right. I mean,
And it's not that bad. Well, then that means leave me out of it.
I just
Unless
never-
you look at me and go, Greg, I ate this and it's delicious.
I've never heard
need to try it.
this is the first time I've ever heard of anybody eating
All right, Rick says he's eaten it before.
Oh
no, are you serious?
Yes.
For what?
Well,
where was
look
he?
at Greg?
The way I have a feeling it's he'll travel.
Yeah, but
and
you
it's
don't have to
somewhere
order weird food just because you travel.
And I don't know that he ordered it or if he was just giving it. I have no idea. He said I've eaten it.
Do you put kind of seasoning on it or something?
I don't know. Why don't you ask Big Brother when he comes in? All right. And don't be mad at me.
I don't like
definitely don't be mad at Helmsy. He's just asking the question.
How much to bite through a cactus on the outside where the sticky part is?
Oh,
Greg, nobody's
I'm not doing that. No.
The spines have got to be removed before it's edible.
Yeah, Greg, you got to.
What are you talking about?
I just threw a dare out.
I didn't know it produced fruit. Number one.
Where?
That's what it says. It says all types of cacti produce fruit that is technically edible.
I don't know a lot about them.
Yeah, I think no.
All right, let's move on.
Finds out Southwest.
We've never had cactus. Period.
Right.
And I don't know. And I'll probably go not growing my hair out. I'll probably
try it.
When he was out in Arizona, he said he tried it.
There you go. That's a bunch of them there.
Yeah. All right. Don't be jealous of your brother. Okay?
I think I'm taking something too far, but I think this guy is too. Okay.
All right.
And this could be a sensitive subject.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here
We're going sensitive?
So about a month ago, one of our friends was diagnosed with a major heart issue.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And there was moments early on in the process that we didn't think he was going to make it. I mean, this is just facts that I'm throwing out to y'all. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
And he and I, over the last 3 years, have gotten close, and we hang out, we go to lunch, we'll send videos of us communicating, Marco Polo together. That's how we talk a lot. We don't never text, we just talk. We'll go on carry conversations for days. Well, I've noticed over the last week and a half, he started saying things like, because he knows how busy we are in this moment that I'm in. I just told y'all my schedule, and we've been trying to do lunch the last week and a half. And I told him, I said, if I can get to the 21st of April, that's when 21st, 22nd of April, then I'm all yours. And he said, well, I hope I don't die between now and then.
Oh,
ooh,
that's a good one.
And so I thought, okay, so you're playing the death card here. Like can you do that? And I brought that up. I said, so you're throwing the death card out there? And he goes, yeah. He said, I've used it a lot lately. He said, it's kind of, I enjoy using it. So then,
I think
now
he has a green light to do that.
Yeah, I think so. If it's you,
funny,
right? If it's you,
a great way to handle it.
And he's got a great personality.
He has a great way to handle it.
I mean, yeah,
and he's not out of the woods yet with what's going on with him. And so I took it a step further, and we were planning to get together, and I actually said, don't die on me between now and then.
Okay.
So am I taking it too far?
No,
Are we taking this too far?
It sounds like to me if he opened it up, I mean, I think you're okay.
That's just how you deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. But it's
a little weird.
It is weird.
It's slightly, but I think he's got such an outgoing personality. I think that he's trying to make the best of the situation he's in, so I get it.
It's actually pretty wonderful the way he's been handling all this.
That's the way I would handle it.
I think I would like to think I would, but I don't know.
Good point.
But the way he's handling it is remarkable.
Yeah,
can't believe it.
Right.
Yeah, good point.
So I've actually said to him in a video, don't die on me between now and then.
Yeah, you might want to pull back a little bit on that. Let him.
Maybe not every time.
Right, maybe not. But I mean,
every 4 times.
Mm-hmm. Knowing who it is, I can see him saying something like that.
That's funny.
But that is a real. I mean, that's a real conversation. And of course, Amanda, she's not happy with us talking like that.
No, how dare you? What's wrong with you? Stuff like that.
Can't believe y'all talk like that.
That's how we deal with
that's
stuff.
dudes being dudes.
I think I told this story before. The guys being guys. I had a friend of mine that I used to work with, and when we were linemen, he got burnt doing line work, and he lost about 3 fingers, I think. So then he
that's a bad day.
Yeah. So
wow.
he was in the hospital. He could have anyway.
Were you there when he did it?
No.
Okay.
And anyway, so later, and he's back at the company, in a different role. But anyway, we're at this meeting, and he was especially people when you're in the department we were in, you got a weird sense of humor anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing this meeting, and they bring all the office people in, and they wanted me and another guy to get up and draw for prizes and all this, and they were trying to lighten it up, having this trivia. Well, it was like how many, I can't remember the exact question, but it was a number. Well, my buddy's in the back, and he's doing this, and I looked at him and said, you ain't got enough fingers to get this one right. Well,
okay, that's good.
Well, listen, he thought it was great. it sucked the air out of the room. They were booing me. Those people were so offended. Now, he thought it was the greatest thing
They were
ever.
offended for him?
Yes. They were like,
It's funny.
and he was going, it's fine.
Were you a mood killer?
I did. I mean, seriously, it's like silence went across the whole.
What did you do?
Well, what am I going to do at that point? I just went on and drew for the next one. But he thought it was the greatest thing ever, but it really came out uncontrollably. And I was telling the truth, he didn't have enough fingers to get the number
He
right.
just
the
had
number
his-
I was needing.
He had his index finger and his thumb on one hand.
Yeah, he was doing all this. I said,
Right.
buddy, you ain't got enough to pull this off. And that's how we treat each other, though,
I
and
know.
how we deal with bad things.
Right.
But this other group wasn't quite. I guess they don't. In the cubicles, they don't do that.
Right,
But
right. Is this what you said?
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
Pretty
Is that
much.
what you said? Kind of like that?
It sounded like
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it's how you deal with stuff.
That's us. I mean, we have.
Now, if I truly thought I was going to hurt his feelings, I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
But I knew he would love it.
You knew he would love it.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
you weren't ready for everybody else to not love it.
No, they were appalled, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Did
Some
you have
people were
anybody come
extreme-
up to you afterwards?
Well,
and
they
say
were giving me. They kind of froze me out. They gave me the chill.
The chill.
Nobody come up and said I did a good job.
Did you get red faced after it because you were embarrassed? A little
Nah, I probably. But
And I don't listen.
of course, my buddy up there with me thought it was really good too.
bit? Did you say, "Hey, I'm just kidding," or anything? Did you
I just
have
said,
to cover the
I was
awkwardness
just, I was
afterwards?
just like, he's fine with it. Yes, y'all chill out. But I wasn't lying.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. I don't. And I'm sure there were moments with this guy that you had that were,
That's good.
you know, more on the serious emotional front. Just like I've had with this guy, is we've had times of serious discussions
Yeah.
and all that, but there's also a time to be humorous on these things, and so
And he opened the door on that.
he did. I didn't go there first.
In my situation, when we had an accident like that, it was very rare. You know, we went out through the company, and it was everybody was talking about it.
Yeah.
And this guy, you know, he almost, you know, went blah blah blah. So, a lot of people were really emotionally about the whole incident happening, and maybe it was a little quick.
Looking back, maybe
He's thinking through it right now.
right.
Yeah, probably.
you know, getting through it, looking back, probably
funny, though.
not.
But my buddy, he thought the guy
Yeah.
who actually had
Which-
the fingers missing.
that's all
he-
that matters.
He
That's
loved
important.
It. He
Yeah.
loved it.
Absolutely.
He probably went off by himself and cried. But yeah, in front of me, he acted like he liked it. Now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. As we're all sitting here rethinking things we've done.
Sure.
866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us top of the hour for the main show. Good stuff. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Springfest is here at Lowe's. Don't miss out on the best deals of the season. Refresh your yard with 5 bags of premium mulch for just $10. And refresh your home with savings on paint and stain. Right now, buy one, get one 50% off on 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Paint, Stainmaster Paint, and Cabot Exterior Stains. Shop Springfest today. Valid through 4/12. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details.
Yes, we do have availability. Those dates for how many guests?
Andrea's Boutique Hotel is the destination to tie the knot.
Oh, you want the whole property?
She needs an assistant to catch the bookings bouquets.
249 guests, huh? Oh, and 3 dogs.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of double-stacked JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
I'm Jenny, senior designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf, only at Boot Barn.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions, that could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We're rolling one segment here, and then the main show starts at top of the hour. We thank all of you for starting your day with the kickoff hour. If you're listening live, if it's streaming or whatever, thank you. Whatever and whenever, we'll take you. However we can get you. So appreciate what you making Rick and Bubba part of your day. This portion of the show is brought to you by fieldofgreens.com.
Field of Greens.
Fieldofgreens.com. This is something I started about a month and a half ago.
Did you?
Yeah, and I really like it. Start my day with waking up.
You look a little greener.
Putting a little water in the shaker and then dropping some Field of Green in there, shaking it up, drinking it. It's easy.
Good stuff.
It's easy. Because, we've talked about this. I'm not a sipper. I'm going to kill whatever I've got to drink. And
unfortunately, yes.
And I just turn it up.
That's right.
And
you're not
done.
a big vegetable eater throughout the day, so this kind of does it for you, right?
Well, it does. It does do that. And I don't probably sit down and eat the vegetables like I need to.
I'm trying to work towards that, but you're right.
It's made of whole organic fruit and vegetables, not a watered-down or freeze-dried supplement. Plus, it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health, etc. If you'd like to check it out, do so, because you're going to get 15% off your first order, so you can experience what we're experiencing. Just go to fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba to unlock those savings. Promo code Bubba to save 15% today at fieldofgreens.com. You can also go that way by going through the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com, and there's a list of all the sponsors, and you'll see Field of Greens there, or you can go directly to them. Just use promo code Bubba, and that unlocks 15% off your first order. All right, so I love this show because even though we come to the same place every day, every day's different because you just never know what's going to happen. And in the break, and we'll get stuff in the mail from time to time. A lot of times from sponsors, other times from listeners.
Oh, nice!
We get nice cards from y'all. Just,
hey,
really very thoughtful, very thoughtful people. Yeah. And Helmsy had a little box. No, Helmsy had a little box that he was going to open. And anytime Greg sees a box, he's like a little kid. He wants to open it, even if it's not to him. He's like, "Open it, man, open it."
I almost opened that.
So we asked you to open something that was to you from a listener in the break, Helmsy. And what was it, bud?
All right, so Brady Nelson sent me an email yesterday.
Found his name.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm pretty resourceful. He said, "Hey Helms, I sent you a sports book in the mail that I think you will enjoy."
Okay.
And it's a very quick and interesting read. And I thought, okay, well that's nice.
And have you ever tried cactus?
And so I didn't know what to expect, honestly. But I opened the box this morning from Brady, and it looks like Mike Greenberg's new book, Got Your Number.
Greenie?
Yes. I feel like this is a really nice gift.
Really? And is Greenie a big deal to you?
Wait a minute.
I mean, everybody knows that.
Did he think this was – wait. So Cowherd didn't write this book?
No.
Because that's who you love.
Oh, he loves Cowherd.
I do like Cowherd.
And now I remember when Mike and Mike were on, you had mentioned that you liked Mike Greenie.
Yeah, but he liked Golick better.
I think he did.
That's
he might
not
have.
true. That's not true.
So basically –
So does he have Greenie confused with your love for Cowherd?
I don't think so. I really don't.
Look, it's going to look good in there on your shelf.
Here's what I think. Here's what I think.
Go ahead.
I think he has. Now that I'm kind of seeing the concept of the book, I think he just thought, "Hey, Helms would like this." Not necessarily the author. You know what I mean?
So you don't like Greenberg?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do like Greenie.
You don't like the gift.
I do like. Yeah. Now,
so
how
this
do you
guy
get?
wasted
I don't like
his time.
Right.
No,
sir, I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
The cost of the book and shipping alone.
I tell you what that's not true. Brady, don't listen to them. What I do love is, and he said it, a very quick and interesting read. Okay. So quick and interesting is good. It needs to be interesting but it really needs to be quick for me to read it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this like Life and Times, or this is a certain subject?
Is it about tennis?
Well, no, it's not.
How you got started?
There may be a tennis player in here, but I don't know. It's Got Your Number, and here's the intriguing part, I think, is the chapters look to be labeled like Chapter 8 is Kobe Bryant. Chapter 3 is Babe Ruth. So and it's Chapter 2, Derek Jeter.
Okay,
it's going
so
off their jersey numbers.
It's not about Greenie. It's about sports.
Oh, that helps a lot.
That helps.
So it's about different. It's
Greenie
about
just happened
sports.
to write it.
Yes, him and it's Paul. I don't know.
I take back me making fun of you. I get what he's doing.
Really hates that you won't read it though. So that's the thing about it.
I think I will spend.
It would be
some time.
good if you.
Yeah,
I will spend like Jackie Robinson's Chapter 42. Which makes sense. I mean,
really, you ought to give the book to Greg.
But what makes Greenie an expert on all these people?
But
what makes Greenie an expert on all these people?
Now that I don't know. I don't know, Greg. I mean, he is a Hall of Fame writer, New York Times best-selling author.
Yeah.
So maybe I mean, I'm just saying
I
don't know.
He didn't live in those days.
But I think this is a great gift, Brady. No matter what Greg and Speedy says, I may not read the whole thing, but I will dabble in this book. Because there are some people that the sport's about.
Next week.
Yeah, I know.
Next week I'm going to check with you.
Well, let's do this.
All right, let me ask you a question. Do you always have to drive the bus when y'all drive? I
volunteer to drive the van.
That would be something.
Do you quit calling it a bus?
Well, whatever.
It's a van.
Team bus, team van, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't really think the audience minds that.
By the way, we have a home match today, and I'm going to have to go when I leave here early. I got to go pick up 7 of the guys that don't have cars here.
Right.
Take them to the
Well,
mountain.
I guess what I was going to say is, do you share the driving responsibilities? Because driving to New Orleans or Houston, sometimes it's not just one person. So if maybe you're not driving, you could sit there on the van and read.
Probably wouldn't do that. Coach DeSanto.
So he's not going to read it.
Coach DeSanto offers all the time to drive, and I'm like, I got it.
Plus, reading in a vehicle sometimes messes
I don't
with
read
you.
in vehicles.
Yeah.
And I would catch up on work and stuff.
I was just trying to help him know
Here's
that
what I will
he
do.
didn't waste his money and time.
Let's do this. And y'all hold me to it. Let me get back, okay, for my little trip. No, listen, I think you'll enjoy this. And we'll try once a week. I'll bring something to you guys that I don't think you'll know in the sports world from the book.
Does that mean you're going to read it or just going to look at it?
If we still had our own bathroom, I'd read it.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. That's
really
you did have a bathroom book club. You read all the time.
Guys, I read tons of books at those studios.
So you sit there long enough to read?
Yeah, I mean, quick chapter. I'm not like Hams. He's in and out so fast.
I do.
I'm
a quick dumper.
Yeah.
I really am.
I think sometimes.
Well, I wasn't going to say that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What did you want me to say?
Well, just use
How
the
would you have
bathroom.
described it?
I think everybody got it.
We call him the seagull.
He is so quick. You thought he went in there and did a number one. You know. Huh?
I can do it. I can throw a curveball as quick as some people can do a fastball.
That's amazing.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's good, buddy. That's good. I think one time you thought you were in the van just for the guys.
I love driving the van.
Speaking of traveling and reading a book, I got trivia. And no way y'all guess it. We went to San Francisco for the XFL.
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty long flight. And on the way back, I brought a book to read.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea what y'all think it was?
A war movie. I mean, not a book. War book
from San Francisco.
War book. You'll dabble.
I didn't
in
read
war
the whole
books.
book, but I read because they were. I'm sitting in the middle of people.
Something
I didn't know.
about the Navy SEALs.
That is a great guess, but no. The war book would have been a good one, but it's not. But that was a very good guess because I do love a good war book.
You do.
Buster.
Who?
I don't know. I just started looking at books about San Francisco. No, I just saw the title.
I said
Buster.
the flight was from San Francisco.
Okay.
I didn't say I was reading a book about.
Well, that's what I asked. I said I thought you got something and you were flying back.
No.
Okay.
Ty Cobb.
Oh, really?
Oh,
that's good.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Oh.
You ever seen that movie Cobb with Tommy? Is it
Tommy Lee Jones?
Yes. Good.
Bubba, this story we got right here has to hit a little close to home.
Yeah, anytime that we have had an event happen here on the show and then it happens to somebody else on a national stage, our email will just blow up about it. And I did not see the game last night. I did not even know about the event until this morning. But apparently, during the Yankees-White Sox game last night, an umpire had to stop play and go and have a moth removed from his ear.
Well.
Yeah, the bottom of the ninth inning, he jogged over to the Yankees dugout and asked their trainer to help him, and it's funny because it does remind me of you, Bubba. I mean, he's digging in his ear trying to get the darn thing out. He ended up getting it out and handing it to the trainer, and the trainer gets it, and look at it, it's just still flopping around.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got tools here to pull this off.
Yeah.
Well,
why did he think the trainer wanted him to hand it to him?
I don't know. I guess you just go to run to a trainer to help. I don't know.
You have the footage where he's running off the field. You see the urgency that he knows something is bad.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
We're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Look at it, it's still alive. Look, flopping around.
Now,
he's like, well, dadgum, and he's holding tweezers.
Well, why we're not killing it?
The difference, I guess, in that episode and mine was, I guess mine flew in deeper. Rick, it hit me like somebody punched me inside the head. You know what I mean? and I come in here, and man, that thing gets to flapping. It's like a helicopter's landing.
Right on your eardrum.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got tools here to pull this off. Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
Oh, my goodness.
And Greg had me in there on the desk trying to pull it out with a pair of pliers.
I was trying, Bub. I was trying to help.
Needle nose wouldn't even get it.
Couldn't touch it. It was running and
hiding.
hiding.
You know what was so crazy?
Hiding, Rick.
We did all that here to try to get it out, and it's driving me crazy, by the way. And I drive to the emergency room here just over the hill from the studio. They get me in. They start trying to wash it out, and they're not having any luck, so they have to go in with a tool to get it out. We get that out, and I get back here at work before the show starts.
I know.
I mean, it was all of it happened within an hour. You know?
It was a strange day.
Yeah, it was. But boy, I mean, when that thing gets on your Rick, I can't tell. It's like
that footage.
It's so deceiving because it's such a small bug. But first of all, you're thinking, "Hey, bugs in me."
That's, nobody wants that.
It's hard to get over that. But it's so loud because its little wings are banging on your eardrum, and I mean, it's like a jet's taking off, and you just can't deal with it. You know,
I don't want no part of that.
Well, you could look at the relief of the umpire once that thing gets out. He's like, "Oh."
I saw one clip today, and it shows him running off the field. Oh, it's put that a jet. Take that, a jet taking off, and the start of a NASCAR race all in one ear.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this off.
That way I sound.
Did you think, Greg? Be honest. Did you think we were going to be able to get? You were going to be able to get that?
I did at first.
Okay.
Because I saw it, but it ran and hid.
It dug on down in there.
You could kind of like looking out a tunnel.
When I first looked in there, I saw it, and it went. And I was like, "Dang,
how'd it go?"
Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of
it. They did, too. That's how they got it out.
Didn't they kill it with some kind of
liquid? They tried to flush it out to begin with. They weren't having luck. They went in with some real thin, long, looked like some kind of surgical.
You were so glad.
Golly, you were.
What about
even when they were trying to flush it out and it wasn't working, I was like, guys, can we go to something else here? I mean,
something's got to give.
Yeah, this is getting crazy.
Let me ask you this: have you thought about the expertise of the moth to hit that small?
How in the world?
Because it didn't land and crawl in, right? It just.
No, I don't think it was expertise. I think it was dumb luck on this case. You know.
Do you know what I remember most about this? Is I'm the one that took him to the hospital, to the emergency room.
Oh, did you carry me over there?
I carried you over there, and what's funny is I was driving this. This is one of those things that sticks in your mind. At the time, I was driving that old Tahoe that I had.
Yeah.
And the passenger side mirror was broken, like it glass shattered kind of thing, and it had some issues, something dangling.
Right.
So we're in a serious moment, and Bubba looks over and he goes, "Helms, you think about getting that mirror fixed?"
I mean, it was hanging on by a thread. I remember it.
But even with the moth in your ear,
that's so good.
You wanted to address that?
Yeah.
You remember us filming when he was here with the moth, and we're all looking, and then I said, "You put the camera on somebody," and we'd be going.
We dogged Adler's hair.
Yeah, we turned around. Funny. And he looked like he just got up. That's when he was rocking his hair.
Oh, yeah.
And you hear Helms go, "Look at your hair." And I mean, that's a great video. I don't know where it's at.
Yeah,
it's funny.
It's got to be out there.
I'm sure you can find it on YouTube.
It's probably on our YouTube channel somewhere. Bubba moth in his ear, something like that.
Night.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but this one hit this umpire. That baby, it couldn't go all the way in.
Well,
we had to get it out.
You know, when it hits you, it just wakes you up. I mean, you could tell that. Like I say, you'll see footage today of him running off the field, and you realize he got something wrong.
Well, it's a miserable feeling.
You going, "Hey, somebody help me out!
Somebody help me!"
Because you can't see in your own ear.
Is anybody going to help me?
Yeah, well, and we say running, but here's him jogging, but you can tell it's an old jog, and that's okay. But he's kind of getting over there pretty quickly, and he's come to the trainers like, "Buddy, you got to help me out. I've got a moth in my ear, and I cannot, for the life of me, get it out."
It looks like Gary the Bulldozer guy is the trainer.
Look, he's like, "Man, son."
He's gotten down there quick, didn't he?
Hey, come here. You got something in your ear. Hey, let me see if I can get it. Hang on just a sec. I just about got it. You can't even have a ball game. That's stupid mouse coming at you. So they. How long did it take them to get it out?
I don't know.
So they kept.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for being in here for a brand new Rick and Bubba Show. Starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as the kickoff hour is done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they've all handled that. Adler's now coming in, and now he's handling things now. He's sitting there now. And he'll give you a YouTube experience today. We live and archive. Also, the Wednesday Bible study back today, the Revelation chapter 7. Today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. And if you're a subscriber, you just got an alert that the live show's on. And you'll get another alert to remind you of the Bible study. But if live doesn't work for you, the archive options are also available on the YouTube channel, our podcast channel, and also on Blaze TV, a best of hour each and every day. All right, so we're missing one. Let's get him in here. The silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
Let's go. Good luck. Feeling funky, Bubba. Let's go. I came to get down. Who came to get down? Jump around. There it is. House of Pain. Jump around.
Jump around.
Jump around. I did not realize, do you know where they got the name of the band, The House of Pain?
The House of Pain. The House of Pain. Let me see. No, I don't.
Do you remember, and they did a movie of it, The Island of Dr. Moreau?
Yes, I remember that.
And do you remember if somebody misbehaved, they sent them to the House of Pain?
House of Pain, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they got that from
I vaguely
They got
remember
that from that book.
Yeah.
That went on to become a movie.
Jump.
Yeah, because everybody thought they were something else, and they were like, and I think they were kind of they were Irish guys. The House of Pain.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so. But
didn't sound Irish.
No, they didn't. But
get up, get down.
They had more of a Beastie Boy feel than.
Remember the movie Isle of Dr. Moreau?
Yeah.
The House of Pain.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. That's where they got the name. That's where they named their band after.
Oh boy.
That from Dr. Moreau.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Funny.
So anyway, but they for some reason that I was scanning yesterday, and I landed on Access TV, and they do this thing, the top 10 reveal, and they do all kinds of. They got all kinds of
top 10 B-sides.
Yeah, I said that yesterday. Did you see it? Did you see top 10 B-sides?
I just saw a couple of them.
By the way, did not know that Blackwater was a B-side from the Doobie Brothers. Did you know that?
The one
I did not
saw
know
was
that.
Maggie May.
Maggie May was a B-side. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
B.
Yeah, there were a lot of B-sides
That's
that I
when you used to have records.
Yeah,
singles. You had.
Do you know what that
means,
means, Adler, when we say B-sides?
Yes, I do. Yes. Everlast was in House of Pain. You guys remember Everlast?
Yeah,
I do.
God forbid you ever have.
Yeah, he was in House of Pain. But I think they're all American.
Are they?
They speak. They have weird accents.
They do. But they may be that Boston Irish.
It might be Boston
family.
Irish things. They were portraying them yesterday on Top 10 Reveal of having some sort of Irish background. I don't know what.
Okay, maybe it's Boston
or something.
I don't know.
But anyway, they said though that first album of theirs, and what it was the biggest the biggest debut albums of 1992, and theirs was one of the biggest debut albums of 1992. And they said that album, it's wrong to call them a one-hit wonder because that one album was just chock full of stuff, which that wasn't my type of music, so I didn't really follow it. Yeah. But I respect it.
Was Beth by Kiss a B-side?
Yes, it was. Detroit Rock City was the A-side.
which is a good song.
And you know who turned it over and played the B-side for the first time and got everybody going on it? Scott Shannon.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He played Beth.
Well, he did a lot of those.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, usually the B-side was a throwaway. You didn't expect it to be released.
Yeah, I was shocked on some of the B-sides.
Of course, in our world, wasn't Captain Quick Draw a B-side?
It was.
Yeah, it was.
Greg, do you know what the A-side? That's what was fun is when then they'd let you know what the A-side was.
Yeah.
Do you know what the A-side of Blackwater is?
What?
Another Park, Another Sunday.
Really?
And they were so the B-side was much more popular.
Oh, Blackwater just blew up.
Yeah. And they didn't think it would really resonate.
You still hear that on the classic stations.
Oh yeah,
now,
So, and Maggie May being a B-side. Maggie May.
Reason to Believe was they.
Yeah, it was. How'd you know that?
Yesterday I saw it.
So we watched it the same.
I just saw that one.
Okay.
I didn't get to see anything else.
It was amazing, some of the B-sides. So, but now there's young people. If they're listening, they do not have any idea what we're talking about.
No, they don't even A-side, B-side.
I saw a discussion about it that I did not know this. I didn't know that they not only would sit down the record companies and have these huge meetings about A-sides and B-sides on the singles. It was a major discussion on the album, what was on side 1 and side 2.
Yeah, in the order.
Yeah. It was a major discussion.
What was the thinking on the B-sides? A lot of times it looked like they just threw something on there.
It's like they were. You're right. It's like they never saw it being released as a single ever off of the record, so they would put them on the B-sides of the ones that they.
Yeah, you think if you're going to put out a record, a single, you would have something everybody wanted, and then the second best thing you think everybody wanted.
Yeah. That's how I would have.
Yeah.
They didn't see the B-sides that way, but that makes more sense. Mm-hmm. They said they only saw the B-sides that you might go, here's something else on the album that might make you buy the album.
There's filler.
Right.
Yeah, but you would think you would say, here's our 2 best songs. Flip one, then flip the other.
Right. Deep cut.
Yeah.
Basically.
And I think it was, who was it? Because the A's and B's were so strong that both the A and the B got into the top 10. And I can't remember who that was, but it was something. So yeah, B-sides for youngsters out there, they were vinyl. You're familiar with the records because they become mod again.
The singles.
But they were
Not
singles. They were singles, not albums. And it was just a little round vinyl, like a little donut.
Played at 45 RPM.
Yeah, and they would release whatever the single was would be on the A side, and the B side would just be an album cut. And we're telling you they were B sides that went on to be bigger hits than the A sides or as big.
Because the record company didn't intend on the DJs playing the B side.
No.
Some of them did it on their own, and they were like, hey, people like it.
Yeah. And B sides, in those days, DJs had a lot more freedom, so they could flip one over and start playing it and get something going.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That wouldn't happen today, by the way.
Probably not.
You get fired on the spot. Oh yeah. You play anything out of that music list, you're doomed.
Yeah.
Kind of made it a little bland, hadn't it? Yeah. So, all right. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Lots to unpack, as you can imagine, since the last time we were all together. And what's eating Scott Gorosky coming up later in the program?
Rick and Bubba.
Playing the game while he was in there getting it done.
Yeah, look at him. He's like, man, I can't believe it. He's living love with looking at Aaron Judge. All right, there he is. Now he's coming back out.
So relieved.
Say so. The way it feels.
Look at that. Everybody's like, really?
No, look. When he finally gets a hold of it, he's so happy. There we go.
The trainer was kind of picking it with something, trying to pull it out. And then he got a hold of it.
Well, he had tweezers, is what he had.
Look, now he's dropped
there,
it.
Gary dropped it.
I mean, how you can't even have them all. I mean, I pulled it out of his ear. I talked to Greg. Greg didn't have to pull it out. I got me out some tweezers, reached there and get the hold of it.
Rick, if folks want to relive Bubba's moth, it is now in show notes.
All right, if you want to see Bubba's, same deal, moth flies in Bubba's ear.
That's good.
Go to show notes at rickandbubba.com, and we have it linked there for you.
That's back before Greg talked like a DJ.
Jeff
That's why I went to that class to lose my accent.
Yeah, same one I went to. Yeah. Jeff in Alex City, go ahead.
Hey, man, I got a story very, very similar to that. Bread man. I am a bread man. Driving down the road in my bread truck, actually going down 280 doing 55 miles an hour, and had a bug bounce off the window sill. Had the window down, my arm out, bounce off the window sill and go in my ear.
No.
And I'm driving down the road in my bread truck, about to freak out.
Not a ricochet.
Yeah, a ricochet. And to top that off, I had to pull into a little convenience store area parking lot and couldn't find anybody to help me. I'm trying to get it out on my own, grabbing and pulling and freaking out. Couldn't get it out. Had to pull up to 2 or 3 just strangers over there who were sitting in the truck that were not probably the best people of character in the world, and get them to help me get it out. That just topped it all off. So it was just a great moment.
What did it end up being? What kind of bug?
It was a little beetle kind of thing. Thank goodness it wasn't a bee, but it was a beetle with legs, and it was just crawling and digging in there. Oh, it was horrible.
So how did the total strangers get it out?
With a crack pipe.
Well,
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this off.
So
it ended up just turning my head sideways and banging, and they pulled, and I wiggle my ear, and they pull a little, and finally just crawled out.
Oh my God!
Because in your mind, it's tunneling to your brain.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You've
seen it get so far they got to cut you open.
And we've seen those specials, the
monster inside.
Oh no, I don't like that.
I mean, if that show was never shown again, that was a terrible series.
Oh, it'll scare you to death.
15. All right, so we're going to talk how Adler's birthday went yesterday with his wife. Or are we going to talk about ESPN Ocho is back?
We go either way you'd like.
Yeah, I'd love to get an update from Adler because he was proud of himself on what he was getting his wife for her birthday. But I also want to say, if you don't mind, my dad is 78 today. He has his birthday.
Happy birthday.
78th birthday
Hey, Mr. Wilburn, happy birthday.
Wilburn, happy
of
birthday, buddy.
Larry the Leaf.
That's right. And
you know, I love the fact that he had a successful career doing one thing, and then in retirement has had a second career now as an author. I mean, that is cool as all get out.
And there's another book coming?
Yeah, it's coming. It's in the final stages of
Can I be a
being ready to be
character in the
published.
second one? Can I be like an acorn or something?
Let me tell you what I love is every now and
great
then,
acorn, by the way.
Every now and then Larry will call and be screened up as Larry the Leaf, and it is so good.
and the voice for Larry. I guess that's where I get it.
It's awesome.
It's the same voice.
It's like he's hanging around top of this tree. Kind of windy today.
But yeah, Adler was all excited.
Come here, Adler. You
for
missed it
Aaron's
yesterday,
birthday
Rick. He gave us a segment yesterday. He'd hurt his finger pretty bad, and it was puffed up at that whatever he does. I can't call it its right name because I can't say it. So
what'd you say?
I call it
Jiu-Jitsu.
judo.
Yeah, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
Or as that. Phonetically write it down in my notes. I will learn it and say it correctly, like Ahmed Ahmadinejad. So I can say his name.
Evidently, you need to write that down again.
Yeah, right.
No, that's the correct way to say it.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Still.
Well, I wasn't reading it.
Whatever.
Whatever, Greg. That's what happens to get away from your legal man.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Hey, he's not even in power anymore. Who cares?
There you go. That's a great point.
No, he's tweeting again now.
Is he back?
Yeah, he's got on social media.
What is
He
he
started
doing
tweeting. He's picking at Trump. Like everybody else.
I call him Trout Ahmadine.
So we did talk about that yesterday, and then we talked about my wife's birthday as well. So
right. We almost didn't
joked,
get that in.
And I joked around that I got her like a blender, or not a blender, a vacuum.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. Omaha, Nebraska coming up this weekend. Excited to go to Westside Church. The men's conference coming up. They're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and excited about going up and seeing those guys. Hopefully I'll get there in time to be part of Friday night. Definitely counting on being there for Saturday morning. And if you'd like to find out more, if you're in around that area, or Omaha, Nebraska is not a long trip for you, or even if it is a long trip, you just want to go, find those details at rickandbubba.com under events, and you also can find it at themanchurch.com under events. And looking forward to seeing all of you this weekend. And from what it looks like, it was somebody who grew up listening to the show, moved there, we involved in his church, found out what we were doing, been introducing everybody. So I think he also has kind of and he has to be careful about this, he has this deal of I'm here, and the Nebraska culture and I've invited one of my cousins to come visit us.
Right.
There's a little feel about that to it. So, yeah, I think he's probably got a little bit of anxiety about, hey, I've really been saying we need to bring this guy in, so don't embarrass me. So anyway, looking forward to that coming up. Also, the kickoff hour, Bubba. I think you were already to the office. I was running a little, not behind, but I came in a little bit later today because I decided to grab 10 more minutes of sleep today and grab a snooze, so that 10 got added. But anyway, the guys were talking about, and Helmsley had gotten an email, and I know you got some emails that we'll cover today too, asking if we had ever eaten cactus. And it made me wonder, because I have eaten cactus, and where I ate it, you were there too, and I wondered if you ate any while you were there.
No, I did not, but I knew you could eat it in a tight.
Right, so that didn't...
You didn't want to go there, Bub?
Yeah, because
Rick got there a few days ahead of me, and I didn't have time to go out and eat cactus.
Yeah, this is when...
missed that opportunity.
Yeah, this is when Auburn went to the national championship game in 2010, and they played in Arizona. And so, like Bubba said, we as a family, since we had a son on the team, decided to make kind of a full-blown weekend out of it. And so we when we got there, we got to eat at some restaurants, and I noticed on the menu cactus fries, and I noticed that when you get in Arizona, there's a lot of odd things on the menu. There's I mean, more than you would have expected. You think, well, and when I saw cactus fries, of course, the family immediately was, we must try cactus fries.
Yeah.
So, but I was telling the guys,
local delicacies.
And Bubba, you've made this point. Let's be honest. I mean, I could go outside right now, and I could, find a plant. Let's say a plant that has a pretty nice sized leaf on it. Okay.
Right.
And I could roll it in cornmeal.
Right.
And I could deep fry it.
Right.
And throw it and say, here's a leaf fry.
Right.
And you'd be okay with it if I knew how to fry something.
Yeah, if you batter it up, good.
Yeah,
You get away with
if I had the right amount of batter and my batter was number one,
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you think,
batter gets you a long way.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things are probably like for food, they're kind of neutral.
Right.
They're not, they're not dangerous to you, but
Right.
there's really nothing good about it.
Yeah.
So if you dress it up in the right way, you can get away with it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're stranded in the desert and you had a pocket knife, you could tear in there and get you a bite.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think that
I don't know that I would take it over Domino's.
No, I can hear, the cactus eaters screaming. If all you did was eat cactus fries, there's so much more. I can hear it. I mean, I know it's out there.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you that was as far as I was willing to wade into cactus for because I didn't want to mess my whole lunch up.
It wasn't like as fluffy of a fry, was it? Or was it? How was the texture of it?
Well,
harder.
I think I told you, it was very much like I forget. I think it's. You familiar with the restaurant? Well, I know you are. P.F. Chang's.
Oh, yeah.
And I know it's a chain.
Yeah.
They have this appetizer that are basically fried green beans.
Yeah, okay.
And they bring them out to you, and they're battered, and they're big old long green beans, and you bite into them. It was very much like that.
Okay.
All right.
I would almost say
I
can almost say if you've eaten that, you've pretty much had fried.
Which is
cactus
actually
fries.
softer than I would expect it to be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry your baby brother didn't believe you. Because when he
that's quite a response to me.
It really was.
Well,
you should have seen his
I thought
face.
you wanted to be sharp, man, like you did.
I don't know what it is, Greg. I just feel like maybe you and I are on the collision course.
Knuckle up.
I mean, you make fun of people get their fingers burned off.
I mean,
Not Rick.
No, I knew that story. And
That just didn't.
Hey,
Rick.
little soon.
no,
I got booed.
well, no, y'all talked about it because
People were actually booing.
well, no, you've talked about it because let's face it. One thing that guys don't know and don't live by, especially this group of men, and since I like being around y'all, even my other friends are pretty much like y'all, or I wouldn't be hanging around them either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As far as the tone of things, And one thing that we do not live by is the question, too soon? Well, I mean, we do not live.
Not normally.
No,
not normally.
And so right now, I've noticed, and y'all were talking about it, and Greg was talking about it, because of my age, 58. That's not old, but it's not young. It falls in almost a weird place.
Yeah.
But I've noticed since we are getting older, and there's no denying that. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
is
Speak for yourself.
You have to be careful. Because of my circle of friends right now, I'm looking around. You mentioned one of them, and that's more than someone I don't know as well as you do, but I know him. And then I've got another person I know that's having some pretty serious health issues. And then I got another person I know that's having some pretty serious health issues. And then I have another person I know. And I've realized that they kind of have become the Brian Regan me monster of health. Mm-hmm. Like if I'm having a kind of a tough day, I can't say anything.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't look at some guy and say, man, I don't know what it is. I woke up this morning, my hip's hurting. They just look at you like, really? Cry me a river. Right. Yeah, and so I actually was going to do a discussion about the blood pressure thing that I've been working with. I actually was about to weigh in yesterday to lunch and talk about it, and I realized who I was at the table, and I just said, never mind. Yeah. Never mind. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. Let's get an update on y'all.
Right. No. It's like Gorosky who'll be in here after a while. You don't want to talk health problems.
No. My favorite.
He can throw a trump card on you in a minute.
My favorite Gorosky statement concerning health, because look, lifestyle definitely can help or can make it worse. But we got some genetic cards that you get dealt to in life. Mm-hmm. And when he said, remember this girl, he goes, here's the thing about, this tells you how bad the genetics are for my family. I'm the healthiest garage. He said you're looking at the best case scenario.
And here's a guy who actually tries to take care of himself.
He does.
Imagine if he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, but
he's in really good shape.
Sure.
He's just genetically, goodness.
Yeah, I know. So then that just adds to what's eating him today, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't wait.
Well, he was wanting to get to us, and he got sick and struggled.
Yeah.
And so we've had to delay him being here. He's had some things that have been eating him that got bottled up because he couldn't get here because he was having a little setback. But he's here today, and we'll find out what's eating Scott Gorosky in about an hour. More Rick and Bubba.
He has to keep a screwdriver in his pocket, doesn't he?
He does.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
An
iron.
You did say iron, yeah.
But you play something like that.
Yeah. But I got her some good stuff. I really did.
Now her favorite gift was.
Well, let me lead up to that. I did get her we have a really big cast iron skillet. I love a cast iron skillet, but it's too heavy for her to pick up, so I got her a smaller cast iron skillet, which I know seems like.
I bet she was thrilled.
Here's a pan, get in your place, but that wasn't.
Now go in there and cook. You romantic devil.
You're so thoughtful. I know.
Look, here's something you can make me dinner in.
There you go.
And you might want to get to it.
Time's a ticking.
Here's something you could have picked up when we needed it.
Yeah.
So that was just a gift for the house. That wasn't the real present or whatever. What I did do is I was telling Bubba in the kitchen just now. About 2 months ago, I don't know how it came up in conversation, but my wife mentioned that when she was a kid, she would make felt dolls. Do you guys know what felt dolls are?
No.
Okay, it's like
kind
of
what felt is.
Okay, so felt.
What a doll is.
There you go. Yeah, you kind of sew it together. And you put eyes on it. You put arms. You put stuffing in it.
So you probably had one. You probably had one when you was a kid to learn to tie like shoestrings or button things or something. I had a little one with that.
Some of them are really small too. Like, do you know what felt dolls are? Is this a thing? Kind of? No.
Maybe back in the day.
Maybe back in the day. Okay. Anyway,
is that like those figures they put up at Sunday school?
They're like sure
the felt board. You're talking about the felt board like with Moses on.
Do you have to make the felt doll? I loved it.
A felt doll could go on a felt board.
Okay, so but did you make the felt doll?
So. Yeah, she used to, and it's kind of like real crafty, sewy, patchwork kind of thing.
So skillet, but yeah.
And so I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, all right, maybe I can incorporate that into, because you guys know this, women love it when you listen to them.
Yes.
Very key.
I'm working on this, but so I made a note. All right, and then if you bring it up later and it's like, you remember that one time you did that one thing? Well, guess what? I remembered that, and then I held that in my heart with love for you. Brought it back around. Here's your present. Tears will be a-flowing, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so,
that's good.
So what I did was, all right. How can I incorporate that into a birthday present? So of course I waited till the last minute. I went to Hobby Lobby yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
And I picked up a felt doll kit with the intention of giving her the kit so she could do it for fun. But I also was going to make...
No.
I also was going to make two felt dolls, actually.
Two, not one.
I was going to make a felt Franklin and a felt Kevin. Those are our dogs.
Right. Do they have dog-shaped ones?
Well, I just had to go. I just had to do it.
All right.
I had to just make a plan and do it. And Speedy, I actually sent you an email, I think, of the pictures there. And guys, my intention was to make 2 because Erin goes back to school today. She's a teacher, and then that way she could have a felt Franklin and a felt Kevin at school. She wouldn't miss the dogs. She's been home with the dogs.
That's a good
And
deal.
so, guys.
Rick.
Guys, there's
the felt Franklin below and the real Franklin above.
Which one's the real one?
That's pretty good.
We can't even tell which one's the real Franklin.
My goodness, which one is Franklin?
Which one's felt Franklin?
Oh, my
Y'all,
goodness.
that felt doll took me 6 hours yesterday. She got home at like 5:30, and I just go, "Don't come in here! Don't come in here!" I'm in the front room. I'm in the front room sewing.
What?
Guys, I'm in the front room sewing yesterday. That was my life. Seriously.
So you never got around to felt Kevin?
I never even
There's
got around to
You should have outsourced this out to my 11-year-old daughter.
I should have.
Let me ask you this.
I really should have.
So this wasn't her present, right?
Greg, yes.
Really?
It was. It took me 6 hours.
Just because she mentioned she liked felt dolls. I mean, I liked Big Wheels when I was a kid. Don't need one for my birthday.
Oh,
my gosh, Greg.
Wow, buddy.
But you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I don't think she meant buy me one.
The Grinch called. He said that you're way too mean.
But Greg, that shows his sensitivity. He listens to the details.
No, but but you need to put like a ring in it or something. Hey, here's a felt doll. Oh, no, it doesn't. Now your gift's in it. The felt doll's not your gift.
Franklin's wearing a bracelet.
Yeah,
That's the
you're
bonus.
grown. Greg, can you imagine Sherry say, "Rick, happy 54th birthday. Here's some Johnny Westfield." Greg, good news. Kung Fu Grip G.I. Joe.
Hey, guess what? She loved it, okay?
I was going to
And
say.
we kissed and made out right after that, okay? It was awesome.
But that was
you
it,
weren't
though.
there, and your life is nothing like that. So get out of here, Greg.
6 hours?
Hey, y'all, she put it out on social media. She loved it so much.
Thank you.
She felt bad for him because he put 6 hours
Guys, okay, so yesterday, it's thundering in the afternoon. I'm trying to get this felt doll done, and Franklin doesn't like thunder, so he's like walking around and like whining and stuff, and so it was a really weird thing in which I'm yelling at Franklin so that I can get back to working on felt Franklin and being mad at it. So I had 2 Franklins driving me crazy yesterday, and I hate you, Greg.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is better known, those of you not watching on YouTube, as the A-side of Black Water by Doobie Brothers. Another park, another Sunday. 35 minutes past the hour. Cook's Pest Control and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up. If you are having issues with any property, your home, your business, new home construction, Cook's Pest Control is there, and they are the best in the business. Save yourself a lot of hassle and go with the best. Now, they will do a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of home or business with no obligation for you to use them, but we're going to save you a lot of trouble and just tell you that's who you need to be with. That's who we use, and they do a great job. Now, for termite protection of a property, it doesn't get any better than Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon Fort, is like we call it, because it just builds this fortress around the property. Bubba, the best way to keep termites from being a problem is never let them get there. Right. So if you want to find out more, go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com, and you can sing with us, looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. So, Bubba, I know that you told me when you got to the office today, or when I saw you, that you had some emails you wanted to read today.
That's right.
Time for an update from the Information Superhighway. These are actual letters from you, the greatest, most influential, best-looking, listening and viewing audience in the world. You can send us emails by going to rickandbubba.com, click on Contact. All the various members of Team Rick and Bubba are there, all with different responsibilities. So pick wisely, and let's not make the letters too terribly long, if I'm included. Bubba, let's go with letter number 1.
Rick, this comes from Steve Hildebrand, and it is the subject Lake Martin cleanup.
Oh.
Bubba, a few months ago, a listener whose home had been destroyed in a storm sent the show a picture saying his spatula had survived the storm damage.
I remember that.
Just curious, did your spatula survive the Lake Martin tornado? I haven't heard you mention it, Steve.
It's a great question.
Steve, it actually did.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I had 2 or 3, and they all survived.
Mm-hmm.
So it does lead me to ask the question, is the spatula somehow indestructible?
Indestructible.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
which is another rarely noted feature of the spatula.
Now, you're only adding to the hype of a product that we are out of stock of and can't seem to get replaced. I saw one yesterday next to Eddie Van Halen's guitar at $1.2 million.
Right.
Well,
you know, I think another item that will probably fall in that category is the Rick and Bubba skillet.
Yeah,
because they'll be very hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't be done.
They're indestructible.
But it'd be really hard.
Let me tell you something. That thing's flying off the shelves too, and it's heavy. So it did survive.
Yeah. I have several of them in a box that I had saved, and I was giving out to various folks as they came by. You know, just to be a good host.
Well, you know, people are.
I wanted to give them that in a warm beverage.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, warm beverage, a little cup of coffee. You know, they are.
That's for you Big Bang Theory fans.
They're very, very, very valuable now. So
yes, I know.
I know you're kind of going through a bit of a rough patch, so I'd hang on to them.
Yeah. I would categorize the last 6-9 months of rough patch.
Right.
I would put that under.
If you get in a bind,
you
know, you take that box, open it at trade day.
Ooh, wow.
Let the magic begin.
Yeah. I just
that and Greg's puppies, that'd be a big hit.
Yeah, why don't y'all combo?
Wouldn't it
spatula and a puppy?
Yeah.
That sounds like a good deal. Or put them on the wheel and spin. Win a puppy.
Greg, I think everybody's going to want your puppies. I really do.
Speaking of the wheel, that brings up our second email from Chris Teal. Hey, guys, I just thought it would be fun to add to the Wheel of Meat a chapstick or lip balm prize in honor of WKRP and Dr. Johnny Fever in the episode where he announced after giving away too big of a prize that they're now giving away a real tube of chapstick.
That's hilarious.
He might have actually said lip balm, maybe chapstick or Burt's Bees could help sponsor this prize. Chris.
I don't remember that episode. Seems like that would have hit hard with me.
You know, I'm going to have to think back on that one just a little bit. I'm not doubting Chris at all, but I do remember. I remember Johnny Fever on a rant. I think he went on a rant, and he's looking around for something to give away as a prize, and he says, "What about this chapstick?" or something like that.
Do you remember? You do realize that when AM radio, music AM radio, I'm not talking about talk radio.
Been there, brother.
Yeah, because talk radio saved it. Rush Limbaugh, thank you very much. God rest your soul. But when music AM radio was dying, if you really look back and look at the character Johnny Fever, who was brought back to an AM radio station,
right,
and you heard me on WHMA 1390, I was Johnny Fever.
There was some similarities.
Yeah, because
you were a little more, I would say, upbeat than Johnny was.
Yeah.
He was a little beat down by the industry at that time. Yeah.
Do you remember, though, the reason why that we're laughing, and you've heard me do this over the years on various things, that when all of a sudden I go negative when I'm sick of something, and I think something's pitiful. Okay, I know it's your favorite thing. It's kind of like we like when you're down on yourself.
Yes,
it's my version of that.
Right.
But the whole deal, when the show first started, when Bubba started appearing on the show, and it was a mocking is what it was, a tongue-in-cheek, that the show that I was doing was called The Extravaganza.
Yes.
Well, that came from when I worked at 1390 AM in the afternoons. I was not on. I don't want any part of working in the mornings. I didn't know who would even want that.
Yeah,
gig.
we're all rethinking.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
So it was exactly this. And what's the emailer's name?
Chris. It was Chris.
Yeah. So Chris, it happened. The prizes that they were giving me to give away were so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know how we talk about trying to put a lipstick on a pig.
Yes.
It's kind of like being the press secretary for Biden right now.
It's like when you have 100 door prizes at any get together.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Somebody thought they were sharp.
Right.
But most of the time, if you had the winning ticket, you wouldn't even raise your hand because you didn't walk to the front to get it.
Did you know that when we're talking to churches, if they open the door and say, "Can y'all give us some advice on how to do better men's gatherings?" Do you know one of the things we address is door prizes?
Really?
Yeah. Hey, you don't need 12 lunches at Lloyd's over at Lloyd's Barbecue, okay, and give them out one at a time.
No.
Yes.
Okay,
Give them a package of 10.
How about this? Do a package of 10. Or go get 4 big prizes and be done with it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Make it worth the win.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm on the air and I'm looking at what the sales team, the promotional team, has laid down for me to try to pretend that people would really want.
Right.
Okay, and it was stuff like that. I think one of them was not like a piece of fabric from the fabric store or something. Right. And also I looked down. I said, "Let me tell you what we got coming up this afternoon that we're going to give away." And I ran the list. I said, "I tell you what it is. It's extravaganza."
Yes.
What it is. And I said, "I bet you can hardly contain your energy. Your enthusiasm is going through the." And so that's I started referring to it as the afternoon extravaganza because of the great prizes I had. So I understand Johnny Fever's disdain for that.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Rick, next in the list, plantar fasciitis.
Oh, yes. It's always in the
You know, we've been doing the show. We're in our 30th year of doing it, 30th season. And I will have to say, over this expanse, we've covered a lot of topics. We've got a lot of email. But I would have to say my number one email is about plantar fasciitis day in, day out.
I bet it is.
Good morning. I remember from listening to the show that you suffered from plantar fasciitis a while back. My daughter suffers from this terribly.
It's awful.
I can't remember what you did to ease the pain. Do you have any advice for us? Thanks, and have a blessed day, Virginia. Virginia, we have a rundown of that on our website. Is it under goodies? Is that where the place is?
That is
it's in there.
Yep.
So if
and
anybody
then go to documents, goodies to documents, and you'll then read what documents.
Does that actually say document library, or does it say documents?
I really don't remember. It's something to do with documents.
Probably need to look.
Virginia, it's in there, and I would encourage everyone to remember that feature. That'll save you an email in the future. But after going through several procedures, what actually cured it for me was called Topaz. Had a little Topaz.
Have you ever thought
R&B
about
document library?
That is a
Topaz.
minor surgery where they poke holes in the heel of your foot, and they allow the plantar to or the fasciitis to stretch, and it relieves that pain. So I have had no problem. I had it in both feet really bad, and to this day I've had no problem.
You know why?
A little Topaz.
All right. Any others?
And that will do it, Rick, for this installment from the Information Superhighway.
We pretty much go through that email every day.
Oh, yeah.
And so we thank you for them.
There's always a hot topic in there.
Yep, always a hot topic. And some of the things y'all ask about, interesting. Very, very interesting.
We enjoy them. Keep them coming.
We do. We'll come back, much to cover, including coming up next hour, What's Eating Scott Gorosky. That's all ahead. Your phone calls, we'll get those before the day is done as we break down the stories of the day. We'll jump into some of that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't live in fear of this. Just get the protection that's available, and this is the best. All right, so ESPN 8, the Ocho. This is funny.
It's a mythical channel, Rick.
It's a little fun they have from a bit that was done in dodgeball, and this is when ESPN is going to show us sports that rarely are covered. Now, I'm kind of in the Greg camp that I really prefer them giving coverage to sports I didn't know about that are well established around the world. Making up games doesn't appeal to me as much because I like to see the strangeness of other of other sports around the world. That thing in India where they get out there and go crazy.
Kadabi.
Yeah, in
that's been going on for what 4,000 years.
Yeah, that's what they said. So I want to see that kind of stuff that I don't.
Kadabi.
You know, I remember. See, I remember like when ESPN first started. They didn't have enough programming to fill, so we'd get things like Australian football.
Oh, yeah. Rick, remember when they scored?
Yeah, and I enjoy dabbling in that a little bit, something bizarre, as opposed to we're trying to make up games that you might make up at a party.
Yeah,
I'm not as intrigued.
Like
about
ping pong with your head.
Yeah, that.
But there's something funny about that, just from a comedy standpoint.
It has its own.
Because think about this: whatever we make up could become reality. Because you know, the Ocho, take that for example. It was made up. It was a comedy bit, and now for one day a year, it's a reality.
Yeah.
Was it only one day? Can we still go see any of it?
Or eight.
So there's no way to go back and relive it?
Well, I'm sure so.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's highlights we're rolling now on RBTV, but
what is this called?
That's Hedis, yeah.
See, that's not real.
That is table tennis, but you play with your head.
But see, it ought to be. That's good.
I mean,
how about this?
Those are the only two people who play Hedis.
For a sport that really doesn't exist, they have developed a fairly high level of ability with it.
Oh, we used to do that.
Oh, rock, paper, scissors?
Oh, yeah. You had that.
So, I mean, funny, but
we had the juggling dodgeball we were just showing, the Kadabi, which we just talked about. And then this here is basically volleyball, but you play it with your feet.
That's
so
hilarious.
it's kick
so
volleyball.
It's like soccer and volleyball tied together.
Yeah.
How about that celebration?
How about the names too?
Yeah. Wow.
But the fact they can get their feet up that high and all just for a publicity stunt, I mean, that is amazing.
That block right there was incredible.
Some other stuff, and I didn't know this. Did you know that they had a chess boxing league? Chess boxing is weird, but it begins with a chess game lasting 3 minutes. Each boxer has a total of 9 minutes for the total chess game, but the chess game is interrupted by 5 bouts of 3 minute boxing rounds.
So
in a chess game. It's called chess boxing.
So is this real or is this a made-up?
It is WCBO.org. There's a chess boxing organization.
What about the garden tiller race?
Yes,
I did not see that. We got footage of that. I heard that was awesome.
This is footage of tiller racing.
Some of them are souped up, too.
Yeah, some of them are pretty souped up, and you basically just run behind it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It got it.
Rick, oh, look at that one. Wow.
And they're running as fast as they can.
With a tiller.
Well, they're
yes,
tilling,
sir.
too. There's
yes,
some souped up tillers.
You see the dust behind them?
Good
Boy,
night.
I tell you, if you fall and that thing gets on you, that could be bad.
No, that's a lot of tiller right there.
I wish that was Adler running right there.
Females are in it, too.
That's a lot of tiller.
That is. It is.
Look at that.
What was that we saw?
That may be the funniest one I've seen yet.
Do you remember the competition? It was on the other day. It didn't have nothing to do with Ocho. We covered it one time when the man carries the woman and they race and he has to hold her over.
Yeah.
And I remember how weird that was.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's very strange. Very, very strange.
Did you tote Adler around? What was it?
Yeah. He you basically hold him upside down.
Yeah.
And then it's like
you remember how
it's like a mutter. It's like a mutter, but you're holding somebody
upside down and you're running.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if two guys need to do that.
You had Premier League darts. Of course, you had cornhole. You had some eating championships. You had Johnsonville Brat. You had Crystal World. It showed the lineup. It started at midnight and.
Match. To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we work our way back. Have you ever heard Larry, the cable guy, give his assessment that Top Gun is nothing but a reboot of Smokey and the Bandit?
Oh, I bet that's good.
The original Top Gun. And I love when he puts it at the bottom. Sure, I'm not the only one who sees this. And he gives all the reasons. He said they're just in airplanes as opposed to a Trans Am and truck. He goes, they're talking back and forth using lingo on the radio. He goes, my goodness, one of them's even called Iceman.
That's good.
So it's supposed to snowman. So anyway, as we work our way back, Elon Musk, and anytime you talk about Elon,
let's hear the music.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting for you. You got to have the music to go with it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Everybody say, boom! Hey, say that bling, bling, bling. Elon Musk, as you have said, Bubba, and we would say again, we do not agree with everything that Elon Musk how he sees things. But he is a breath of fresh air to the whining, crying left because he really has no desire to appease them.
Well, that's the thing. He stands up to him. He's
Right.
anti-woke. He's very common sense on a lot of issues.
Right.
And he's got the money that they can't mess with him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard to cancel Elon Musk.
How are you going to cancel him? He didn't
Yeah, I mean, you can't out money Elon.
Yeah.
There's only one guy in the world can do it.
So remember when he took over Twitter, he's so wicked and evil, he was going to make Twitter meaner than ever.
Ooh, mean.
So we've got some Nimrod from the BBC that is he's going to try to get, of course, the BBC guys in that group that they liked it better when people who see the world through a woke filter or a far left filter censored any of us who they didn't like. He liked that world better because it made him feel they got their way and they got to say what they wanted to say, but no one who opposed them got to say, because remember, as you said again yesterday, and we said many times, the left says anything goes except disagreeing with them.
Yes, that's the only sin you can commit.
And everybody should be allowed to live their life with their own truth except for you if yours is against theirs. But anyway, by the way, that's saying one thing and living another. But here's Elon Musk dealing with the BBC reporter that says since Elon Musk has taken over, Twitter has become even more mean. And so Elon's going to take him to task over that. Here we go.
In SACs that used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that something that you want to address?
Talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
but just a personal anecdote, like what do you? I don't.
Personally, for you, I would see I get more of that kind of content, personally. But I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
You see more hate speech personally.
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful. What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying.
I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content. And I'm asking for specific examples. And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I don't.
You can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that for you feed anymore because I just don't particularly like it.
But
And actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at my following.
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and
how did you see the hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen the hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying
I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet, and yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well,
that's false.
No, what I claimed.
You just lied.
What I claimed was there are many organizations that say that.
Look, Elon Musk.
I thought Miss South Carolina was answering there for a minute.
We have to do more of that. Because what the left loves to do is throw out these broad narratives, and you say, okay, well now solidify that narrative and give me the examples. Show me an example of what you mean.
Well, and I don't think that's a smart aleck answer or request by Elon or us or anybody else. I mean, a lot of times you ask for an example when somebody says something, because how can you respond to a general thing? Well, Twitter's meaner than ever. What do you want me to say? I don't think so. You do?
So tell me why you think that.
You think so because of, show me, and then maybe we can talk about it. So he said, well, there might be something that's mildly sexist or this or misogynist or blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, should we ban things that are mildly that? Or,
how about an example?
It's kind of, this thing where the hate speech kicked up years ago.
Yeah.
That term.
Well,
it's hard to have freedom of speech and then also police hate speech because that just means something somebody didn't want to hear.
Yeah, well, they've reclassified hate speech.
That's much different, and he's making that point, and you're making it. Elon Musk, he says, now I want to be clear, hate speech, the kind that's supposed to truly be dangerous and we should be concerned about, that the definition of that isn't I saw something I didn't like.
Right.
That's not
or
hate
something
speech.
I disagree with.
Yeah, or something. Look, I see things about, for instance, and of course they pick and choose. If you're a follower of Christ, you see what we believe blasphemed all the time. I'm talking about all the time. Well, I don't really have the right to go out and say, well, people shouldn't be allowed to say that and disagree with me.
Yeah.
Of course they do. Now, I may not like it, and I may stand up for what I believe, but I don't have the right to say they can't say it. Okay,
but then they will turn around and try to say, well, you don't have the right to say what you just said.
And that's the problem. See,
is the rub.
If I tweet today based on this guy's definition of hate speech, if I tweet today John 14:6, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me, ... Jesus. Based on that man, he wants that not to be there because that if he disagreed with me or was a person of another faith and thought there were many ways to heaven, he would be bothered by that.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't think that should be out there. Mm-hmm. But yet, on the other end, to Bubba's point, it's me just being true to what I believe to be the truth.
And if you disagree, you disagree.
It's a sad time because now, if you say it, it's true. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's just that's what I say, that's what I believe, so it's true. So if you have an opposing view, that's hateful. And so that's where we are as a society. And that's not hateful. It just might be we have disagreements and we can have an argument or a debate. Doesn't mean that I'm a racist or I'm hateful just because I don't agree with your point of view.
Well, you see, though.
Just say I disagree, and here's why.
And Bubba just pointed out where that collides.
And then they'll get over it.
If you say everybody should be able to live out their truth, but yet if you live out your truth, it bothers their truth, you see the problem you run into?
Yeah, exactly.
Either that's true or it's not true. I mean, back to that again. And also I'd like to tell a lot of modern day, some leaning a little more to the woke, don't be caught off guard if you make a bold statement about someone and somebody says, so give me an example of that.
Yeah.
You need to be ready for that.
Right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, once again, Bubba and I are just thrilled, and so other guys on the show too, with the phenomenal products for men that come from manscaped.com. Go ahead and write down this code, RICK20. We're going to get you 20% off and free shipping with that code, RICK20, at manscaped.com. Now, tax season, here we go. Y'all realize, hey, here it is. Here comes tax day. And they're here to make sure that everything is done and that you are saving money, not having to spend more money. Make sure you spend your tax return money, if you get some, on important things this year, like family, friends, and, of course, making sure that your hygiene is appropriate for all those who have to deal with you from head to toe. And they've got everything you could possibly ever need if you are a man to walk around and live your life with confidence. And if you want to take that tax return money and go to manscaped.com, use the code RICK20, you'll save an additional 20% off during the month of April. And you want to look at the ultimate bundle. It's called the Performance Package 4.0, and it's got everything that you would need. It's got the lawnmower. That's the 4.0 trimmer that is outstanding. Bubba and I love that. It gives you a precise shave wherever you need it. It has the LED light to help you navigate. That's great. The brand new Weed Whacker for ear and nose hair trimmer. We wish we didn't need it, but we do. They've got the skin safe technology. That helps to reduce any nicks, snags, and tugs when you're having to keep those areas properly trimmed. So if you'd like to get yours now, just go to manscaped.com, and you can there's all kinds of products there. I love the shampoo conditioner combo. They've got a beard shampoo for those of us that wear beards, and the new beard hedger, which is great. Go to manscaped.com, use the code RICK20. And don't just get your money back this year, get your swagger back as well by going to manscaped.com, manscaped.com, the code RICK20 for 20% off and free shipping.
and all the way through. And you had the Kadabi at 1 o'clock. That's probably what you saw, Helms. He was at a restaurant and saw that.
Yeah,
the world
legit.
sumo challenge. Sumo wrestlers got
Just
after it.
sumo wrestling?
Yep, just sumo wrestlers.
Did you mean Johnsonville Brats?
He did.
What'd I say?
Brats?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
all right. I thought they had a bunch of little kids there that didn't know how to act. Is that an eating contest or something?
Yeah.
See, I don't like eating contests.
That's
a different category. It shouldn't be in this.
Let's see what else you had. You had flat track derby, women's flat track derby.
What are they doing?
I saw a video of this. Let me try to find it here.
It's no garden tiller race, but I bet it's good.
Yeah. Let's see. Look, there's a sumo wrestlers here. There's the darts. So over there giggling, aren't you, buddy? Let's see here.
Through it.
Yeah. Tweet away.
Brad.
Hey, by the way, I saw some of the who was it? Jason, the guy that does the commentating. What's his name? The
Jason
actor.
Bateman.
Yes, thank
Justin
you.
Bateman.
Is it Justin or Jason?
Jason's the girl. Jason's the girl.
Yeah, Jason. I guess was on there too, but.
I know he was proud to come back and relive that role.
Yeah,
I asked him about that when I met him that time, and he was kind of laughing about it because of all of the movies he had done up to that point. He said, "Boy, I get a lot more dodgeball."
Isn't that funny?
And he said, "I shot my scenes before lunch one day."
Isn't that funny?
Wow,
he said, "I showed up like at 8, shot my scenes, and was out of there by lunch."
Now, Greg,
right. There's actually a league.
Good. Speaking of sports that are a little off the beaten path, good news for you, my friend. I know how big a fan you are of Little Papa Pump. Little Papa Pump has had back surgery, and he is coming back to wrestle again for all of his fans in the Boaz, Alabama area. He's back. And Greg, they're telling us, and and look, I'm just simply quoting from the card and the promotion. Greg's made this point over and over. If the M word has to be removed completely from our society, he's waiting on the little wrestlers to do that themselves, and they have it.
Yeah.
It's still called midget wrestling.
Greg,
featuring Little Papa Pump. And Little Papa Pump is back. So he had a little downtime. He got hurt.
Greg, I've got to ask this: how in the world are they having this event, and you're not the ring announcer?
I agree.
That would be good.
It seems like a crime.
I mean, you are Michael Buffer in this world. You know.
Yeah. You know, Helms McDaddy had said one time that he wanted me and him to go.
He did.
So.
He did.
Golly, I wish I would do that.
That's on his bucket list.
That'd be great. Look, this is a quote from the story promoting the event. Professional wrestling fans who enjoy watching midgets wrestle will have an opportunity Saturday night when the 431 Sports Arena brings them back to Boaz. The back, Rick. Bringing them back.
Golly.
I wonder if they're going to have a midget brawl. You know, when they have it like it's multiples. Right. And Greg, some of the other notables, Little Papa Pump, Little Patty McGregor, and Little Mr. Kennedy.
That could be a team builder, Helmsy. We could just go road trip.
The 431 Sports Arena, huh?
That is correct. We're going to start doing podcasts from midget wrestling
Oh,
stuff.
y'all.
They do want you to know that the arena is also available for birthday parties. Well, sure it is. Can you get Little Papa Pump to come to the party at the right price? The promoter says he will prohibit alcohol and vulgar language this time. This time.
Now
he's going to ruin it.
Where is Little Papa Pump based out of?
We've met Little Papa Pump in the studio.
Yes, we
where is his home base, though?
I don't know. I bet it's in that area. He's in the Huntsville area. I got a feeling. Phone calls are coming up next. Whatever you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG.
There's flat track derby right there.
Yeah, okay.
Getting after it.
Oh, I don't like that. What is it? It's roller derby on a flat track. We got
Are they KOing each other?
Oh, yeah, there's been some big hits.
Lines are available. We'll chat with you after this. 86. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Let's go. Hey. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Coming up, bottom of the hour, What's Eating? Scott Goronsky. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, over the years, and I can never say his last name right, Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger. Is that
Close
right?
enough.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah, say it again, Greg. Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger.
All right, don't say it again.
Yeah.
Is that not
Greg?
it?
I think you're veering off there.
No, that's his name. What is it then?
Can we just say Arnold?
Schwarzenegger.
How about Arnold? All right, Arnold is.
I really thought that was it.
Arnold is. If you and we've all been there, when you.
Oh, I absolutely have been here.
I have been there where you get sick and tired of something that needs to be repaired, and the people who are supposed to repair it won't ever come and do it.
Well, they got bigger things to do, and if you got a pothole on your street, you're thinking, I just want this one pothole fixed.
Yep.
Can I just go out there and do it myself?
Yeah. Well, I tried to do that down where we are, where we have the farm. There's an area that's supposed to drain water through a pipe under the dirt road into the creek. But over time, the hole has become lower than the pipe, so the water just lays there. And it's not flowing through. And I'm certain that the county will never, under any circumstance, come and rectify that.
Well, there's the busy.
Yeah. So I tried to take that on my own and had it solved on my own, just out of my own back pocket. And then I got shut down. Everybody got mad at me for doing that and it not being my land. But I said,
even though it's helping everybody.
I said I was trying to help everybody out. Do we all want water just here with snakes and mosquitoes and sitting still water? Do we all want this? So we all want it to be this way.
Yeah.
I was resolving this that we would have water flowing again, and we wouldn't have standing water that, of course, produces all sorts of mosquito eggs and snakes and all this kind of stuff. But I guess, because I was shut down on that, and I don't, it looks like the county's not going to take it on, that I guess we'll just all have standing water with mosquitoes and snakes.
They told you to ceramic clown.
You know what I got? I got a big ceramic clown. How dare you pay for something and rectify it and repair it? And so I don't know Greg, I put up my new fence and I recognize my property line, and I guess we'll just have standing water.
Rick, here's the thing. That may be a bigger example, but with a
potholes, yeah.
A lot of times, I mean, I wanted to go out there and fix it myself, but I thought, if I put concrete in it, somebody's going to run through it and splash all that out.
Right.
And so I really don't know how to repair one with asphalt myself.
Right. They make quick creek bags just like they would concrete.
Mm-hmm.
They make a blacktop
do they
repair.
Really?
Yeah, that's asphalt. It's a high-performance asphalt.
Do you have to heat it up or something to get it to mold in there?
I bet it don't stay there long. I bet it's not
I think it's pretty good. It's all about the base you build underneath, too. Yeah. That's key.
Here comes Arnold. Arnold's going to fix it himself. It's a pothole that they couldn't get fixed, so he just fixed it himself. And
it's like, get me a sawball.
Anybody know what time it is?
Yeah, can Arnold tell us what time it is, Bubba? I'm going to get out! Get the asphalt down!
I'll make sure it's 7 o'clock.
You're welcome. You have to do it yourself. I mean, this is crazy. For 3 weeks I've been waiting for this hole to be closed.
I'm doing it myself! I will put it down. Get it down! I will flatten it out. I will get it down!
I understand this disgust, though, where you just go out and I'm doing it myself.
We need a little more. Put some sand down.
Speedy, what is that actually?
Did you hear?
Did the man of 1,000 voices try to do Arnold?
He tried.
So, Helmsley, speaking to your point, should he be putting the sand on the top? Shouldn't that have been down underneath?
Helmsley, no.
No.
That doesn't look like a really smooth
The
job.
sand was cosmetic to try to get it looking like it was
like
over
the rest
there.
of the
That's
room.
all that was.
Get down!
We've seen the county guys out when they got the shovel and they're just patching it up real quick.
Right.
It lasts about a good month.
Greg, don't tell me I don't know.
You need a good packer to run over it, smooth it out.
Yeah.
Push it down.
I think the fact that he's 75 and out there doing that's pretty impressive.
Get down! Get down! I don't get down. You got to pat it down.
Speedy, that I'm not gonna tell you what that sounded like.
He's doing Mick Jagger.
No, I don't think.
He's not British.
It sounds like, well, never mind.
Hey, Greg. You always got to make a song.
Get down!
Try it again, Speedy. Try it
One more time.
Man of 1,000 voices.
Give me the broom.
That's just not even in the ballpark.
Got a little, sir.
I don't even know what that sound like a drunk.
You see, Greg, gotta help it settle too.
Yeah, okay.
Helmsley doesn't know.
Is that like finishing sand or something?
Put the sand down. Adler, I'm putting sand down.
I would think the bag has instructions.
Speedy, you need to work on the Austrian accent.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Touch.
You called me, I'm a handyman. I got what boots?
I bet that had a big.
Nice Forrest Gump. Nice Forrest.
You know, he's danced around a lot of them. He's way off on this one, which makes it even better.
I'm your handyman.
I'd like to see that.
I think
today.
he should have got
there's
his
a big ditch in it.
Greg, it'll hold.
He's got his vehicle out there with the
Somebody
flashes
cut a
on him.
ditch.
He's blocking a lane.
Sure
while
is.
doing
He's
this.
got cones.
He's fixing it.
The lady recognizes him. He starts ranting about the hole.
Yeah. All right. There she is.
Yeah.
But she's happy
He's
that
letting her
helping.
know. Yeah,
Crazy. For 3 weeks I've been waiting for this hole to be closed.
This hole to be closed.
3 weeks I've been waiting for the hole to be closed.
Who says hole to be closed?
He couldn't find the Arnold.
Look, they got the tools to pull it off.
Arnold is the best case to study people who never move forward on their accent. How long has he been here? And he still can't think of the word, the proper.
Too close,
He still doesn't have the proper English term for what he's doing.
We've discussed this on air. All these actors that are British that you don't know it until you see them being interviewed because they've done away with their accent when they're playing an American character.
Yeah.
He plays American characters with that accent.
I know.
He never changes.
He never changes.
It ain't like his character's from Austria. He's supposed to be.
I know.
And he has never.
Do they sit down with Arnold and say, "Is there any shot that we could get you to play this American role?"
These other
and
actors
you
are-
not have an Austrian accent, and you know what he says? No.
No,
I just
play.
I just play with this accent. I guess every narrative that we see him in, every story involves a man from Austria coming to America to be whatever.
Yeah.
A kindergarten cop.
Yeah, to teach him. I don't have a tumor.
I will fill.
Jingle all the way. He's a father looking for a toy for his kid.
Yeah, I mean, he just never changes his
I will
accent.
fill the hole up.
Speedy, tell us.
Did you have
describe using the tamper? The thing he's used that.
How many Tampa?
No, that's you said Tampa.
Yeah.
No, that's how he said it.
Okay.
Do him. You said do him.
Yeah, I want you to do it, Arnold.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like him. It doesn't sound like him.
The finished product doesn't look bad. That's a big hole there.
Yeah, it is.
And the
I'm not very confident.
Well,
have y'all
fill it
seen
back
Rod?
up.
Have y'all seen Rod Stewart doing this too? There's a video of him filling up
I had
potholes
no
in front of
idea.
his mansion.
I did not think you
I
were going
can't
to say
picture
that.
Rod doing it. Now, Arnold,
Oh,
he's
listen,
still,
you ought to see it. We'll try to pull it up. He said that he had to do it because his Ferrari can't go through.
his what?
Ferrari.
Yeah, right.
That's hard to say.
It is hard to say.
most people don't have that problem. It's not a common problem.
I feel sorry for him.
I never knew I couldn't say it because nothing ever presents for me to say it.
Well, he has a lot of
If he
passion.
can afford a Ferrari, he could hire somebody to fill the
Look, there he
pothole.
is. Look.
And it's been like this for ages.
Shoes?
And the other day there was an ambulance for the first tyre. My Ferrari can't go through here at all. So me and the boys thought we'd come and do it ourselves.
No,
Me and the boys.
Speedy?
but he's not going to work that tamper like Arnold.
Me and the boys.
Well, I'll tell you the one thing. Anytime you see Rod
Rod
Stewart,
is in management.
Yeah, Rod's holding the shovel. He's there for moral support.
well, also,
There he goes. He's working it.
also, Greg, don't forget if Rod decides that he and the boys are coming, they've been drinking.
in a Ferrari.
No one
I
can be
was
bothered to do it.
driving my Ferrari last night.
Speedy, give us a little Rod
bottle.
Stewart.
I can't even get my Ferrari in here.
He's got a theme today.
That's good.
Like people who've had a mild stroke.
Every voice.
So that's not him?
Oh, that sounded a lot like it.
I thought that was closer to Arnold.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you very much.
Bubba, Super Tom, the engineer, is joining us as we start the hour. Obviously, we've got some things going on here. We got a big announcement coming up here before too terribly long. We'll be letting all of you know about. Got to do some work about that, and then we'll be ready to announce it. But it'll come out sooner than later. Tom's doing a little work, and Bubba, he comes in with a bad report from the tower site.
Bubba, I haven't even told you. You know, yesterday you and I were talking
Yeah.
about doing hunting and moving feeders and seeing that snake last year. Well, about 2.5, 3 hours later, I'm at my tower site. And look, this is a nice compound. Crusher rock everywhere fence. One of the nicer ones. You would appreciate it. I thought about you.
You at the big one?
No, I'm at a different one, but I'm there. So I step up on the little step riser, and I open the little combination, get the key out, go in, drop my stuff off, come back, step on the step, go back to the truck. As I cut the corner, Satan's hand puppet's got her head poking out, looking at me.
Where at?
Big
From
old
where?
rattlesnake.
It's up in Jasper.
No, I mean, but where? Under the steps?
Oh, under
or?
the step, between the step and the building.
Yeah.
And
poking around.
So I'm thinking it's passing through, but I can't let her go. I've got to take care of it.
That's right.
So as I'm looking,
That's
what
our
am I going to do?
duty.
What am I going to do? So I didn't have anything. I had a gun, but I'm not shooting concrete. I may hurt myself.
Yeah.
So I'm digging around in my number one. Don't take your eyes off the snake. I've learned that
Because they
rule.
always go
away.
somewhere and you can't find them.
Well, and she's watching me. I dig around in my truck. It's right there. I found a 24-inch handsaw.
Not long enough.
Well, I go
not near long
well,
enough.
I'm going to do one of these slice moves, right? So I ease it and I grab at her and she tucks back and she won't come out. So I get my flashlight and I get off far enough and I shine up in there and the whole floor is moving.
Stop it. Good night.
The concrete is. I went back to Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's right. The floor is moving. I'm seeing just this.
Snakes
so
everywhere.
I'm going. I can't leave this. I can't even go back in the building. I was just standing on top of her. All I had a half a bottle of rubbing alcohol. I thought, well, this ought to run them out.
You didn't try anything.
I got the alcohol and started dousing it up in there, both sides, and here they come. Little, just little heads coming out, and I just take that saw and whack and flick, and they're. By the way, my adrenaline is through the roof.
I bet.
Late time.
And
do you see the type?
They're coming
Or
out.
do you just know it's snakes?
I know it's a venomous snake.
Okay.
And my first thought, this is a rattlesnake.
Pit viper.
Yeah, I had last year we had that real close
Bubba?
encounter
Yeah.
at turkey season.
Oh, yeah.
And so I start killing snakes, and 13 snakes later,
Oh my goodness!
I still see Mama in there, and every time I can hear that old rattle, just a shaking. She wouldn't come out. So I got to shine my light. I saw her head. I pinned her down, and I there's one photo that shows that there it is right there where I had a handsaw. You see the fangs?
Yes.
She's
Tom.
She's
Some
ugly.
big fang.
I kept thinking about Bubba. What would he have done? I thought he would have shot the place up or burned it down.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye, Tower Site.
I'd have been prepared, though, Tom.
What if you'd have seen that many of them?
I mean, guys, it started last night. I had to look under.
Must
the
be
bed.
what hell looks like.
I kept looking under in my truck.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they were everywhere.
Oh, I bet.
And see,
Even when you went to bed last night, I bet you could
see
feel
those
them.
steps are hollow. And I dug her
Look
nest
at
out.
that.
There's a little nest that she had in there, and apparently it's so well protected from all the predators, every one of them must have hatched.
Yeah.
But there's 13
So where-
babies.
Where
and
was it,
Mama.
Tom? Where was she? Was it?
You see those two steps? She was
The
coiled up
concrete
in,
steps.
Yeah, not the blocks. She was on the steps.
Right.
So you got a video?
Yeah.
Tom, I mean, you just got a pile of snake there. It looks like.
Yeah. It.
Hey, Mama's big. Too.
Mama is real big.
Goodness.
And she's tough because she didn't want to give it up. When I whacked her, she kept fighting me. But there we go.
Wow.
So
Tom, you've saved a neighborhood.
I tell you what. And
Look, there's one still flipping around
I
over there.
still get shaky thinking about it.
I got to ask a question because I'm like, Helms, that saw. I mean, you couldn't be
Well,
you're pretty close.
I was real careful. I knew she couldn't strike if she was pinned in behind there. All I was giving him was just room to get her head out, and I was going to chop block her.
Tom, you didn't have a good hoe up there?
No. Well, I found a shovel in the building later, but I wasn't going to step back over that till they were all gone.
That's right. Yeah.
Tom, but how do you know you didn't miss one? There's still one creeping around there somewhere.
I pulled the steps off.
Yeah.
Were they up under that building?
They were in the steps. On top of the cinder block in the step. There was a nest in that right step. You see the nest over in the corner of the video. You'll see I dug it out.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm gonna go back.
Where is
here.
it? Where's the nest?
Right there. I pulled it out.
Gosh.
And that's where apparently she incubated those eggs until, or whatever they do. And yeah, how about that, guys? I was.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll through a brand new one. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Today, the Revelation chapter 7. Well, it's been a while, but he is back. It's time to find out what's eating Scott Gorowski. I mean, we got to know what in the world is eating Scott Gorowski. Let's all sing it together as he comes in to air grievances.
Buckle in, everybody.
Trying to fix this broken world in which we live. Come on in here, Big G.
I should have died out a long time before.
Hey, take him out. Get your hat, Big G. Welcome back, Scott Rusty.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's. I know that we've had a hard time getting you back in. You're wearing the shirt that says it all.
Yes, it is.
Your shirt says everything hurts.
It does.
You are the living, breathing version of the Tin Man.
I am. You talking about airport security?
What do you say when you get to?
I just wave at him and say, "Look, just go ahead and get the waiver, the wand."
Yeah.
I meet the wand guy. I meet the wand guy in the corner over there. I mean,
and it's just going through this song dance. You know?
What you got in your pocket? Every time, nothing, man.
Get your wand.
Screws in my bones.
Yep.
So, what's our categories today, G?
Well, I got 3 here today. Okay.
Okay.
I've got the impact of women drivers, reality TV, and Mahatma Gandhi.
Oh wow, that's been a while.
Okay. I have come to terms with the fact that I'm a moron.
Okay.
And then corn dogs, car tags, and men who send texts with praying hands emojis. Okay.
I think I want to go there.
Let's start with that one.
Now that was a long. We may need a full segment.
Okay, sorry. Let's wait. We'll come back and do that because it'll need its own segment.
I've got some meat in that one.
Yeah,
I do.
I got some meat.
I do. That one's on me.
Okay, all right.
We'll go back to either coming to terms with the fact that I'm a moron or the impact of women drivers, reality TV, and Mahatma Gandhi.
I got to go with that one.
Yeah, Mahatma Gandhi.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
curious.
Yeah. Well, look. So my mother recently called me and said she wanted to buy an SUV. All right. To which I said, look, if they don't have the war rig there from Mad Max, then the SUV is the next best choice for you. But she gets everything. She runs through wheels like she's driving a 82 Cutlass with 32-inch rims. She just tears them apart, all right? So not all women are bad drivers, just most of them.
Right,
okay?
right.
Now, and look, my wife's not a bad driver. But what I've learned is we're not going to get hit head on. She's going to ride that right shoulder. You know what I mean? My left butt cheek stays numb from leaning with that mailbox coming at you at 75 miles an hour, okay? Inches from the windshield. Inches. All right? She's got 6 feet from the car beside her, but I'm over here like, okay? And so I just asked her, like, look, just move the car over. Nah, she's not comfortable. And now, look, ladies, when you're backing your car out, okay? When it looks like you've got 10 feet of camera like distance to back up, it's because you do. Keep coming. All right? It's these 10-point turnarounds kill me. I watch these. My gosh! You've got a camera, and look, if you get close to the car, it's going to sound like a Chernobyl nuclear war goes off in your car. Right, you know, everything shakes, the seats shake, everything. Just keep backing that thing up.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Y'all watch Naked and Afraid?
We've seen it, yes.
Yeah, yes. It's one of the most perplexing things ever on TV.
Let me just start with this.
Disturbing.
I couldn't make it in a camper clothed, so I give them all the props.
Oh, you're right.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. Or just barefoot.
I couldn't do it. Okay. But if you give me 2 items to bring in a bag, it's 5 pounds of pickled peaches and two XL onesies. Okay. Because look, bottom line is I'm going to get stuck with Hilda. The 6'6" lady from Finland who weighs 320.
Tatted up.
Look, just in case I get the Swedish swimsuit model, she's got some extra stuff to wear. But I'm going to get that onesie on, all right? And so are they. Now, look, the other thing, too, is I'm not going to get cold. It kills me to get cold. I will burn that forest to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
You would see my fire from the space station.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. There wouldn't be collective fire. Me and Hilda would be cooking marshmallows, I think, because I would burn the place to the ground.
Like homecoming.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any I'm getting cold. So it kills me, these people in these reality shows. And it's always funny. The PX90 guys,
yes,
they're 24-hour dudes.
Yeah.
They come in there all worked up, you know, and some ladies had 4 kids.
Yeah.
You know,
you're right.
Looks like a roller skating rink lady. Makes 21 days. No problem. Okay? Every single time.
And if you ever wonder,
and they get through all of that just to get their survival score.
I know. Yeah, the PRO.
I mean, if it was for $1 million, I would see it.
I even then. Some of the places they put those people.
No way.
I mean, snakes.
That one's not even a consideration.
No.
And
no.
when they decide a butt crack is offensive and when it's not, they blur it and then they don't blur it.
The person doing that blurring has got a tough job. Okay?
But you know, because sometimes
it's a long day. It's a long day. Yeah, every once in a while. You're right.
I think he just gets tired.
Yeah.
And then they're all
I think it's like
they're all dietitians. Like they eat grasshoppers at home. You know that's protein. You know what I mean? I'll pass. Right.
A grub.
And then speaking of diets, these commercials that we're getting these days. They kill me. I've gained 130 pounds over the last 10 years, but I got a pill, and I lost 62 pounds in a month. Who believes that garbage?
Right.
Who's buying that?
Yeah, right.
Seriously, who buys that?
Yeah. That time frame, man.
If we learn nothing from Mahatma Gandhi, it's how to lose weight. Okay? Seriously. Okay?
That's a
it's
great
real simple. Okay? When Mahatma decided to quit eating, the pounds dropped off. All right? It
No
did.
food, yeah,
No,
it
I mean,
worked.
that's how it works.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
You can either run marathons or you can quit eating. That's really how you lose a lot of weight.
Right.
And Gandhi proved that.
He did.
Look, there's a reason that Kenyans are good at running those marathons. Okay? You don't see two-ton Tony Galente's running the marathon.
No.
You see overweight athletes in every sport, not marathon runners.
No, you don't.
Okay?
You
So
don't.
if you want to drop them, drop the fork, pick up the running shoes, and go to work.
Right.
Okay?
You're right.
There aren't any shortcuts to get there.
No.
And I hear there are no big boned marathon runners. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's just big boned. Not marathon runner. No, they're not
Very
anybody that's
thin
carrying a little
legs.
extra weight. Okay?
No.
They're not there. Okay, and then let's clarify this. Walking is not as good as running.
No, it's not.
I'm so tired of hearing that. Well, walking's just as good. No, it's not.
I agree.
Okay?
It's
I've
easier.
seen people our size walking around.
Absolutely.
Okay? I don't see anybody like us running 40 miles. I really don't.
No.
Okay?
No, you don't.
All right? And I've got a slim person in my family, one. Okay? Here's how it works. Run 50 miles a week and eat a meal a day. Gandhi didn't eat 9 meals a day. 9 small meals. No, that's the way you lose weight.
Portions.
Yeah, we're gonna eat 9 small meals. Gandhi didn't do that. He just shut it down.
Fast.
Just I'm done.
Well, I've noticed everybody's definition of small meal varies.
Oh, absolutely.
Plate gets
What I
bigger
want to
and
say
bigger.
is, look, the 3 squares and 4 snacks is working for you. Okay, so maybe you need to consider the Gandhi diet. Just shut her off. And then look, here's the other thing too: is that
Bread
why
and
do
water.
we care if somebody goes on a hunger strike? If you don't want to eat, I don't care.
Right.
You know
How's
what
it
I
hurting
mean?
me? How's that
Yeah,
bother
I
me?
don't care. It's like when y'all
Especially if I don't like you.
Exactly. You don't want to eat. I ain't got a problem with that. That's more for the rest of us. Okay? and here's the thing. When y'all were coming up on the radio, you remember these idiots that would go sit on top of these signs and
Yes.
protest
Oh,
things?
yes.
Who cares?
Right.
Sit up there and die. It doesn't bother me.
I slept great last night.
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all.
Right, yeah.
I mean, they're miserable, can't go to the bathroom. They're having to, wire them up food and stuff. It doesn't matter to me. Sit there all day. I don't care.
If you want to get us concerned, make us think others will may be harmed. If you're harming yourself,
it's the Chinese guy standing in front of the tank. I'm sorry, man. You're gonna get run over. That's just the way it is. We're coming in. You know what I mean?
It's an impressive picture, but it really doesn't
Exactly.
do any good.
Hunger strikes. Lose it.
We'll be back. What's eating Scott Gorosky? There's more to come right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tom, that's funny because I've got emails. I mean, the last few days I've got a ton of snake emails.
Well, there you go. And we were just
Getting that time of year.
kind of joking
You got to be
about
proud of Tom right here. I mean, he's taken 14 different rattlesnakes out of commission.
Can you hear the rattle in this video?
The way I look at it, no, she's about rattle out. But let me tell you, the sound when they start rattling, it'll shake you up. It'll rattle you.
Yeah,
pun.
it's meant to be that way.
Yep. And
So it's like listening to Satan talk.
You don't know much. Does anybody know enough about snakes to know how long the
that's what I don't
the
know, 'cause
hatchlings stay with the mom?
I'm in there
'Cause
about once a month.
They're a little bigger than I thought they
Tom,
would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're about like this.
Hindsight being 2020, what do you need to have with you now to take care of this situation? What would be
I used
optimum?
to keep a box of 9mm rat shot with me.
But
and I've
again,
taken them out with that. With rat shot, you could be okay with that because
well, you're still talking about ricochet. Anytime you got a lot of rocks or concrete,
well,
you got to.
if I could, my grandma was wonderful with an old garden hoe. She could tear one up with a garden hoe. And I'm thinking maybe keep one of those with you or a Kaiser blade,
something.
Yeah, the garden hose seems to work pretty good.
By the way, WD-40 works for everything. All it did was make her mad. I sprayed some WD-40 in there. It wouldn't come out. She just got rattling louder.
But the rubbing alcohol.
But I got to digging around and I found half a bottle of old rubbing alcohol. And I guess I used it to clean tape heads or something at one time. And I thought, well, this ought to run them out. It sure runs me out.
I've had to use wasp spray on one. It didn't like that.
When
either.
the little ones came out, it kept turning its head sideways, dragging it. I guess it was burning its eye.
Yeah.
And it could have blinded them. I don't know. But they started scattering, and it was like 2 over here, whack, whack. I saw 2 coming over there, run over there on each side. You just killing snakes.
Got overwhelmed.
But you got to do the two-step because you don't know where else.
You're
one's
always
gonna be.
looking to see if one's coming toward. And the little ones weren't aggressive. Mama was aggressive. I figured when I step on the step and rocked it,
Yeah.
When I went in, I'm standing on it, undoing the combination, fiddling with the key, getting in.
Good night.
And I'm rocking the
They
step.
wasn't up under that building, though?
No, they were on top of the block, under
Ron
the
building.
inside the step. They couldn't get under the building. It's on a slab.
Mm-hmm.
And there she was, right there, underneath my feet, few inches from my feet. And you start going through all these scenarios where you step out and you're piddling around. Let's say you drop the key. And you bend, and there she is. She's right there. And how many times have I? How long does it take for them to? By the way, I found a shed under there. So apparently she shed. She built a nest. She laid eggs. Or they're eggs, right?
Right, they do eggs.
And
I thought they did live.
And then she got them to that. I don't know how long she's been in there, but she picked a great spot. No other predator could get to her eggs because that's a nice facility. I mean, it's never would have thought it.
Well, you said mom. What about the daddy?
Well, I kept looking for him. After I got them all out, I couldn't even hardly function.
He's like a Rolling Stone. Wherever he lays
Tom,
his
I'd have
head.
had to take the rest of the day off after that. Look at that thing moving.
I started trying to work, and I couldn't. I couldn't think. I kept going. What am I doing? You know. And when your adrenaline leaves you, your body is like, I'm exhausted.
Yes.
You're starting to cramp. You're just exhausted. But that was an evening, an afternoon rather.
It's quite a battle right there.
Wow.
Yeah, see where they were right there. Good.
Tom.
I thought about you, Bubba, on this.
Thank you, man.
Well done, Tom.
That's what you got to do.
Satan's hand puppet.
You got to fight him every turn.
If God can curse him, so can I.
Well, nobody likes cursed animals.
Nope.
We'll
got them.
15 minutes.
God took their legs. Never forget that.
That's right. That's right.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Minutes past the hour. What's eating Scott Gorosky? All right, so the Gandhi diet we got, women drivers we got, and there was another one in that last one. You ran the whole list, but we got one here that features 3 topics you'd like to cover. And what's our list again?
It is corn dogs, car tags, and men who send texts with praying hands emojis.
I like that.
Which I just cannot get past.
Oh, I can. You know where I'm on.
Well, let me just go right into this. I'm going to start off addressing Christian men because I have just, I picked on ladies a little bit, but Christian men, please quit sending texts with emoji hands on them.
Amen.
Okay? I'll take a fist pump. I'll take the peace sign. I'll even take a ha after something, but I can't handle the praying hands emoji. Okay?
No.
And by the way, too, these men who send group texts on Christian holidays, I'm done with them. Okay? I know why Jesus died. I got it. Okay? I know the real meaning of Christmas. Listen, I know the real meaning of Christmas. You don't have to send me something every Christmas morning with 500 people. Half the numbers I don't even recognize. Not even my contact list, so I don't even know you. Talking about how great everything is. I've been a Christian for 40 years. I understand what all that stuff means. I don't have to be reminded by you once a year in a man group text with some praying hands thrown in there about every 4th time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah,
okay? The real reason. I know what the real reason is. I don't need your texts. I don't need them. I don't want them. Okay, it's weird. It's like the Christian
think it
version.
snuck up on you?
It's like
I knew how much it's possible.
It's the Christian version of an animal shelter commercial. Okay, it's completely overdone. Okay, I don't need it.
Well, listen, anytime somebody has me in a group and has him in it, I'm picturing his face every time.
I mean, we get them. I mean, Easter just brings them out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Man, you know, today's the day. I know.
Right.
Golly.
The pray.
And men. I mean, it's just men.
Right.
I mean, if I was in a women group's text, which would be weird,
right.
I'd at least accept it.
Right.
But no, the praying hands thing just kills me. Okay. Look, too many men are saying, I love you today. Okay. These are Christian men again, okay? Now listen, Rick.
So
Rick, we have a friend who does not live in this state who will throw an I love you across the Cracker Barrel. Hey, Scott, hey man, I love you.
Really?
Now, look, that's fine. But now the guy selling candles in the gift shop wants my cell number. Okay? Because he'll throw it out all the time. Okay? Big hugs,
hey, love
you know.
You too.
I mean, I do love the guy, but I ain't gonna tell him it for everybody.
He knows. There's a way that men can say without saying that.
Let's back off the I love yous, please. Okay, look, Christian, get the crap off your cars.
Right.
I'm so tired of seeing people drive a $250,000 car with a Philippians 4:13 tag on the back of it. Okay,
using it the wrong way.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm sure that's what God meant when we can do all things through Christ. I'm sure that's what he meant. Put it on your car.
Right.
You know, I'm so tired of Christian vanity plates. Because you know what it is? It's just making you feel better about something you shouldn't have bought. That's all. That's the only reason you put a Bible verse in the back of your car. How many people have been saved driving down the road that sees Titus 2 on the back of a SL 500 Mercedes?
That's a great point.
Pull over and drop down. Let's say it right now. Let's get this right with God. Nobody does that. Right. You just want to feel better about yourself, okay? And I've had friends that have done it. Get them off your cars. You look like a moron.
Scott, how do you feel about the fish?
Yeah, how about the fish?
I'm right here. Right there. You're talking about metal Jesus fish. That's where I'm at right there.
That's it.
Okay? Had a friend of mine. Maynard knows, look, hey, this guy bought a car with metal Jesus fish on it. He goes, man, I can't stand this fish. I said, well, you say you're a Christian. He goes, yeah, but man, I smoke here. And I said, well, look, why don't you just clean your life up instead of trying to pry the fish off the back of the car? Okay? All right? But I can't stand that either. I don't even know much about fishing. Guess what? I don't care where your kid goes to Christian school. No. I couldn't care less. No. Got the whole thing. My kid's a saint at St. Andrew's Christian School. Right. All right? Probably not. Okay? I don't care. I don't care where your kids go to school. I don't care if they're named after one of the prophets. That doesn't mean they're going to be a good kid. They're punks like all the rest of them are. All right? And enough with the meaningless protests us Christians have. Okay? Think about this. We have the freedom in Christ to dress like Playboy bunnies, okay, to drink wine and liquor by the gallons, to watch Cinemax, but we're not going to go to Disney World. Okay? Do yourself and your kids a favor. Go get a foot-long corn dog, okay? See Minnie and Mickey. Stay away from Gay Pride Week, and go to Disney World, okay? It's a meaningless protest. It means absolutely. And by the way, the device you're using to send out your I hate Disney is made by the most liberal people on earth.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Just move on. Good gracious Lord.
Hard to be consistent with boycotting. We've talked about that.
Now, for you people who have these Christian organizations that I've mistakenly sent $25 to, quit sending me gifts back. I didn't send you money for you to send me gifts. I sent you money to do something. I come home, looks like my wife bought out the Hallmark store. There's boxes everywhere. I'm like, what happened? What have you done? I didn't do anything. Well, who's that from? Oh, it's from the ministry that says, do you have a Timothy in your life ministry?
Right.
They sent you 5,000 boxes of crap and 22 books they couldn't sell. Okay? I don't need that. I sent you the money to do something good. And if you're going to send me a letter telling me how great you are, shorten it. Okay? It's 7,000 pages. The first 4,000 tells me how humble you are. Okay? How humble and how it's not about you. Okay, that's where the first 4,000 go. It's not about me. It's from the guy who runs Sheep Among Wolves ministry.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need a map to Emmaus. I don't need a Hebrew calendar. I don't need a plan to read through the Bible. If you need a plan to read through the Bible, here's how you do it in 1 year. Take the amount of chapters and divide by 365. That's your 1 year thing. People are selling books on how to read through the Bible. We're not that stupid. We're not. But just take the amount of days you want to do it and divide it by the number of chapters. It's not that hard. People make money off this stuff. Okay?
Simple math.
Look. Gotta be careful of that
What
one.
if somebody sent you a text saying "I love you" with praying hands underneath? Oh boy,
I've had that. Well, people send out my dog has a headache. 25 men respond with praying hands. You know, somebody's got the the one where the person's holding up his hands up in the air like he's praising God, and I'm thinking, put the dog down. I don't know. What do you do? He's got a headache. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
Can I tell you what I do like though? I like when a white man will send me the dark colored fist pump.
Yeah,
like that, like the power sign. I do like that.
Now I did. This is pretty funny. I'm doing some work with an Indian
Patriot
in India person.
Mm-hmm.
He will send me the brown fist pump, which I love. I love that. Yeah. I think it's fantastic.
Well, I hope that hand doesn't start praying.
I know. Yeah.
No. Well, of course he's Muslim, but
tell him what he was saying.
But the other thing that kills me too is these people that send all this crap to me after I send them $10 and they send me $2,000 back and they say all they want to say is, we just want to pray for you.
Right.
Just tell me what you want.
Right.
You want my money. Where's it going to go?
Right.
You misspelled my name on the cover letter, so we're not that close.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So you're not praying for me the right way because you know who I am.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. But if you don't have the same problem, I send $10 somewhere and it comes back. I get books and stuff forever, and it's like sending money to the Republican Party. They just keep sending stuff back to you. That's not the point. I want you to do whatever you told me you were going to do for the $10 that I gave you.
Well, the thing that you brought this up before to me because the stuff they're sending you costs money.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
So,
mean, it's
that seems like that's
more than $10.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Couldn't the money I sent you be used better than to buy me a shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Without question. But it keeps coming back in spades, and I don't get it. I mean, I think we've gone too far with all this. Here's an idea: live your life where I can look at it and say, that lady, that man's got it going on good. And let's get all the stuff off your life. Like the car tags, the tattoos. We talked about tattoos. Christians have ruined so many things. We've ruined car tags. We've ruined tattoos. We've ruined bumper stickers. Okay? We've ruined shirts. Well, I mean, we've just taken all these good things and made them bad because we so goofyize them. All right? And now we've got emojis that are just, we get praying hands emojis. When I saw that for the first time from a man, I wanted to throw my phone through the wall. Okay? Yeah. Because I thought, who do you think we're sending this to? When it's just, y'all, does it weird y'all out too?
Yeah. Well, to me, and I know that it's another way for us to be not fully committed to something, but still look like we're doing something.
Yeah.
Because it actually takes effort for you to get on your face and go before the Lord and petition on my behalf on something I'm struggling with, as opposed to sending me praying hands.
Praying hands.
Praying hands. You went, well, I did that, and I think to myself, how many people send me praying hands actually pray for me?
That'd be zero.
There may be some, but I'm just talking about, like for myself, I had to learn when somebody asked me to pray for them, 9 out of 10 times now I'll pray right then. Because I know how flawed I am.
Right.
I know.
You'll forget if you
try to put it on the list.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is you took the Jesus fish, which showed up in the 80s, I guess, 90s. Right. Now the evolutionists are putting feet on it. I mean, we're going to, you know what I'm saying?
That's hilarious. Now we're in a logo.
Exactly.
War.
Exactly. Now we're fighting logos.
Right.
Everybody's going to fight us on that. Just live it out. Get the Bible verse. Because first of all, most of the Bible verses I just can't pick up. And I know, you want to throw John 3:16 back there, that's fine, or Philippians 4. But these obscure Bible verses, Leviticus 2. You know what I mean? Drop on the back of your Tesla. Yeah. I got no idea what that means. You know what I mean?
And don't think for a minute.
That's the idea, Scott. They want you to go look it up.
That's right. And don't think for a minute, though, there isn't a signal there. I'm not going to do what everybody else says. I'm showing you I know a little more about the Bible.
Sure. Absolutely.
I'm putting a cutting edge
yes,
on
yes.
that. I'm not going with the go-tos.
And it is 100%, because I have friends who've done it. It's 100% guilt ride. That's all it is. I have bought a car I should not have bought, and to make myself feel better, I'm going to plow a Bible verse right here on the back of it with a cross and some little kids going across that go to St. Mark's Catholic School.
I didn't know where the corn dog was going to be worked in, but you got it in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There it is.
Awesome.
What's eating Scott Gorowski? The only one we didn't get to is I'm a moron.
We'll get there.
All right, thanks, Scott. Good to see you, man.
You too, buddy.
Thank you, Scott.
And speaking of shirts, I love that one.
Thank you.
That's good. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone call's coming up, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, is this the Giant Burger story
This
now?
is the Giant Burger story. You ever heard of a gridiron burger?
I've never heard of a gridiron burger, no.
Well, if you go to see the Arizona Cardinals play this year and you want to drop $75, you can have one.
Oh, I thought that was the regular price of a burger.
Hold on,
good night.
Wait, $75 for a burger?
$75. Wow. But here's the good news. if you can eat it in 1 hour, you get a free jersey and you get your picture on the Jumbotron.
That's easy money.
Well, let me tell you what a gridiron burger consists of.
Yeah. Bring it.
It is a 7-pound monster burger that is made up of 5 1.3-pound beef patties, 5
Did you just
hot
say
dogs. 5.
Good Lord.
5.
huge.
Listen, 5 hot dogs, 5 bratwurst,
Good night.
and 20 slices of cheese.
How many brats?
Golly.
Yeah,
5.
I don't.
Look
and
at all
20
that in there.
slices of cheese.
I know you got an hour, but that's a lot
Rick,
of food.
you can't
The
eat anything
burger-
like this anymore.
No.
The burger
No,
also
this
includes.
is the kind of thing that did me in.
Now listen, if that's not enough, 5 beef patties, 5 hot dogs, 5 bratwurst, and 20 slices of cheese. It has 8 pieces of bacon, 8 chicken tenders.
Look at that thing.
And 12 ounces of fries, all wrapped up with lettuce, pickles, tomatoes, between a 10-inch bun.
How do you even approach that?
With a
Where's your first bite? Yeah, where do you,
and a knife.
do you just put it in a
Does
bowl?
that all end up just being a pile in your plate
And
and you're eating it
scrambling
before?
it up?
Yeah, I would think.
How could it
Because
not
you can't bite it. No.
Now the
I'm very
shelf,
confused by the days we're in right now. We're in a super hyper health era, and then we're in this. These kind of foods, it's like now our world's turning into, look, just go one way or the other. There's no in between.
Rick, it's like science. I hate to point this out in politics and everything else. For every action, there's an equal and opposite
you're right.
reaction.
You're right.
The further you go to the left, the more you get the Trumpers.
Right.
And the further the Trump pushes, the more you get the Bernie Sanders. You
Right,
know,
yeah,
it's
I
just
know.
extremes everywhere, right?
So it happens in food too, I guess.
So the chef who has prepared this has turned it into a challenge, offering fans, as I mentioned, a free jersey and a picture on the Jumbotron if they can finish every bite within 1 hour.
We're going to have people getting sick at the ball game. I mean, do you want that sitting next to you?
I think it's as tall as a cup, a souvenir cup.
Now
That's how tall it is.
I think I just buy a jersey and move on.
Yeah,
$75, 7-pound burger, 20 slices of cheese, 5 hot dogs, 8 pieces of bacon. And
I
didn't
do
you
wish
throw
I
a
had the
chicken
bacon.
finger in there too? And didn't you say something about chicken finger?
No,
yeah, it's in
multiple
there. I see
chicken
it.
fingers.
I see it.
So
8
that
chicken
thing.
fingers. You're right.
they have not released the exact calorie count of this burger yet.
Oh.
But mailonline.com has taken the pieces apart, and they have estimated that the burger will be at least 8,600 calories and a staggering 805 grams of fat, not including the secret special sauce on it.
Good night.
The cheese brings the caloric intake to over 2,000 calories alone, according to various calorie counters who have taken a look at the recipe for this burger.
You know, Helms brings up a good point.
I think I can eat it.
Just being at the Astros game and walking through their pro shop, you get an authentic jersey. Now you're in the hundreds, but you get some that just have. I mean, it's a jersey, but just the numbers or the name or something just put on there, and it's not sewed in and stuff. You could get a jersey close to this.
Yeah,
I mean, so that's what you're. If you're just getting a jersey and your picture up there,
All right, so now
I don't
get
really
this.
know. Besides saying you did it, maybe.
Yeah, it's
You've
one of them
got-
deals. Well, you get it free then.
You've got the.
If you eat it, you don't pay for it.
Well, it doesn't say that in this one.
The one
that
I saw,
see.
I saw a story on it.
But you think they would get it free too?
The story I saw was, and I may be wrong, it said it's like these other big challenges. If you don't eat it, it's $75. If you eat it, it's free.
So
and then you get the other things too.
If the gridiron burger may be a little too much for you, they have a step down version of that called the Gridzilla burger.
Mm-hmm.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, mypillow.com/Bubba. I told you yesterday about how I'm now after another 2.0 since my beautiful wife Sherry has decided that my 2.0 is now hers. So I'm getting that. It comes in 4 loft levels in all sizes, and it has this cooling sensation. The fabric dissipates heat and humidity, and that way the pillow always gives you a cool surface to sleep on. You know, we sleep better with that. It's machine washable, dryable, 10-year warranty. They're buy one, get one free. But I also want you to know right now you can get 50% off at mypillow.com/Bubba on my coffee. Also, the MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I love those. They're only $25 now, so you're going to save $125 on that. Men's and women's sleepwear and loungewear, 80% off. So all of this is available now at mypillow.com/Bubba, or you go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. 866-WE-BE-BIG, Bubba. The callers are standing by. If you want to call us, you can join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with Matthew out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Matthew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. Me and my boss, we listen to y'all every morning on our way. We drive from Walker County to Huntsville every morning, and we listen to y'all. And
Thank you very much.
We was curious about the tennis balls, if Greg ever got them to the nursing home.
Greg, they're curious. You're not obligated to that anymore, right?
No, I haven't been required of them in a while.
Now, I haven't had the extra tennis balls I used to have when I was coaching and helped coaching high school, but now Helms ought to have plenty.
Yeah, he ought to have. Yeah. That's a new thing.
I would walk out at the old place and look in the back of my truck, and Bubba would have me a big trash bag full of them.
Fun.
That was my cue that I need to go by the nursing home and drop them off.
I know what I'm going to say next is not going to cast a very good light.
But it's been a while
on Greg and me. But remember the circle. You know, when the circle is a certain size, there's only things you can be responsible for.
When the circle is unbroken.
When our
by and by.
When our grandmother stepped into the presence of the Lord and Savior that she had served faithfully all of her life, Greg and I looked into the circle, and obligation to that nursing home and that assisted living home kind of got taken out of the circle. Because she wasn't there anymore, and
you're no longer doing the beauty pageant.
Yeah, I'm not doing the beauty pageants anymore, anything like that. And not because we don't care; it's just because we have other responsibilities now.
Yeah,
and there's only so much you can do.
Well, I would say this to the companies that make walkers.
Yeah.
Okay. Why not have tennis balls included?
Yeah, there you go.
They're really not that
Work
much.
your deal with the tennis ball.
And you can see the sticker on there. Some assembly required, tennis balls included.
There you go.
It's
why
very
not?
simple.
It doesn't seem that hard.
No,
does it?
it doesn't.
Now, I will say though, if we had to have some tennis balls, I do drive right by the place every day.
Okay.
Did he just kick open the door?
Well, Greg, you know what? That's kind of you.
Well, we don't have any.
Well, Helmsy does.
Nah, he can't bring those.
Let's go to Abby in Alabama. Abby, go ahead.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Abby.
I want to say I've been a long-time listener, and anytime I hear someone has an anniversary, I want to sing, Happy Anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
You go, Abby. Yeah, good.
Second, I want to comment that the prayer emoji might actually have been created to be a high five emoji. So when you text someone your dog is sick, they might actually be high-fiving you about that.
You know what? I don't use emojis, and I just did one as a joke to a friend of mine. But I'm looking at it. You're right. It looks like two people giving a high five. That's really what it looks like.
Yep.
So I'd never thought about that.
Before. I was curious. I could see people being anti-emoji in general.
Mm-hmm.
But like with Scott, I was curious, and we really didn't get to dive into it, why he didn't like that emoji, but he was okay with other emojis.
Well,
is it just you just run a preference on those and go, okay, not okay?
Yeah, he doesn't. He thinks, and I will agree, the praying emoji I don't know, it just, when you're talking about something as serious as that really is when someone's in dire need of prayer, it almost comes across too cartoony or something, and
well, I could see that, but thumbs up for okay.
Yeah, I've seen him. I think he sent me a fist bump, so he must be okay with some.
Yeah, he said he was.
Yeah. I don't do them at all, but that's probably going too far.
I have sent the praying one before. I need to be more careful.
Well, here's the other thing.
There's one I've sent.
Can I tell you, Greg? And it's funny. I heard the actual line last night. I was flipping around and Stripes was on, and I heard the actual line, "Lighten Up, Francis." Yeah. When that guy that wants to kill everybody and that's
Psycho.
and Hulka says, "Lighten up, Francis."
Lighten up.
I literally
when he
heard
listed
that.
all the things you do to me, he'd kill you.
Yeah. So can I help some of y'all with what's eating Scott Gorosky? Y'all know this is a comedy routine as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
Don't get carried away.
He's also having fun. And,
Yes.
and is and comedy has exaggeration in it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I would say to some of you that get bothered by when he has fun, maybe even at your expense or my expense.
Yeah, most of the things he talks about, I'm guilty
Yeah,
of.
you need to lighten up.
Exactly.
It's funny to the way he sees the world.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he's telling you to see it the way he.
And you're right. We also tend to exaggerate
Correct.
our views.
Yeah.
Or just send your email directly to him.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Yeah,
He'll
if you got
send you an emoji back.
if you got a problem with The Rock, I would. Now I wouldn't go in there with your feelings easily hurt. But if you would like to have a word with him about it, you certainly can. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, go right ahead.
Hey, enjoyed the session with Jarosky and, talking about all these icons and things. When I text, I have a hard time texting anyway. And, but I was driving by kind of an iconic billboard, and you've probably seen it over by the little water wheels between Montgomery and headed to Montevallo.
Yeah.
It says, "Go to church or the devil will get you."
Yeah, I've seen that.
Now, that's a classic.
That is a classic.
Yeah, so those aren't so bad, but some of the others, just like when I text sometimes, I send one of my buddies a text to get his shirt sized for a golf tournament, and I meant to say, "What size shirt do you wear?" But I didn't put the R in there.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't done that.
Yeah, and I've tried to do the audio texting, but my
that's really
goodness,
bad.
sometimes that gets messed up worse than me just trying to text.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You got to be careful.
Let's go to Bubba. It's one of our mini Jordans.
No, come on, Jordan. Fire it in there.
We got a Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. We fired up today?
Yes, sir. Ready to go.
Yep.
Hey, y'all talking about Arnold a while ago, and how he, even if he plays an American or whatever, he's always got that thick accent that he's got. Well, I've seen before, a long time ago when he was real young, he was actually in a Western movie with Kirk Douglas.
Oh, Lord.
And it is
We lost Jordan.
I guess he's going to say hilarious. Some emailers had pointed out in one of the very first movies he did, they overdubbed his voice with an American.
Did they
voice.
really?
That's what they said.
So it was that thick at that point. But I've never seen anybody with a thick accent that it doesn't improve.
Yeah, he's been here a long time.
I mean,
he was a governor here for Pete's sake.
Sometimes you have somebody that the accent is still there a little bit, but it's like his has never moved forward.
None.
And
like I say, you see these actors all the time that have these thick accents, but when they're playing an American, you can't hear it. They've obviously been trained. And
right.
I guess they just gave up on Arnold.
I guess Arnold's not coachable when it comes to dialect. Top of the hour, more stories to cover. If you're leaving us, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we got the top of the hour break, and then more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's only $22, but it's a knockdown version of what we just read.
And it's still big.
And how about this? If you, this is funny. Just looking at this one, the Dirty Fry Bird. It includes 6 fried chicken legs and a pound of fries, all mixed together.
Look at that platter there.
They get creative.
They really are. They really are.
And you wash it down with a $12 beer.
And maybe if you have a flavor for the Southwest, what about the Taco Dilla?
I saw that one too.
Oh, I was kind of in my ballpark.
It is a quesadilla. Quesadilla.
A what?
Quesadilla.
A case of what?
Thank you, Napoleon.
There's too many names. There's too many names hyphenated here. And it's topped with 4 tacos. So they have a big old plate, flat, and then they have the tacos on top.
Are they just trying to kill people?
They really are.
It's like the Heart Attack Cafe. Remember?
See, this is not intriguing to me. These food dares. It's never done anything.
You remember
for
I
me.
tried one on the air and I almost got sick. And I thought I could do it. And I didn't even get halfway through it.
But
Too
I mean,
much
but that's
bread.
not enjoyable to me.
Way too much bread.
You know, they have here in where we live, and we've been talking about it for years. And finally, the boys is kind of them wrapping up their summer. We took them to. We have a place here that has just a hamburger, but the quality of it is supposed to be so incredible. It's a $17 burger.
Good Lord.
And of course, we've been like
the steak burger.
Never did do it. And finally, the boys both went one day and we did it, and it was very good, very, very good.
What kind
of fixings?
What is the hamburger we ate that was off the secret menu? Remember that the meat something?
Yeah, what was that?
It was part of the documentary that.
Well, we have to ask
No,
Adler.
that was the
Adler
Arby's
did.
burger. That was that Arby's thing where they piled all that meat on it.
But what was it called?
I forget, but it had meat.
We ate one here for breakfast. Meat Mountain. That's
right.
it. Had every meat that they sell at the restaurant.
You could feel your blood flow just sludging. Yes.
Well, we ate one, and I mean, I didn't eat for like a day and a half after that.
It was,
that's the most I think I've ever eaten at one time.
Go until supper time because you mean.
No, I didn't eat that. I didn't eat the whole day. I was full. Good night.
You ate breakfast the next day, though.
The next day, probably 24 hours.
Yeah. Big burp and sleep. I'm ready.
Sure, but no, I don't enjoy that. Why would we want to do that?
See, I was miserable.
I just like to have a good quality, normal burger that you could eat.
When I tried to eat that one on air, it was miserable.
Yeah, what is enjoyable about
There's
that?
not one thing.
You didn't have an hour either.
No, I didn't. And it was like 10.
You had
50
minutes.
Minutes, and a lot of thick bread got me.
How do you like the quesadilla? I can't even say that today. Quesadilla with the 4 tacos
You
on
need to
top
go
of
feed
it.
Tina. Napoleon quesadillas.
To me, again, we're just getting weird with it. Can I just have some Southwestern food?
Yeah, we're gonna get silly.
I mean, that looks pretty good, but it's kind of
I don't
weird
like
too.
I don't like when they cram all the fries in there and all that. I hate all that.
What was that stuff that Russell brought us from Talladega that time? The big meatball. Remember that gigantic meatball?
Oh yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it just.
But it's still nothing.
What do they call the Big Bubba?
Nothing tops when they walk around with that turkey leg. We've talked about it many times.
Where you look like a Viking.
It's not. I mean, it's not comfortable to try to eat it. I'm out in 100-degree heat and I'm gnawing on a turkey leg.
I'm at a theme park. I'm at a theme park. It's 99 degrees. We're on black pavement, and I'm walking around with a turkey leg.
Yeah.
Trying to eat it.
Golly. Who wants to do that?
I don't even like the turkey leg.
No, me either. I don't even like it.
I don't even eat that on Thanksgiving.
What's wrong with a nice turkey breast sandwich?
There you go. Huh? Slice it up.
Slice it up. Give me some sauce. It might be good. Not a big food dare person. Not for $75 either. $75? Like you said, I'm getting a pretty good jersey for that.
That motivated me to
most
finish it.
hamburgers at a big time sporting event cost that anyway. I'm
Right.
like Speedy.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
oh, concession prices.
that's
They
unbelievable.
must laugh about it. I wonder how much we charge.
Yeah.
Oh. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for that at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel. Adler will have that archive for you soon after on your own time, and also an audio archive on our podcast channel today, Revelation 7. I don't know that we'll get through all of it, but we will start that today and see how deep we can get into that as we walk through the Revelation word by word. Also, Fix Mama's Mouth is underway. If you haven't entered your mama in the Fix Mama's Mouth contest with Dr. Dudney, be sure you do that. Let's go to the contest button and follow all the instructions. The deadline is May 4th. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey, for a brand new hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Adler has found actual audio, and for those of you that are watching video, of Arnold when they did overdub his voice because his accent was so thick. So, Adler, walk us through this.
This is from Hercules in New York.
Oh, my goodness.
Hercules in New York. That was a classic.
That was the one that got snubbed at the Oscars, I thought.
Yes. I thought so, too.
Look.
And I think it's from 1969, I thought. Anyways, here's the dubbed version, and then you're going to hear Arnold Schwarzenegger, him actually saying the lines.
All right.
Like it down there. Let me be the judge of that. I'm tired of the same old faces, the same old things. Like it down there.
Let me be the judge of that. I am tired of the same old faces, the same old things.
No, that's horrible. That is.
Can we get his last?
How about that voice they
quote
used?
in Bank 9?
Yeah.
I'm tired of the same old voices and the same old things.
With his accent or the overdub voice?
No, his real accent.
Look right here.
Let's hear it again.
Let me be the judge of that. I'm tired of the same old faces, the same old things. Like it down there.
Let me be the judge of that. I am tired of the same old faces, the same old things.
Good. I will say this. I think he's definitely improved as an actor over time.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He's come a long way from that to Terminator.
I'm gonna say something here, and I know this is not good, but I've never gotten the Arnold thing.
I don't know.
Who decided that he was worth spending all this money and time on and putting all these movies out?
Mega star.
I don't get it.
Box office.
Yeah, I don't, and I don't have a problem with people that are the same people in every movie as long as they're really good actors.
I mean, he's like Stallone level.
Yeah, I mean, like when I see Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones is pretty much the same character in everything he plays.
Yeah. A lot of actors are.
Robert Duvall. But I love it. Jack Nicholson. I love that. I don't get the person who said, I'll tell you one thing, people want to come see this guy act.
One that Ricky, he's not that good an actor, and he doesn't speak well.
I don't get it. I've never understood it.
Well, look, his movies sell, though.
Somebody
does. People love it.
But here's what I would say, and this is what I would bring up. Couldn't you take all the movies that we like that he's in, take his character out, insert it with anybody, and it's still a great movie?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Because I have
Keanu Reeves is another one. He's the same guy in every movie.
Now, see, I don't like.
I gotta be honest. I'm a big fan of both of those guys. I don't know why they're not really that great of actors.
Yeah.
But Predator might be my favorite movie ever.
But what if he wasn't in Predator and they just had somebody else? Wouldn't Predator still be great?
There's something
about
Chuck
Norris.
There's something about Arnold's
the
size.
That's the only Bubba. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
That's how he got his start.
But I mean,
huge.
But I mean, of course, The Rock wasn't available then. But if you inserted The Rock into every Arnold movie, isn't it just as good? Maybe even better.
Keanu Reeves, one of the things about him that I like, and I think it makes me like him as an actor, is you hear all these stories of people who meet him in real life, and he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, doesn't take himself too serious.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know, he's got two. When he was younger, he was the surfer dude.
Right.
And then he's what he is now. Again, same character.
The John Wick guy.
Yeah, the John Wick guy, which I like in
Action
Matrix.
hero.
Yeah, but when I see him act, I think to myself, surely there's better actors than this. We could have filled this role with someone. I mean, I don't have a problem with him as a person. I'm just talking about when you say he's the same person in every movie, his personality is not intriguing enough for me to like him being the same person.
I mean, I get it. One thing about him being so big, worked so well in the Predator because he's so big and he still can't beat the Predator.
Right.
So I mean, Chuck Norris would have been awesome in the Predator, but it wouldn't have been the same.
Well, let's say Bruce. What if you had Bruce Lee in that role?
Right.
Would it have come across the same?
He's not.
No,
not because he's so little.
No, I think The Rock, like you said,
The Rock absolutely
The Rock's
would.
the closest.
And The Rock's
Jesse,
better. You just gonna throw Jesse Ventura out in the Predator like he meant nothing to you? I ain't got time to bleed.
Jesse the Body ain't got time to bleed.
That's good
That's
stuff.
such a good movie.
All right, so next, and I've tried to stay away from this guy because he really annoys me. Tennessee Representative Justin J. Pearson.
Oh, gracious.
Which one is he?
He's the one that crashed the Tennessee House, and now he's made himself a victim because they threw him out for protesting. Yeah. And he keeps getting caught like trying to talk like Martin Luther King Jr. when he gives speeches. And of course, that was him we saw give that bizarre prayer to, wasn't it, Bubba? Is that him?
In Memphis?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and all this, and they're going to show that he wants so bad to be a modern day Martin Luther King Jr. Of course, he couldn't wear Martin Luther King Jr. shoes, but he wants so bad to be him. And of course, Martin Luther King Jr. would never say the things he said, like at the church when he basically blasphemed the church. But he wants so bad to be like a leader of something that really doesn't need a leader anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so here is showing how he turns it up and acts. So we're going to see him in 2016, and then we're going to see him in 2023.
Yeah, doesn't even change his look, everything.
Yeah. Okay, so here he is in 2016.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Boone Democrats to the Boone Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win.
Yes,
that was
same guy.
good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last.
Right.
But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes.
Wow.
Y'all,
That's
that's not even the same person. First of all, he looks like Andre 3000 from Outkast.
Greg,
A little different style.
Yeah, it's
Little
all
different
acting.
No, he's
totally
completely
acting.
doing like the man of 1,000 voices over there. He's doing an impression.
Yeah, right.
That's what he's doing.
Well, it makes us all uncomfortable because it's so obvious he's acting. He's trying to sound like Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
I mean, which is.
The difference in those two clips is unbelievable.
And don't forget the point of view. In the first one, he said
he's wanted everybody to come together, work their differences out, and it made sense.
Yeah, and let's all meet at the radical middle and see if we can't find common ground. But that's over now. Now the right is all evil and wicked, and if you believe in the Second Amendment, you're evil, and we got to stop your evilness. And somehow he's tied that to Jesus' resurrection, which I'm not sure how that is.
This is disturbing here. We got a little bit of
this prayer. This prayer, y'all. This is really, 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 really bad.
I didn't count those.
Well, y'all, I was glad when they said unto me, "Let us go into the house of the Lord." I'm so glad to be in the house of the Lord with you this morning. Would you mind going ahead and praying with me now? Mother God, Creator God, loving God, holy God, take this your servant made from dust and connected with the raw materials of stardust to speak in this moment, to say something that brings forward the word you placed into my heart. I accept my unworthiness for such a task as bold as this, and I seek your guidance as you use me and speak through me.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it gets worse.
Continue?
He starts.
Let it go. That's really.
It gets where he starts praying to his ancestors, which basically means demons.
The rest of it is
the ancestor preachers who made sermons from hymns, moans, and groans, and spirituals from the bondage of slavery, speak now through this your descendant. To the black women locked out, being abused, tormented, raped, eradicated, and yet born a new and distant future in this country into a young colored boy named me, I name you now my great-grandmother Anna Ruth, my great-grandmother Flossie, my great-grandmother Eveline, my great-grandmother Lavinia, my grandmother Pearson, my grandmother Gwen, my own mother Kimberly, to the preachers who preached before me, and will now to my own daddy Jason, my pawpaw, my granddaddy, my uncle, and my auntie before me, to you, loving God. Father, mother, sister, brother, sibling, and friend, preach. If it is my voice, I promise I'll lose it for you. If it's my hands, I'll clap them for you. If it's my feet, let them jump praising you. Whatever it is, God, you use it so a word of justice and love might come forward in these moments. This we ask in Jesus' name. Together we say amen.
Let me say this. I know you want so bad to be Martin Luther King Jr. That's not how he would preach at a church. He would not be acknowledging all that garbage you acknowledge. And he would not be.
Did I hear
he would not be.
Stardust in there?
Yeah, he would not be evoking stardust in your ancestors. Matter of fact, we're told in Scripture that you do not worship your ancestors and you don't pray to them.
Mother God?
Yeah.
Did he start it with Mother God?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever heard anybody try to
He's-
see if he could circle every possible thing possible?
The stardust thing is just a reference to dust because we do have asteroids and comets and things that add to the dust here. Just a kind of a dressed up reference to dust.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are saying goodbye to another intern today. Pops of Troy heads off to Troy.
Yeah, today's my last day. It's a sad day.
Pat,
It doesn't seem like you've been here that long. Is it
Yeah,
me?
I know, right?
It just doesn't seem that long.
When'd you get here, Pops?
It was
Summer
in June,
intern,
right?
yeah.
June was
Time
around June,
flies when you're
first
having
day.
fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was only like 2 days a week, but I mean, it feels like it just flew by.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
It feels like it just kind of flew by. I got a voice.
It just flew by.
Well, you know.
I mean, I gotta say though, it was a lot of fun, and I did learn a lot here. And
Did you really?
know, I gotta thank you guys. Like, this was amazing. Like, I don't think I could have a better place to intern at.
Oh, thank you, man. So, and I know you're excited about getting in the biz, and it sounds like you may have a gift to be in the biz and on the broadcasting side. Now, what were you doing yesterday? Because again, I was recovering from the surgery.
I was sick.
and I heard. Do I?
I said I was sick.
So I heard the boys saying we're headed to. This was the day before yesterday. We're headed to the studio tomorrow.
No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday.
Well, this one they were telling me though, not before last. They were telling me that the next morning, which would have been yesterday morning, and you're kind of in that haze, and I was like, do I even want to pursue that? What are you doing? And then they said we're going to do a podcast with Pipes of Troy. What was that?
Well, I mean, I kind of wanted to do a podcast because I mean, like, you know, we talked about it earlier, and then I thought, what if we got Brooks and Brody on? All right. And so I asked them; they were both down for it. And
I bet.
Before I asked them, I made sure that they asked you to make sure it was okay. Then I asked Hemsley if it was okay if we used the production room on Wednesday. And you know, after we got to go ahead, we went down on Wednesday, and it was some gold that we recorded. It was really good. We got like 2 old episodes.
That's great.
So it was really good. We're calling it PBS, Pipes, Big Love, and we're calling Brody Sal, so PBS would work.
Y'all just said we need an S.
That's the fourth.
Yeah,
nickname.
I like an S.
I like that.
Hey, that's the fourth nickname for him now. Sal.
Actually,
Taz, Young Broderick, Sal. Yeah.
I may go with Sal.
Adler and Sophie actually gave us an idea of J. So PB and J.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. We're thinking about it, but
Well, Brody's first name is James. So
it is.
Yeah.
Dude, that could work.
Yeah.
Look at it. Write it down quick.
Wait, I already told them about it in the group text. Dude, actually, I want to know, what do they say?
Rick, one of the things that caught me off guard about this one is because I always ask the interns when I know they're going. I always ask what their last day is going to be, and so about 2 weeks out, I always say, "Hey, is there something that you didn't learn that you want to?"
Right.
So I can't make any promises, but we can certainly help you out.
Sure.
I usually get no takers on that. Nobody says, "Hey, I want to do this." He immediately fires back, "You know what? I would really like to work on my voice and maybe possibly do some recordings and those type of things." So we set him up last week in the production room, and he started tinkering around and doing some things and working on some things. And so that's how this developed into the podcast with your boys.
Oh, good.
And I got to tell you, when they text me Wednesday night to ask me if it was okay to come in, I thought, I think this is excellent. Rick's boys being here and him knowing that, and he can't be here, it's got to be uncomfortable for him.
If I had not been such in recovery mode where there was nothing that could really stop me, nothing mattered other than pushing through what I was doing, you really could have asked me for anything. Yeah, it sounds fine.
Yeah. 2. It's a 2.
But yeah, your kids being up here and you not being here is a terrible feeling.
I bet.
When I saw him, I tried to, because I didn't know this, and I was like, "What are they doing?"
Yeah, when
And I'm
I
like,
saw
what
they
are they
walk by
doing
the
up here?
window, and you're like, well, what are they doing here?
Yeah. And then
I was going on with Rick. We don't know about.
And then talking to Brody in the kitchen about you was priceless. Because I was like, did you even know your dad was having surgery? I didn't know. They don't tell me anything.
Yeah, he's still on that.
Oh, yeah.
With
Pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, as we make our way back. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so, I guess a thank you, Greg, is in order. We talked about it yesterday, that we are thankful and honored that our dad has been will be inducted into another Hall of Fame. This will be the Gulf South Conference Hall of Fame. So Dad's been put in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, the Division II NCAA Hall of Fame, the Jacksonville State University Hall of Fame, the Calhoun County Hall of Fame, the Alabama High School Coaches Hall of Fame, and am I missing one?
Alabama High School Athletics Association?
Yeah, I just said that one.
No, there was two. Remember, we went. One
There
was
are
coaches
two
and
high
one's
school
the
ones?
high school.
Okay. Yeah.
Remember in Montgomery?
A conference. So thankful for all that. And we got a listener that has got so excited they've sent us a song that, if I remember, they actually put together a while ago. And I think this might have been celebrating your son's team's latest
Was that what that was?
state championship, because there's a lot of it in the video. There's really more pictures of that than there is of anything. And there's pictures of Bubba at Jacksonville State. I don't know that any of it I ever caught an actual shot of the team's dad coached, but maybe
no, probably.
And Bubba, I need to talk to you about this.
What's the love in the middle of a
yeah? I thought that came out of your own check.
It did.
Okay, yeah, great.
It's all about branding.
No, I'm just kidding.
And
All right,
and look, let's be clear. This is not a keep it or coaster. You don't need to vote. This is just for your listening and viewing entertainment.
No, this is just for us to listen to it, watch it, and I don't know that I'll go through the
love
whole.
in the middle of a football field.
He's written a song, Robbie McCurdy. He's written a song called "Love in the Middle of a Football Field." Now, that title, when I first saw it, I wasn't sure that's the best of titles.
I thought of several teenage movies when I saw it.
Yeah, right. And there's more I could add to that, but I'm not going to. But So yeah, and
this is hard to watch.
And we're saying his name because he puts his name on it.
Yeah.
And so I think he sent this because he put congratulations, Coach Burgess. But some of the photos and video he grabs are interesting, and the song is really interesting. So here it is.
Oh wow. There's Bubba.
I'm gonna start at the 20 at the line of scrimmage. Trying to project a real good image. I'm gonna shout, I turn on the lights. That's what you do on a Friday night. I wanna show my love in the middle of a football field.
Yeah.
This is this past
Coach Raymond.
I know. It's interesting. That's
Taylor's wedding
pictures. Yeah. Taylor's wedding pictures are in there longer.
Where's he playing now?
Holding on 'cause our love's gonna last.
Greg?
There's Ellis. Oh, there's Lisa.
Lisa
Lisa made it.
Lisa's in the video.
I'm gonna show my love in the middle of a football field.
What in the world? This lyric, I'm going to show my love in the middle of a football field.
I don't care if
Greg,
they call me
there's the quarterback.
I will never go
This is
quit.
bizarre, y'all.
I'm gonna show my love in the middle of a football field.
There it is.
Greg, that's
Look
me
at
and Bubba in the suite. Thanks for that, Bubba. I still, that was a great move. Uh-oh, look at that. There he is. All right, okay. All right, okay. See, that more than would be fine. Yeah. But I'm trying to understand the lyric.
Suck it down.
Look at the Blake. For some reason, Blake's in it at all.
Well, he's a Burgess man.
He's resourceful. I give him that.
Sure
He can find some footage, can't he?
to a big leap.
And then now we're back to that.
And if there is
Greg Burgess.
no time out, you cannot stall. I wanna show my love in the middle of a football field.
Yeah, I know. Greg, okay, it's Taylor and his groomsmen at his wedding. What? Why are we seeing pictures from your son's Red Dobbins, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Big Red Dobbins. Struggling. Put on a few after you got married. He did. All right. I don't. Do we continue with this?
Oh, yeah. If you stop it, I'm leaving.
Okay.
But there, it's Burgess man.
I think he thought of another reason. He sent this to us before. This is not the first time. So is Coach? Is he going in the Hall of Fame? He will. Probably. He will. Rick, please. That's the movie Woodlawn.
Okay. Thompson could really use this if they wanted to.
They could.
Yeah.
It's a hot video. And Kelsey and Taylor.
Right.
Yeah. I'm reading the wedding pictures.
Right. Loving
All right.
He was just
Dash.
covering a lot of football tied to the shows and the families.
I don't know if Robbie's tickling
Robbie,
them
that's
ivories.
good. I like that, Robbie.
Who's that tickling them ivories? That's pretty good.
It's love in the middle of a football field. Dash Burgess men's.
Okay. So,
all right.
Does the love in the middle of a football field, does that mean you're celebrating wins?
I think.
That's
means
what I
you
think.
love the game.
That's where
Rick.
you celebrate.
You love the game.
In the middle
You
of
celebrate
out in the field.
But I'm showing my love in the middle of a football field.
Yeah,
Rick, don't,
that's it.
You,
You got it.
Well, I'm just.
Rick, you're dead on it.
So he posted.
That's it, Rick.
keep them coming, Robbie.
He posted that in December.
Yeah, because I knew he'd sent it before.
Okay.
And he said it's
right, I
for it's for the Burgess men and Bubba and Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Well,
good.
Burgess.
Thank you, Robbie.
Hey, it is starting to trend. It had 15 views yesterday.
It's got 18.
It's going to have more
it has
now.
18 now.
It's got 18.
Yeah.
I said I'm subscribing to your channel,
That's
Mr.
right.
Robbie. Thank you
I
for
do
the song.
remember this.
Very kind of you.
We went through this before. It's just been brought back.
Because Taylor was like,
Yeah, right.
I mean, all day today, I'm gonna be singing in the middle of a football field.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, but it sounded good.
hadn't he sent some other songs about the show in the past?
Oh, yeah.
We met at
Has he?
Pensacola, I believe, at the show, at the live event.
Did we really?
Yeah.
Okay. You realize that Speedy thought it was Robbie McAlpine.
He did the whole time.
yeah,
I didn't know Robbie could sing.
I didn't read the title as quick as much as I should have. I said I saw Robbie Mick,
And you
that's
just
about
went,
it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Two words, junk science. Have been further along as a receiver right now if he had not been drafted by the Panthers and played his early seasons with Cam Newton, because if he had played with a better quarterback, bottom line, he would have had better numbers. And then I guess in preseason, the Bills and the Panthers were about to play each other.
Yeah, it was about a week before they were going to play. So Cam decided to go out and say hey to his old teammate Benji, and it added a little extra fun to a preseason game that really nobody would even have known the score of.
Right.
To get to see them have a little bit of a discussion. It didn't look like Kelvin Benjamin wanted much to do with it and tried to get away from him. Cam finally waved him off and went on. So, but they had a pretty good little discussion there for a minute.
I mean, you can see, if someone had something to say about that in the press, and you thought, well, you know what? Look here we are in the same stadium, and here we are walking around pregame. You probably go over and say, now here I am. Let's
old
talk
teammate
about it.
too, you know.
Oh, no doubt. But it looked like they discussed it for a minute. But that, I mean, do you not know that moment's coming where all of a sudden you look and here comes Cam walking across the
I've
field?
been talking crap about you in the press, and here you are.
Here you are.
Both of them big men. Big man.
That's two big men there.
Yeah, maybe they should have fought it out.
Yeah. Well, you know,
go at it.
So anyway, we'll see. I'm sure he'll roll the numbers up with the Bills, but anyway, we'll see.
Yeah.
But you said Calvin Benjamin made the comment that if he'd played with Aaron Rodgers, Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, those kind of quarterbacks, he'd have better numbers. Well, yeah. I mean, those people are going into the Hall of Fame. I mean, if you're a receiver and you get to play with Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, you probably do have better numbers. I bet you would.
Well, I think
yeah, you would tend to.
Right.
You know, Cam's made for a much more interesting preseason game than normal.
Yeah, I've seen so little professional football. I don't know if Calvin.
Thought you were my boy. I ain't even trying to listen to you.
Did I not throw you some passes? Did we not have some touchdowns?
Look,
didn't we go to the Super Bowl?
Look, I'm as tall as you are. So anyway. But,
yeah, that got a little heated.
Yeah.
I understand we got some kneelers. That's fine. Look, if the NFL wants to just say we're just destroying our product, we're going to continue to do so. I mean,
you know what was strange too?
Does anybody learn from the Dixie Chicks? Anybody?
The NFL passed some new rules. Well, then the Players Association objected to it, and they decided that they would table it. Okay. Now we all thought that meant like for a week,
right?
Until they worked it out,
right?
So they tabled. So I thought when they tabled it, that meant they wouldn't pass any more rules about it, and the players wouldn't protest until they worked it out. I thought that's what they were doing, but the players get to keep doing what they're doing, and the owners can't do what they want to implement. I don't see how that's tabling the issue, huh?
I say we got a new TV.
Yeah, Honey, I Shrunk the TV. The brackets are bigger than the TV.
Well,
that's the way it's sitting on there. It's kind
right.
of
Is that?
No, it's still pretty small.
Yeah.
A little smaller than the other one.
Right. Yeah, it is.
I told Bubba what I love about him
Adler.
is that
Let's call it Adler.
instead of just going and exchanging it for what we need, he stayed with it, which is what I love.
Oh,
Yeah, well, okay.
Well, looks good though.
We need some in the hall too.
Mini tube. little tiny TV. We'll be back.
Isn't that funny? It looks tiny and it's 32 inches. Isn't that something?
Yeah. I guess it's that big one right above.
Yeah, 36 makes it look a little smaller.
It does. We'll be 5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big as our number. LearBubba.com. We're about to hear from our current president, President Biden. Wow. And we've got a couple of stories today. You know, Adler, I know you've got the one ready to go, but I think probably in this update, I'd go ahead and get two ready as well because that's going to tie into all this. But anyway, LearBubba.com, it's got everybody looking at that because, U.S. dollar's looking good. And and if you look at this bunch, and honestly, I hate to think, I don't want to be Debbie Downer. Would you rather me just not be Debbie Downer?
Well, it's tough now, Rick. Tough.
Look, you get Trump and DeSantis' bunch fighting against each other. You get the Trumpers splitting and the DeSantis splitting, and don't think that the Democrats are just going to be thrown out of power this next round. I don't think our current president can mentally continue on, but they can throw a Newsom at you and you'll be right back in the same place.
Yeah.
You just have a more clear talking leftist. Yeah. But anyway, so you right now more than ever, considering protecting your finances with precious metals is probably for me, makes more sense now than it really ever has. So why don't you go right now to LearBubba.com. You get a 1 ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you decide to purchase. You can speak with them directly if you want to, 1-800-707-4575. Now listen to the common sense of this. So we've got a lot of analysts out there that have impressive resumes. They think gold could get as high as $4,000 an ounce. Now they can't guarantee that, but at the prices of gold right now, if it gets anywhere near that, you're going to do well. I'm going to do well. So go to LearBubba.com right now to find out more, and you get a free 1 ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold because of this audience. So use Lear Bubba. You can also call them 1-800-707-4575. That link, of course, also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so let's go to our current president, since we just talked about his economy. President Biden.
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go? Anybody know Lisa Joe? Joe. That also another hit from Robbie McCurdy. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway,
it was sent to us by somebody.
It was. Can't remember
scratch
who.
my nose.
And they became bed music, and I mean theme music, and I can't remember who it was. But anyway, so we got. Is he in Ireland? What's he doing in Ireland?
Yeah,
What's
he's headed
President
out.
Biden doing in Ireland? Does anybody know why he's there?
Took Hunter Biden with him.
He doesn't know.
But by the way, you talk about tone deaf. Bubba, you mentioned as soon as we got to work today. Who in the world is so tone deaf that they take Hunter Biden? Have you seen the latest things that we now know?
On a state visit.
That we now know. What do you say? Over 80. Some of his
80 visits to the White House.
Some of his cronies got to the White House and got access 80 times.
Yeah.
So more information comes out. Hunter Biden looks worse and worse, and he decides to openly take him on a trip abroad, representing our country.
Well, he forgot all that.
He just don't get it.
My goodness. So,
maybe the people in charge go, "Hey, buddy, I know he's your son, but we're gonna have to separate ourselves from
we're
old
not-
Hunter."
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. So
We need to keep him the old
Greg.
Spanish archer.
Greg, look, there was a time in your life where you were told to separate yourself from me.
Absolutely.
But anyway,
And I did for about a month.
You did, and that was a wise 30-day choice. But so let's talk a little bit. Let's hear the president. Now he's going to do that thing he keeps doing, where if he's done something awkward and the audience is awkwardly responding, he screams out, "I'm not joking," and I don't know why he thinks everybody thinks he's joking, but anyway, so here we go.
As a matter of fact, as you walk into my office in the Oval Office in the United States Capitol, guess what? You know who founded and designed and built the White House? An Irishman. No, not a joke. Not a joke.
You also throw it. Guess what?
I don't think they're laughing at what you said. They're laughing at you.
What about
Hey,
you?
guess what?
Can you tell for just a moment? Now, first of all, I don't think that his office is in the Capitol. I think it's in the White House. So notice he's not sure where his office is.
gets hung up on
yeah,
it.
watch him right here, because you can tell he freezes like,
What did I just say?
Where's my office? Right, here we go. Watch.
As a matter of fact, as you walk into my office in the Oval Office in the United States Capitol, guess
Is he
what?
trying to say Washington, D.C. is
You know
the U.S.
who
Capitol?
Founded and designed
Poorly.
and built the White House? An Irishman.
So what?
An Irish? No, not a joke.
No. Is he talking about the Capitol or the White House?
Yeah, what did the Irishman build?
He's back and forth.
Did an Irishman build the White House? I've been told that black slaves built that. I thought that's all part of our reparations. But now he's did Irishman build the Capitol building? Is he saying D.C. is our capital, so that's where my office is? He does say Oval Office. But does he doesn't mean it's in the Capitol building. He means it's in the capital city.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know.
I don't know
give him
because
the benefit of the doubt.
he's got lazy tongue again. It's like I know I've said it before. It's like his tongue needs to
Their
speed
lazy
up.
brain.
There's a moment there where everybody who handles him is going, "Oh boy,
Here you go.
Oh boy."
So the White House was designed by an Irish-born architect.
Okay, he designed it.
Named James Hoban.
Yeah, he designed it.
What about the Capitol?
What
about
the
the
point
Capitol?
anyway?
Well, he's wanting the Irish. I think there's a connection.
You know what?
I was at the Capitol not
We
too
have a
long
bond.
ago. Where is his office in there? I didn't see
It's
it.
not in there.
I think it's down the street.
Yeah, it's over at the White
An
House.
Irishman didn't build the Capitol.
He couldn't find the term White House if his life depended on it. Right?
Eric, you know what?
Well, I've been there. Watching.
Thinking.
He's like, "What's that thing? Where's that? This is a house, sort of kind of."
Yeah.
Somebody starts going, "What color's the house?"
Come on.
That's it.
Now put them together.
Pointing to their shirt. White.
See my shirt? I got white.
Hey, white.
Yeah.
Slap in my face. White.
And he goes, "What? Caucasian house?"
Caucasian. Yeah. Well, the honky house, I got
honky house. Oh, that's good. God
Cracker Barrel.
love you.
All right.
Greg, God
the old
love
cracker box.
you. Greg, God love you. What am I thinking?
What about that thing? I'm serious, not joking.
I'm serious. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I got a hairy
Matter of
leg.
fact,
I
as you
got
walk into my
Ireland.
office in the Oval Office in the United States Capitol,
There's no
Guess
Oval
what?
Office in the Capitol.
You know who founded and designed and built the White House?
Okay,
An Irishman.
Founded?
An Irish? No, not a joke.
No, not a joke.
He looks like he's addressing somebody like that, going, "You're joking."
Yeah. It's like it's like you look down there and Mr. McGregor doesn't believe you.
I have a feeling.
You know what I mean?
I have a feeling.
You down there, McGregor?
I have a feeling a lot of the Irishmen know that an Irishman designed the
Right.
White House
You know
more
he
than
said-
we do.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking, McGregor.
He sounds like somebody you bump into that's buzzing and they're trying to tell you a story. I'll tell you what. You know?
Especially when he said, "You know what?"
Yeah, it's like,
you know what?
He sounds just like that guy. Remember the story I gave you outside the Waffle House? It was trying to tell me how to get to the other Waffle House.
Yeah.
Then down one more.
yeah, and then
He's like Otis on Mayberry when he'd come in there and get the key out and be talking to everybody.
Uh-huh.
All right, so there's a new CNBC survey. Now you know how conservative they can be.
Oh, Rick, conservative.
Listen to this. This is 70% is a big number.
Mm-hmm.
And look,
that's a big majority.
here's what they have to say. They've surveyed Americans, and here's the result.
You know, and it's typed CNBC, but it's MSNBC. Is that the same thing? I don't know.
I don't know all these NBCs.
I think MSNBC was playing it, but y'all have a story on it here if you need it.
It says it's a CNBC survey.
Right.
Okay.
That's what the written
Okay.
story says.
On MSNBC.
Yeah.
On MSNBC.
Oh, MSNBC. I guess they're all
It's
the same
the family
thing.
of NBC
It is.
news
Yeah,
providers.
NBC. Yeah.
Okay.
We actually published a survey just today, 4,000 people.
Right.
We found that 70% of Americans admit to being stressed, with half saying that they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Wow. So you won't see that in the re-election campaign.
No.
70% of Americans, CNBC picked the 4,000. Okay. The whole NBC family. And of
That
the
means on Fox it would have been 90%.
Right. Yeah. So 4,000 people under this administration say that they are stressed financially, and they feel like that they're living paycheck to paycheck. 70% of them. And
Wow.
So yeah. Well, everything costs more. I don't know why.
Well, yeah,
I don't know how
and
some of y'all.
businesses are scared to death. They're going to be taxed more. You know, that's their whole thing, and so they're not going to invest in building their business. They're not going to be bringing on new employees until they know. You know, that's the thing. Uncertainty is what kills the free market.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of that floating around right now.
And one of the things you've warned about, and I see another, Biden unveils toughest car emissions rules ever to force people to electric vehicles. See, that's not how the market works. Electric vehicles may be great, but they need to work the way the free market works. People start preferring them, then the price comes down, and then it takes over the market by people's preferences and it being a better product, not to save the planet, and you force it before it's ready.
Listen,
did you see
the big car makers, Rick, have not been the driving force in this. It has been Tesla and Elon Musk because those cars are cool.
Right.
That's what's driving this. And again, they're missing it. They think they can, by edict, dictate everybody go to this. That's not how you do it. What the government can do, they can help speed along charging stations at various places, and then let the cool factor drive the market, and that's the only thing that will drive it.
Did you see the story somebody sent us in the last few days about those electric scooters?
Yeah,
that cities are starting to use, and there's a pile of them out in like a landfill, and they don't know how to dispose of them.
Yeah, well, lithium-ion batteries have a problem. When they short out and burn, they burn at a hotter temperature than a normal battery.
Yeah.
So they will burn through things a normal battery fire wouldn't burn through, and they'll burn hotter and burn longer, and it's harder to put them out. But that is going to fix itself, and I've talked about this.
If you let the free market work.
You know, again, Tesla's driving the market on this. They're developing a sodium oxide battery that will perform more like our normal batteries.
Good.
But guess what? They're made from salt. Seawater will make them. The prices will be cheap, and it will solve a lot of these problems.
But let it work itself. Yeah. You can't, like you said, you can't hand down an edict and force people into something you prefer. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, more Rick and Bubba right after this. But there is an update on it. This bizarre and really tragic story involving a man who started tapping on the window of an automobile in New York City, thinking it was his Uber driver, and then the driver inside, we thought, I guess he was being approached and was maybe going to be carjacked or something, and got out and punched the man. And he punched him so hard he fell and then hit his head on the concrete as well, on the curb or on something hard, and it killed him. And now we're discovering, with a little more information coming out, is that of course, here's that term, early Sunday morning again. That the person who was killed was intoxicated, but he was confused about whether this was his Uber driver or not. And the tourist's name is Sandor. Is it Sosbo? Undoubtedly, I don't know where he's from.
He's from Florida, but you're right. That's a tough last name there.
They now are charging Jamil Jones with assault in connection with the deadly attack on the tourist, and come to find out, this person is an assistant men's basketball coach at Wake Forest. So that's who they have arrested and charged with assault. And I guess they're saying that his response to someone, tapping on his window was more than probably called for, and especially since it killed the man. Jamil Jones allegedly punched the man, who was also the same age, they're both 35, saying there was some sort of confrontation Sunday. This is where we talk about him being confused about the Uber driver, and it was the pavement. Said he got punched, then he fell on his head on the pavement and knocked him unconscious, and he died 2 days later. And then Jones fled the scene, and they're not sure exactly why they decided to arrest him. But there's sources now saying that the tourist was intoxicated and was banging on cars outside his brother's hotel while looking for a ride that he had called. And undoubtedly, when he banged on Jones' car, he didn't take it very well and got out and punched him. And then when he punched him, he fell on his head on the pavement and it killed him. And now the person who's being charged with the assault is an assistant basketball coach at Wake Forest.
Yeah, and the medical examiner's report will determine, which it's obvious to me, it says whether the punch led to his death, and if so, the charges are going to be upgraded from assault to something else. But it seems like the punch most definitely led to his death, right? Or he wouldn't have fallen back and hit his head.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they say the pavement is actually what killed him, but he wouldn't have hit the pavement if he hadn't been punched. But the intoxication maybe will open up to maybe some gray area.
Right.
And can the man who's being charged, the basketball coach, can he make a case that he thought he was under some sort of attack, and was defending himself? It's not going to be that clear. I don't think. I think it'll be a
that's going to be a technical issue there. I don't know. That's strange. I mean, you hear it, you don't know. I mean, you don't know who was the aggressor. You don't know. If you had a video of it, you'd have a better feel for the situation. But
Florida.
You could see it either way, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This one, because it's one thing for somebody to say I'm tapping on windows. Now they're saying he was banging on cars because he was drunk. Well, you're in New York City. It's early wee hours of Sunday morning, and a guy comes up and starts banging on your car. I mean, he may have thought, "Hey, I'm going to defend my car. I don't want him banging on it.
Yeah,
and I don't want him breaking my window or something like that." And you punch him, and then he falls down, hits his head, and it kills him.
Yeah, New York. I was looking here. They have a, Florida made the news here recently because it's a stand your ground state.
Right.
New York has a self-defense law.
That's what I was going to ask next.
But it's a little weaker, they say, than some other states. So unlike Florida, where a citizen has a duty to retreat from attackers if they feel they can safely do so, New York's a little bit weaker than Florida. So it'll be interesting to see if that's his defense or not, that he felt threatened like you're talking about.
You know what? This assistant basketball coach it was supposed to be his second season coming up, and I did not know that Danny Manning is the head coach at Wake Forest now.
Yeah.
So this is one of his assistants.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So unlike Florida, I want to make sure, unlike in Florida.
That's going to have a lot to say about it.
Unlike in Florida, New York State, a citizen has the duty to retreat from attackers if they feel they can safely do so. So I guess that's going to be the big discussion, whereas in Florida.
Could you get away from it?
This is one of those times where he really wished he were in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're understanding your ground, the guy probably is fine.
I think so, too, yeah.
New York, who knows?
Well,
who knows?
So now, since we know that, then where it happened, they're going to have to determine. It's 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I thought this is the perfect update for the Bud Light controversy. Luke Combs, beer never broke my heart.
That is a good one.
Because it did this time.
You know.
Bud Light update, Greg. It did this time.
That is a great country lyric. Isn't it?
What a great lyric.
It's a country song or it ain't, Bubba.
Yeah.
And he gives a list of all things that will break your heart.
I mean, that's clever.
Yeah,
You gotta give
it
it
really
credit.
is. He said, "I've had a big bass bust my line." He said, "I've had my football team let me down."
Yeah.
But
For
here-
this whole movement, though, now I was
pretty
thinking
good.
the other day about a good theme song, and there's a lot of possibilities out there.
Yeah.
We've got an Aerosmith song that would work for that. We've got Funky Cole Medina. A lot of things. So
Yeah.
for some of this stuff.
Yeah. Now, what's the Aerosmith song for Bud Light?
Wasn't. Well, I
Bubba,
can't
you brought
remember
it-
what it was.
Bubba, you brought it up.
Yeah, I know. Never mind. I'll remember it in a minute.
Okay.
Rick,
Didn't
Bubba's
he
got-
have a
How do I
song
Google
about
that?
somebody disguised that wasn't what they really
Oh,
were?
you're talking about
Dude Looks Like a Lady.
Dude Looks Like a Lady.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
it. That's
Yeah,
it.
well,
That's it.
because of the
transgender update.
guy.
That would be a perfect. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, for the whole argument.
Bubba, I don't want
some
to bring
of
it up, but you're actually wearing the Bud Light blue today.
You
Well, it's just blue. Now, Rick, we saw
And for that brief moment, you were channeling President Biden.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I knew it, and then I thought, now what song was it?
Right.
Because he threw me off. I wasn't prepared. I had a speech ready. And he threw me off.
I threw it out there,
Give
but
me
I
a
had no idea
tangent.
what song I'm in.
No, I knew it until I had to.
Until you had to do it.
Until I had to.
You weren't ready
actually
for it to come
pull
up
it
yet.
out,
I've
yeah.
been there so many
You had it
times.
in the back of your brain.
There was a video making the rounds that said that Anheuser-Busch had lost all this money, whatever,
Right.
and we were looking for stories.
We
to
were
confirm
cautious
it.
with that, yeah.
And there is a story out now, more mainstream, Daily Mail, that says that in the last 5 days, Anheuser-Busch, the parent company of Bud Light, has lost $3 billion in market value, stock market wise. That's a lot of money.
It is.
Now, there will be people who talk about that and point to that, and it is a big deal. But the thing you can't look over is that the company on March the 31st was worth $132 billion, its highest market cap all year. And while $3 billion is a lot, I mean, you're only talking about 3, maybe 4% loss in value, which that's not like end of time loss for a big company like this. Now, trust me, they don't like it. They'd rather it go the other way.
Of course.
But it's not
as quick as it did.
it's not a Titanic hit the iceberg moment.
No, they're not
Just
shutting the spigots off.
But just for a couple of days.
It may not be over. We'll see where this dip goes.
They can still feed the Clydesdales. Hey.
Yeah, we just want to be. We want to anytime we can we want to be tell you the story, but not try to make it be bigger than it is or hyperbole. We want to. Yes, if you want to say that Bud Light sales have been negatively affected. By
Well, their
this
market
campaign.
value
Their
of
market
their stock,
value.
yeah.
Well,
Their
John Rich says the sales are down too, and
and you're going to see that more in the next weeks and months. That will affect that number more as wholesalers don't reorder.
Right. And so I did have one emailer that I thought was hilarious. He said, "It sure is funny right now watching a lot of church people stand up for beer." But anyway,
Yeah, we don't get to chime in on that a whole lot.
Yeah,
do we?
so let's talk about this for just a minute, okay? Because here's what they thought. We know this because we heard the marketing person tell us.
Right.
We think because I'm going to try to say they're not as stupid as they seem. All right, I'm going to try to give benefit of the doubt. Right. You and I do marketing for a living, and we've been in meetings about marketing. We know about products and how you market products and all that.
Some things, Rick, over the history, you see how they came about, and you go, yeah, it makes sense. And there's some things that are totally, you go, well, we didn't expect to see that.
Unless these people are 100% clinically stupid. somebody said at the meeting that they believe that the transgender deal is so mod and so hip now that all these backward folks that are going to get mad at us, I'm just putting words in their mouth.
Right.
I'm not saying they literally said this, but that they will not be happy with us unless they're just stupid. Okay, the Rick and Bubbas of the world will think that we made an error on marketing to Bud Light drinkers.
Right.
But we believe, I'm now the marketing people, that the current young men and women are so in love with the transgender movement and they don't care about it, that they'll think it's so cool for Dylan Mulvaney to do the Bud Light thing. We'll win more of them to the product than people we lose to the product.
Yeah. See,
Now, if they didn't think that, if that's not the way they were thinking, then I don't even know why they had the idea. Now, I'm not saying. Can we say that that's probably, it doesn't look like that's working? It looks like they're losing customers at a rate bigger than they're gaining customers with the campaign. Yes?
I don't want to.
They're gaining some.
I don't want to outguess them, but I think they have already been through the shock and awe of the trans movement. And they are just thinking cool people who get attention, people who get a lot of follows. That's our next generation of beer drinkers, okay? The people who are playing with social media. Mm-hmm. The folks who have been buying it, the us of the world, if you will, they're dying out, they're phasing out, and we got to be ready for the next generation. And this will be maybe a growing pain, but we're going to transition, no pun intended, that way. Yeah. And that would be what young marketing people would think.
And she said that in the video. Yeah. So let me ask you this. The bigger question is, I understand what they're trying to do. Do you think it'll work?
I think that they probably have I think they probably could have redesigned their beer marketing, but not been so
I think they went to
inflammatory about it.
I think they went to the trans movement too quick.
Yeah, too quick and too hard.
I understand that. I think the miscalculation is that young people, that particular spokesperson influences them.
Right.
I think that's where they made a mistake. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did Jamil Jones, could he have simply just driven his car away and there be no altercation? Or did he really feel like that he couldn't safely drive his car away? He needed to get the guy off his car. That's where it's going to boil down to, I guess, based on their state rules.
Yeah, New York's crazy. I mean, you remember Bernie Getz? That deal went.
Well,
now, that's crazy.
Sure.
If he punched him and then sped away in his SUV, I wonder if he could have sped away in his SUV without punching him, like you just said.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be talking
According
about.
According to that law, they're going.
Yeah, that's what we're going to come into play. That's what we're going to be talking about in court.
Well, you don't know. I mean, the guy, if he tried, he obviously got out. I mean, he may have felt threatened. He couldn't get away. I don't know. Again, I hate to say this, but it goes back to, I have to go back to classification point A, where it all went south.
That's right.
There's just not a lot of good happens after midnight out on the street anywhere. York, I know New York City is a city that doesn't sleep. I got that, but maybe it should be.
Yeah, maybe New York should.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many of these tragic stories we have. If the people just went to bed at midnight, they'd have been fine.
Well, here's another one too. How about don't be intoxicated?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know that, and we all learn from mistakes and all that, but I want some of the young people to know that, talking about this now with having more that are going off to college, life has enough obstacles that you don't have any control over.
Mm-hmm.
Don't create more of them, to make it even more difficult for you to maneuver the waters of life. Yeah, there's some things that would make that a lot more difficult, and I speak from experience on that. So learn.
This guy, it says he's a tourist.
He was from Boca Raton, Florida.
Okay, he is.
Yeah.
The guy who was killed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and this happened at 1:15 a.m.
Yeah. That's early Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
So many of these stories happen with early Sunday morning.
Middle of the night, intoxication, New York City, banging on cars. And, I mean, certainly, though, if there's something that could have been avoided, then that's up to the courts to decide. But I'm just saying there's a way to not end up in that situation, too. There's a few steps that are made here.
Yeah.
It's because, you have to sometimes, and I'll tell you when we get back, I had a funny incident happen because we're now moving into that mode, and sadly, it's painfully obvious if you're listening to the program on the various medical issues and operations and all this that we're aging. But there's a certain wisdom though that comes with aging. And some of these things we say, we're really just trying to help.
Well, you've seen so many things. You go, well, I know how this is going to end, so why play the drama out? Let's just avoid the ending that we didn't want to have.
I remember my oldest son say to me one time, and I said, "Now, when we talked about this, what did I tell you?" He said, exactly how it went. I said, do you think I have some power that I can see the future? Or could it be that I can put scenarios together because of my age and say, I can tell you how this is going to go?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you a funny one that happened on Sunday at church with a young father. I said, I'm going to tell you exactly how this is going to go. Of course, he didn't listen. He had to learn the hard way, but that's fine. You know what I mean? We'll be back, bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's medical talk as the show ages before your ears and your eyes.
The funny part is I went Monday, Tuesday, I can't remember. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and the doctor told me, he said, I'll call you. He goes, I know you'll want your results, so I'll call you and let you know. Because they could. Anyway, so I'm waiting. I'm going, well, I guess, he's busy. I guess he's not going to call me.
Yeah, we kept thinking, where are the numbers?
So I called yesterday and left a message. He called me back. He goes, so this is your number. I said, what do you mean? He where I had filled the paperwork out. It was two things. I don't write very well.
Right.
That's one.
The claw.
And the second thing is I'm in a hurry filling that paperwork out, and I don't think, well, that ain't important. And I'm just flying through it.
Yeah.
You know how you fly through it to get it done?
Of course, sloppy call.
Yeah. Anyway, he'd been calling a number that wasn't mine because I'd written it down. And then to make it even worse, he said, so I tried your wife's number, and she didn't answer. I said, really? I said, what number did I put down? He got it. I'd written it. He couldn't read it right either.
So he couldn't read. Not only he couldn't read your number to call you back, he could not read your wife's number either
because of my writing.
Because you wrote two numbers down, and he couldn't. You couldn't figure.
And there was like a 0 that he thought was a 9.
So like with important test results, he couldn't get in touch with you.
No, he told me, he said, I put them in the mail today, so you'll get them. He goes, but since I got you on the phone. Okay.
Well, wait.
I'm reporting this, and then I'm done. I'm not talking about health anymore. I hate health talk.
I want the audience to know that Greg said, of all these lifestyle changes that he'd made, if they had no impact on his numbers, that he was going to go completely into 600-pound life.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I was going to be a big old tub of goo. But I've got some encouraging news. All right, to get through the boring part.
And he's down about it.
I think he wanted 600-pound life.
Yeah, the A1C is a score, and somebody. Anyway, I don't know what it means.
Well, Greg, we know you had sugar,
but it was at a 12.3, which I hear is horrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter-in-law's a nurse. She said, you should be in the hospital. What are you doing?
Okay.
It's down now to a 7.8.
All right. Hey, now. We're down now. Our number's down.
So what's normal? What should it be?
It should be between below 7, I think.
So you're almost there.
I think. See, I didn't pay attention when you told me. Now, but here's a typical me. I don't remember what my total sugar score was, but now it's 130. It was higher than that.
Yeah. So it's down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it.
And cholesterol's down.
Oh yeah, but because they put me on a statin. 3 months, it went from like a 260 something to a 131.
Ooh, wow!
So he said, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah. Watch that liver.
All right, that's it. I'm done.
Okay, that's it.
That liver play.
Well, he gave me that
it's
too.
in high gear now.
He checked that too. He said that looked good.
Yeah, you got to keep eye on that.
Let me tell you.
He gave me the number on that. He said that was good.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour, and we are thankful you're here. All right, so the gang's all here. We were talking in the break. Helmsy has left early. He's off. When does he drive the bus to Houston? Is that next week?
That's not right now.
Okay.
Today's local.
Yeah,
they're hosting today.
Yeah, I saw that. So good luck to them and Helmsy and the gang. Everybody else here. So Speedy, you've made the mistake today. This show, as you've made very clear, It'll mess up friendships.
Oh, of course it will.
It'll give you issues, Bubba. You've lived that. It'll give you issues. You'll try to do something like volunteer coach. Next thing you know, show's got you in a bind where everybody.
Yeah.
So I don't know about y'all.
The show seems to take great pleasure in that.
It does. Well, you think but you throw a little blood and water in here. Good night.
Yeah.
But the sharks will circle,
and the piranha nurse sharks.
No,
the big ones.
So I don't know about y'all. Sometimes I'll make an executive decision that I think I've got something that might work, but I fear what I can't control, where it'll be taken, what'll happen to my story.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I just want you to know that you're here right now, and if you want to speak of something inside your neighborhood, go right ahead. But just
it's really more on us than it is on the person that did this kind gesture, because they were very kind. They were very sweet.
Right.
It's really us, because we talk about, we think that we're kind, and then we run up on somebody that actually is considerate and kind, and then it makes us reflect back on ourselves and go, we're not that kind.
No, Speedy. 100%. I think that sometimes we think we're kind because we're around everybody in here.
Yes.
But then when you run into a legitimate kind person, you realize I'm not very kind at all.
No. I'm thoughtful, considerate.
None
all
of
that. Those aren't normally things you say about us. But
I give us about a 4 on kindness.
Right.
That's stretching. But
I'm trying to be helpful.
Well, let me go back to.
I added in some really kind things. It's still not a very big number.
Yeah, I didn't even get over 5, Rick. I mean,
do y'all remember
halfway there.
The Assad saga on Oxbow Cove?
And you took it upon yourself, and now that guy got paid for it, and you didn't get nothing.
What are y'all talking about? I don't remember this. Refresh my memory.
This was when the city allowed a company to come in and run fiber or something, in the neighborhood, which means they dug up holes to push the cable through, and then we're supposed to come back, hire a landscaping company to make it right, put sod down, and then back out, and it be pre-construction, kind of
like
quality,
they'd
never been there. That's what we were hearing. Well, that started, I want to say, September of 2022, and about a month ago it was finally resolved. Okay. But before it got resolved, we had a rotting pile of sod that was dumped at the end of the cul-de-sac.
It really didn't get resolved.
Right, that never was being put down, and so a couple of the guys suggested in the neighborhood, hey, let's take it upon ourselves to kind of help get some of this down before the sod goes bad, especially with some of the neighbors that might not be able to get out and do that themselves. So we did. We knocked some of it out, and then that stirred up the city to get these other folks back into getting the job done, and so they finished the project. But we did about 5 or 6
If y'all don't
houses.
make that move, do you think that they come back?
No, probably not. It took some of the I guess the neighbors contacting the city again, saying, I can't believe y'all have allowed this to happen. This is what we're doing. We're fixing the problem. And then
Arnold, and the city's paying somebody else to fix it.
Right,
who won't show up.
Yeah,
you're doing sod versus asphalt, but you're Arnold.
Yes, exactly.
You're Rod Stewart.
Right. Exactly. And please understand, it wasn't major work. It was just little rectangle squares about the size of that little insert there that were, that we had to lay about, 3 or 4.
So you're saying for your
sod down.
So you're saying for your neighborhood to be like they'd never been there, piles of rotting sod shouldn't be there.
No, not at all. No,
they delivered it so the guy would put it down. He let it sit there so long it was disintegrating.
Correct. Right. We'd see the landscaper about once every 3.5 weeks, and he'd say, "Hey, I'm coming back," and he never would return. Yeah.
Right. Obviously, low bidder.
So anyway, we just did that, and then the city finished it out, and the sod's taken. I get questions about that because that was part of the kickoff hour.
Okay.
It's not still brown. It's greening up.
Okay,
so that's good. Well, yesterday I am out. Do y'all get tired of the low light sensor for the car going off on like a cold morning or something like that?
The low what?
The low air sensor for the tire.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yes.
And it's a warning light that comes on, and it's like low air.
They don't have that.
It's a light. It's a warning.
What about the first time you saw that and you didn't know what it was?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I get in Terry's car because she wants to go run errands yesterday, and I see we got warning sensors all over the place, and I'm like, well, what's going on in this car,
cold.
Terry? Well, that's been on a couple.
At Terry.
That's been on a couple of days. Really? Okay. Well, we might not ought to ignore that. Let's look at it. So I'm out putting air in her tire yesterday from one of them I don't know where it's coming from, and startled me. One of the neighbors came up and said, "Hey," and I was in another zone. It kind of startled me, and I get up and I noticed that they're holding something, and I'm like, "Well, this is something else." And they said, "Hey, we just wanted to give this to you for helping with the side, a couple of weeks ago, whatever." And I'm like, "Okay." Well, so I step up and we're talking, and she pulls out a Masters polo golf shirt that they had gone to the Masters in Augusta.
Wow.
And she said, "We just want to say thank you," whatever. Very kind gesture. And I'm like,
or gesture.
And I said, "Boy, y'all really hang on everything I say."
Everybody
else is just slaughter things.
Welcome to the show.
And so anyway, it is. I'm talking about nice, green,
Wrong
nice.
size.
No, right size. Everything.
Was it?
And we sit there and we, are talking for a little bit. And I'm like, "Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me y'all went to the pro shop there at Augusta that we talked about and how crazy it is. And y'all were spending the week there, and you were thoughtful enough to say, hey, I'm going to get him something for helping, which we didn't ask for that.
And now, you the only one that got something?
No, she was walking up and down the street.
Did y'all all get Masters polos?
I guess so. and I was just taken back by the nice gesture, and I'm like, would we have ever done anything like that?
No.
They were very thoughtful. I mean, they were very kind, because again, we weren't doing this to be like, oh, look at us. We were just knocking out little square pieces of dirt that didn't have sod on it.
The question now is before all of us, and that's the question you're asking. We live in a cul-de-sac. Whoever the low bidder was on the landscaping that's letting the sod rot, and we look out there and there's neighbors putting the sod down so it won't rot. Do any of us, while we're on a trip to the Masters, go to the pro shop and buy those people a gift?
I
might go to Walmart.
Guys, I opened the package. It was an $80 golf shirt.
Do any of us do it?
Yeah. No.
And don't lie.
No.
Don't say what you think you should say.
Well, you must
right
not
now.
like it. You didn't wear it today.
Well, I told her, I said, we have next day stuff where we'll be next day guy or whatever, but it was one of those things where, it's creased.
You don't look the way you thought it did.
No, it looks good. It's just creased, and so you're going to have to
put on a piece of clothing. I don't look like I thought. Your blood and water.
You're going to have to wash it before you wear it, because I'd be the guy in here that has square creases on my shirt.
I've done that before, and I didn't even care.
Right. And so I'm going to need to wash it.
What color is it?
It's green. It's the Masters green.
Will we see it this week?
I'll wear it this week for this segment only.
So they could.
That was very thoughtful.
They obviously didn't help.
And
put sod out.
expensive, by the way.
No, they didn't, and we weren't asking
I'm not
for.
saying
I'm
they
just saying
should've.
we just moved along. It's been something we forgot about. We look at the sod that doesn't match our sod and its little green patches and everything. But just the fact that they're at Augusta, that's been on everybody's mind, because it was just last week.
Took time to go, huh?
And went and bought golf shirts and brought them back. And then walked them over. I thought that was extremely kind.
Have you ever? You wearing it tomorrow?
And I don't know that we'd do anything like that.
Let me ask this: does anybody in here? And I know that this used to be considered unacceptable if you didn't do it. Back in the society, different. Right. Is anybody here? If somebody invites you over for dinner, you send them a thank you card for inviting you over?
No.
I will usually text them.
Will y'all send thank you cards for anything?
I usually text.
I try
don't
not
send.
to.
I don't send cards.
Right.
I usually text.
I get thank you cards sometimes, and when I see them, I'm like, "Wow, that person
extremely thoughtful."
Yeah, that person went above and beyond.
Yeah, extremely thoughtful.
Handwritten,
Let me ask you a question: when y'all go over to somebody's house, do you bring a gift?
No, Sherry will tell us we're supposed to bring something.
Right.
If I'm on my own, I never do.
Speedy brings a bottle of wine.
It made me reflect back
Speedy?
on myself that I'm just not that thoughtful, I guess, because these people were extremely kind.
Do people really do that when they go to people's houses, bring gifts? I see it on TV
That's
all the time.
Terry's all about.
I see it
She's
on
like, we
television.
got to get something. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh, wow.
You got to bring something.
You take them the latest Rick and Bubba CD?
Yeah.
Here you go.
And a pizza cookie.
I tell you what, I wouldn't. I tell you what, those people out there helping with the sod, I might not go get them a Masters polo about getting a Rick and Bubba shirt.
Right.
Yeah,
frying pan.
Yeah, no.
Of course, your neighbors were kind of bragging that they went to the Masters.
And that you didn't.
Oh man,
That's a good
I'm like,
one.
how did you even get into the Masters?
I won't
Because
see that
it's all
shirt
about
tomorrow.
knowing somebody that knows
I know.
somebody. Because you can't get in if you do.
They were obviously white.
Huh?
You're terrible.
What are you saying?
You're terrible.
Well, you remember they got them for not being diverse a few
No, I
years
know
ago?
why you said it.
Boy, if you only knew, they're not.
I just wish you wouldn't have. Phone calls
just kidding.
are next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Greg, and you're almost there, but the same thing happened because, our family has horrible cholesterol and genetically. And so I was trying to put off the statins as long as I could because, long term, I worried about some of the side effects of that, some that are theories and some that may or may not be true. I don't know. But when it gets to the point where the doctor finally says, all right, now you're late in the third quarter now of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're at the point that your high cholesterol is more dangerous than any side effect. So now and he even used the term, at your age, we will now shift.
Yeah.
And I thought, so what you're saying is I won't live long enough to have the bad side effects.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so anyway.
So I agreed with you. That's when I heard you say that, I thought, well, I'm on board now.
Yeah,
because
well,
I was like,
yeah. Because that was one of the concerns. But anyway, so congratulations, Greg. That's good.
That's huge, Greg.
I tell you, show's
trying to do a little better.
No 600-pound life for you.
Look, well, the show's had some
Greg.
uphill, but we're addressing our problems.
And here's what I didn't want to do because this is typical me. I get a good report, and then this morning I eat something ridiculously horrible, so I ate oatmeal this morning.
Okay, so you thought those numbers might throw you into a
and it's still made before the weekend's over.
Right.
Right.
So you're saying we're not done yet?
Yeah,
there will be a point this week you go, well, my numbers look pretty good.
Yeah, let me get a chocolate shake.
The storyline here is not we're falling apart. The storyline is Greg's numbers are better.
That's right.
You don't have your gallbladder anymore, and my artery's open.
So there. All right, now we're done. We don't want any calls on blood sugar, none of that.
Right
we're
now,
done.
right now, seems like all the skin cancer seems to be under control right now. Here.
Well, I'll have that next year. It's every year with me on that.
Knock on my head on that one.
I want to ask you, because Hamza, you're the only other one that's had a gallbladder out on the team, right?
I'm assuming. I don't
Anybody
know.
else? No. All right. So here's the thing. We know now that my gallbladder was really, really bad. Okay.
Yeah,
that's been no.
We actually saw it.
Thanks for the picture. buddy.
No resistance on that.
I'm anti.
Anytime something in the early stages of gangrene, it's not good.
Rick, don't even use that word.
No. Let me tell you what's and I don't know. I don't think we do a good enough job of talking to people about what to look for. I mean, it's like, when I got to the point where I was having excruciating pain, I knew, okay, something was up. But can I tell you that since that sick, horrible, angry gallbladder has been removed, there are parts of my body that were hurting that I thought were just hurting for physical reasons that are not hurting now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I thought my right shoulder had something wrong with it. It doesn't hurt at all now.
I know.
Since that's been taken out.
That's because
and of course the back pain through here is gone, which that makes sense. And
or you're still having the benefits of the painkillers.
Well, I haven't been on those for like 4 days.
No, I can speak to that. That's exactly what's going on.
Well, the reason why, and I've also looked, Bubba, to your point, these type of pains I had,
I'm glad. I just didn't want you to get too happy.
No, but what I've done, I've researched the gallbladder, and now they're saying shoulder pain, high back pain, problems. Like sometimes I would feel like that I would eat nothing, that anything, and I got to where a gas bubble would form there, and I kept thinking I had to burp to get
all
it
these
out.
things started months ago, and now that it's gone, and that's exactly what's happening.
definitely.
Well, what I'm saying is I was getting signs that I didn't know were signs of that.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're coming for mine. You know that.
Yeah.
We did Greg's Got a Rock on the best of what, 2010?
Yeah.
So that's
my rock's gone.
So, are any of the symptoms feeling like a cinder block's tied to your foot when you get out and try to run around?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's just
It's not going to help.
Yeah.
Is that one
So
of
the
your
gallbladder,
Sure. You're right. Yeah.
Speed's got that look on his face. He thinks he's having
so the
symptoms.
gallbladder really is. I mean, you're like shoulder issues and upper back
They're
issues.
saying where it is. That
They said baldness.
And
too.
again,
the pain will run to those areas.
Yeah, anywhere from up here all the way down to the love handle on the side of the gallbladder and all the way
Just
around,
above your crack.
all the way around to the sternum. All of that, any pains in there can be related to it. See, I didn't know because I couldn't tell the difference between.
He's so bad. Mr. Symptom.
Right, and then you
can talk him into any ailment.
And why Greg doesn't want to talk about this anymore because the emailers they kill you. Hey man, congratulations on your gallbladder. I'm a week ahead of you. And doing great. Of course, I'm still having issues with my belly button. Okay, thanks.
Rick, I thought I felt better. Then I hit a brick wall.
Yeah,
I
was feeling good till my belly button went in the south.
Yeah, don't even open it up for discussion.
You still look like it's leaking shellac.
Yes, well, keep in mind too that they shaved me, so now I'm slick too, slick tummy, which is funny. Hey, for a while I thought
you gonna keep that look.
How about this? For a while I thought, man, I did a good job getting a tan this year, and I didn't realize that was that stuff they put all over.
Yeah.
I thought, man,
I told him to put it on my legs, even though I wasn't using it.
I said, man, that looks pretty good. I flexed in the mirror a couple times.
Did it feel weird, shirt laying there with no hair?
I didn't notice it till I got home.
Yeah,
You need to keep it that way.
Yeah, no,
That'll be your
well,
latest.
I'm not overly hairy anyway, so it wasn't so bad. But now that itching thing is getting.
Oh, sure it is.
Yeah, there's a point where it's growing back out. It bothers you, and then it gets through that zone.
Right,
You're all right again.
So anyway, that's it. We're done.
Well, Greg, we were waiting on the numbers.
Good numbers, Greg.
Here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. All 10 lines are available. Time for you to chat. You make a comment. You ask a question. You bring information to the table. We are taking this show. We're handing it off to you and say, program it. You come up with the topics. You ask the questions, and you take us in the direction that you want us to go. If you move now, you will get in. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and we will then move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, anything like that during the troll. The troll's designed for you to hear a lot of comments and questions and topics, and you can do that if you will join us now at 866 We Be Big. Omaha, Nebraska, coming up this weekend, Friday night, Saturday morning. Looking forward to being at Westside Church speaking at the men's conference. If you're in and around Omaha, Nebraska, and you want to join us, go to rickandbubba.com, look at upcoming events. 1 week from Friday, the 21st of April, Sherry and I are doing a one-day marriage conference, Bell Shoals Church in Brandon, Florida. We'll be there coming up next Friday night. If you're in and around that area or you would like to be in that area and join us for that conference, we'll be speaking to the group, doing 3 different sessions, and they got a lot of games and fun planned as well. Then just go to rickandbubba.com and look for April the 21st, Brandon, Florida. All right, let's start with, it looks like Toby. Toby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing today?
We're good, Toby.
I wanted to reference the conversation about Hercules in New York with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Y'all should look up the fight between him and the bear on that movie. It's worth a good laugh.
Okay, so he fights a bear in that movie? Okay, all right. Speaking of that, Arnold is joining us out of California. Arnold, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hello, Arnold.
You're giving me such a hard time with my accent, okay? The whole bear thing, I won that. We know this, okay? Look, my voice is just like my body. It's thick, strong, and just destroys everything, including the English language. Look, I tried to improve it for many years, but it's just like California's infrastructure and economy. It's not going to get any better, okay? Come on.
That's good.
That is a good
That's
one,
really
by the way.
good. That's the best Arnold we've had.
Yep, very good.
I think so.
What about? Okay.
John.
Second only to Speedy.
Jackson, Mississippi.
you, Bubba.
Yours, I'm sorry. All right, John.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Okay. Former Rick and Bubba affiliate, the station is no longer on the air. AM radio station, one night, they were the flagship station for the Texas Rangers baseball team. The guy came on and said, hey, I got 4 tickets to the Texas Rangers, Cleveland Indians for the third caller. So I called in. I was caller number 1. He said, okay, you're caller number 1. I hang up, call back. He said, okay, you're caller number 2. I said, well, I was caller number 1 and 2. He said, well, I guess you won because you're the only one. You're the only one but listening. See you guys.
Thank you. Yeah. The glory days. 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds. There's lines available for you if you make a move now. Ethan out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I grew up a Braves fan. I remember going to a couple of games at Turner Field. I remember seeing you guys' the deck y'all had out there in center field.
Oh, yeah.
And I was wondering what y'all thought of the new baseball rules that have taken place this season.
You know, I honestly don't watch baseball enough to even. I haven't experienced them. All I see is the highlights that we play here.
Yeah, it's what we've been reviewing is kind of odd. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little old school. I don't mind them getting calls right with electronic help,
But I don't know, dealing with the speed of the game, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you got the bigger
jury's
you got
out.
the bigger bases, which a lot of folks don't even recognize. You got the pitch clock and the batter and all that. That's been the most prominent. But then you got the shift where you have to stay on your side of the field and you can't move over, which is I would think that it's allowing more hits because, I mean, you could put the third baseman in shallow right field, you know.
But is that slowing the game down, or why was that implemented?
That was just more of getting back. I mean, you were shifting everybody. I mean, the third baseman sometimes would run over and be in right center field, or he'd move behind second. The shortstop would go, and there wasn't even anybody to the left of shortstop.
Well, isn't that where batters have to, learn how to hit in the hole?
Bubba, everybody was on one side of the field. Yeah,
that means there's a hole on the other side of the field.
Right, and that happened a lot. They were going off spray charts, and the
But
this
you
is
adapt.
normally where they were hit.
Yeah,
now they're saying, okay, everybody stay on your side of the field. Let's go back to more baseball here, and so a lot of folks like that because some guys are getting more hits, and then some don't. So that's probably the other biggest thing.
I kind of feel like a defense ought to be able to put their players wherever they want to, and if they leave a gaping hole on one side of the infield, learn to go that way. The batters have to adjust.
But those are the rules he's asking about.
Yeah. I'm concerned when you start messing with the game.
Yeah, I don't really have an opinion because it doesn't affect my life.
I like some of it. I like getting balls and strikes right. I don't like objective refereeing, like where you have beauty pageants or even gymnastics and some of that stuff kind of wig me out. I want to see a definite score.
Right. Yeah. So I think the jury is out, as you said. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey guys. Just talking about the Bud Light, what a mistake it was using the transgender. And y'all may have talked about this, I don't know, but it has to do with the ESG scores that this World Economic Forum is pushing to move away from a stockholder-based economy to an ESG economy where you've got to check all the right woke boxes to have a good credit score.
Yeah. I think a lot of that it's a component that has been straddled with businesses that really the government shouldn't have any part of. That should be market driven.
Yeah, your credit should not have anything to do with your worldview.
Well, I think they're saying it's like a credit score.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. It's like a credit score, but I'm just talking about your standing in society.
Well, it's directly a takeoff of what the communists do in China.
No, you're right.
Their citizenship score.
Absolutely, yeah. Citizenship
and I'm sure they will try to move to that too with people. Because, I mean, one commie loves another commie's ideas to control the people.
Yeah, and you also see, scripture-wise, this is the thing that we all were told was coming, that your devotion to being a follower of Christ, not just in some places, but at some point everywhere, is going to cost you.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Greg's numbers are much better, so just keep doing what you're doing.
Greg got numbers.
Attaboy.
I'll be eating a full pizza.
Kid.
I'll be eating a full pizza when I get home. Greg, don't do that. I'm kidding. Top of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you want to get an update on the California fires?
The California wildfires and fire now, they've all burned together, largest in the history of California. They're now being called the Holy Fire, Rick, in the media.
The Holy Fire?
I guess.
I know why.
Well, I guess they figure that, this is an act of God at this point. I don't know.
Well, but
have you seen? I think they've had 8 deaths so far. Quite a few injuries, and the amount of acreage that has been burned is unbelievable.
Holy fire!
Well, we have
not the mother of all fires.
Yeah, an Air Force staff officer has put forward a strategy. He says the Air Force can help with this firefighting by dropping a few bombs on California.
Well, hello.
Now, before you think that this guy is just off the table or that it's a sick political joke, he points to the fact that this has been done before, as a matter of fact, in Sweden just a few months ago to help fight a wildfire out of control there.
Really?
The Scandinavian country dropped a 500-pound bomb on a fire at a military munitions range. on July 25th that burned for 2 weeks and threatened homes. He said it was instrumental in putting out the fire, said the bomb momentarily deprived the blaze of oxygen and successfully extinguished it within 100 yards of its detonation point. He said that the Air Force has the ability to drop a bomb anywhere in the world within a 3-foot circle, extremely close to friendly forces on the ground while avoiding collateral damage to buildings and infrastructure. He said the same technology and same skill can be used to place these bombs into an area that would wrangle in and help maintain this fire.
Where are you on dropping bombs on Cali?
You know, if it would work, I think the people in Cali would probably go, hey, let's give it a shot, at this point.
Yeah,
have you seen the pictures? I mean, it is unbelievable. Over 173,000 acres so far have been burned.
You know, we talked about, I guess the last time we talked about it, that this came from a flat tire or something. That's how it got started. Yeah. But in this article, it says here that Forrest Gordon Clark, 51, is being held and says that he has got 2 counts of felony arson, a count of felony threat to terrorize, and a misdemeanor for resisting arrest. I don't know. Is he part of the? Was he the guy that started it?
I don't know. The initial story, and keep in mind this narrative could have changed over time, but initially they thought that it had started from a guy who was going down the interstate with a flat tire and his rim was causing sparks on the side of the road. And that's not unheard of. As a matter of fact, we had the same thing here in Birmingham a summer or two ago on the median of the interstate.
Really?
So, it don't take but one spark. In California, too, even if you have a 2 or 4 cycle engine, for like yard work, they have to have extra spark suppressors on that in case the engine backfires. It could burn the whole state down. So,
well, apparently they've made an arrest in connection with the holy fire, they say, and it could carry a life sentence. It says that he is being held on $1 million bail, and he was expected to be in court yesterday, but I guess I don't know if that happened or not. It says here that the fire is only 5% contained.
There's a lot more to be done.
Yeah.
So
now the officer points out
is everybody open to trying that?
The weapon of choice would be the 500-pound BLU-129B low collateral damage bombs dropped from a B-1 bomber, as they have a bigger shock wave and less shrapnel.
Well, it's a dicey thing, though, when you start dropping bombs.
And look, the guy says they also should try using supersonic jets that could fly low and close to the fires and use a sonic boom could produce the same effect on the ground. So, it's worth looking at. He said, too, that he would like to see the Air Force experiment with some of these, and he thinks they could even design a better bomb for putting out fires than what they're commonly, would be using these military weapons for now.
Where are you on dropping bombs?
Look, I think you got to try it, right?
Well, how about this? If we only got 5% contained, we're going uphill.
Yeah, well, it's out of control. There's a ton of fires going on out there.
Yeah.
It's just the whole place seems like it's burning.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information. And you can customize a mattress. Got a company that says that we're going to customize this mattress to the way that you sleep. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Go there and you can answer the questions. They'll ask if you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. How do you prefer to sleep? And then they want to know, what type of mattress do you like? Do you want it to be soft? Do you want it to be medium? Do you want it to be firm? And then they'll do all that for you, and they'll take all that into account. They've got different mattresses to choose from. 14 unique mattresses. They even have luxury models and a mattress for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. So right now you go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, fill out that information. That takes only a few minutes. Greg and his wife Lisa, they've been enjoying their HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress, and you will too. They give you 100 nights to check on it to find out if you really love it. And if you don't, which is very unlikely, they will pick it up, and you can return it for a full refund, no questions asked. So why don't you go right now and get it shipped to your door free of charge at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Also, you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and love getting the feedback from those of you that are using those. It's good news. All right, so some other things that to consider today. You guys were discussing earlier in the program, I know like on the kickoff hour and some of this, when you guys were talking about some of the different foods and people eating, cactus and things of that nature. But
and cacti.
And
you have eaten it.
And cacti, but yeah.
I mean, let's face it, it was no donut.
No.
Right?
Well, it's one of these things. I look at food the same way I look at anything, and that is if the food is life-changing, I don't care if anyone finds it weird or not. It's kind of like when you made the move to sushi. There was a time that, sushi was considered to be bait. Right. And then you went and started trying it, and you were kind of like, you know what?
Not bad.
Yeah. So, but
kind of a green eggs and ham moment for me.
Yeah, but I'm not into I'm eating something, as Greg would say, just to be sharp.
Right. Yeah. So I tell everybody,
hey, you wouldn't believe what I eat, and
I eat it by myself. Yeah, sometimes I don't even have anybody impressed.
Yeah. So, so on the when you start thinking about different things to eat, one of the things that I was brought up over the weekend. And I think we've discussed it before, but I can't remember if we ever really talked about it on the air. And is there anybody in here that is pro carrot cake?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm anti carrot cake.
Ever tried it?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
Does anybody?
I'll eat it. It's not my favorite.
Do you think kind of like what we were talking about in the PR mode? I don't think I would have named it that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think naming it carrot cake
kind of threw
Greg,
everybody off.
you love little baby carrots.
I do, but I'm not a carrot cake fan.
I like corn, but I don't want corn cake.
Wow.
Interesting. I don't know. You might eat that.
Well, I mean, I like cornbread, and some people do that sweet, but I don't really like sweet cornbread.
If they overdo it.
Yeah, but because Sherry likes a carrot cake. And so she noticed.
I can eat it.
She noticed on Easter. This year we just did something very small, just immediate family, and even ate like salmon, and it was a reasonable meal. But she said, "But I am going to have a carrot cake," and I was like, and I said, when I look at me today on what are you considered to be potential to cheat and leave the nutrition game plan. That I cannot waste a cheat on a carrot cake.
I'll give you that.
It's
really not. I mean, there's little pieces of carrot in it, but it's really not carrot like you think. But I'm like you.
It does have carrot though.
It
right?
does. It does.
Yeah, right.
But it's
leaning that way.
But I would have. I think I would have named it something different. I think
there's people who just love.
I think I would have said like, "Hey, do you want one of these?" Well, what is that called? I said it's called a dream cake.
Yeah.
And somebody like dream cake. Wow. Because I think what the
orange delight.
I think
something like that.
Exactly. Because
and they're not bad. It's just something about
but
it. So there's a few little carrot.
That buttercream or whatever it is. What the frosting is really fantastic.
It sure is.
It's Is it buttercream? Is that what it is? There's a name for it.
I don't know.
For the frosting, it's really good. But the frosting, I really just can't get past carrot cake. I mean that stands in my way.
Yeah, that little carrot they've drawn on top of it.
There's
Cream
something
cheese.
about names
Yeah.
making us like stuff.
Right.
That is a great example. And I'll say one that we've had a topic here on the show recently, pickleball. See, I don't like pickles.
That's a terrible
so
name.
It just really doesn't turn me on to that sport.
Terrible name.
By the name. I mean, if anything, it would go the other way.
Yeah.
I think they use cream cheese frosting.
Cream cheese, that's it.
Oh, that's good.
See, I like a cream cheese frosting. If I'm going to say, look, I'm gonna have a little happy here. I'm not going to worry about it. But to me, and Sherry even cut a piece, and she said, "Wow, you didn't even touch that carrot cake." I said, "I can't." If I'm on today go outside and eat something I know is not that great for me, but it's just for fun. This isn't it.
Can't waste it on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste those. I can't waste it on that. And so I went with a butterflake roll. That's where I went to cheat.
Yeah, I like.
Now see, listen to that name.
Anything
butterflake roll.
Anything.
Yeah.
Now you listen to that.
That's good branding.
Yeah.
I actually like carrot cake a lot if it doesn't
A
have a lot, if it doesn't have too much carrot in it.
See, yeah.
So that I think that just means I just like cake.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's kind of like saying you don't like. You like chocolate pie as long as it doesn't have too much chocolate.
Right.
In it. That's one thing that Betty will tell me. She says, I like fish if it's not too fishy.
I know. And I get that.
I know.
And
She means it's strong.
And I tell her, I feel that way about beef if it's not too beefy.
Too beefy, yeah. So let me throw this one out there.
If a fish ain't fishy, you got a problem.
Another controversial cake that shows up on holidays, coconut cake.
Boo.
No, time out here. Let me give you that one. Coconut cakes are good.
No, Greg,
Listen,
we normally run together on these things.
I know, but I got converted.
Really?
If you, again, don't overdo it with the coconut.
Did Ellis
but
like it?
The cake inside. No, the cake inside is really good. But have you seen the one? And we had somebody bring us one to the show one time. It's made in the flat pan, and it has the yellow cake. And in the cake, they got pudding in there, kind of too. It makes it a little moist with vanilla pudding, the white frosting, and the coconuts. Now that.
All right, so in
that's a good there. No, I can eat that.
Now listen, in our city, no Adler.
No,
listen.
Carrot cake. Why don't I just go eat some confetti while I'm at it? Why don't I go eat some strips of paper?
I wished I had that right there.
All right, now listen, Greg. I'm gonna introduce you to something. I think you've been to functions that Sherry has brought one.
Oh yeah.
There is the award winning, like it was actually picked by chefs everywhere out of our city. Frank Stitt that we talked, and I don't know why one of his restaurants did not open after the pandemic and still isn't open. I don't know what y'all are doing, but anyway, but he has others. But they created a coconut cake that won like best dessert in the world.
It's really good,
or something. And
in the world,
well,
did y'all bring it to Christmas this year?
I think so.
Yeah.
And if you take that, put it in the microwave for about 15 seconds. It's almost like, Hadler, to your point, it's almost like it is so good that you're able to overcome the fact that it's called coconut cake and actually has coconut in it.
Well, let me tell you my strange coconut world.
It's almost like you don't even notice the coconut is so good.
I didn't like coconut as a kid. I don't like candy bars with coconut.
No,
didn't like coconut cake. But I had
almond joy for you.
I had coconut shrimp as an appetizer.
Yeah, I've had that.
And I like it.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
So I'm like, wait a minute. Now, what is the
Can
deal?
I tell you something weird?
You just like
Can I tell you something weird about coconut shrimp?
What?
I adored it at one point and got sick on it. And now I can't eat it.
See, that's strange.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually, I live under now. If you say, Greg, do you like coconut cake? I say, yes, I do.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I like it.
I bet when you were a little boy, you would have.
No, I wouldn't touched it with a 10-foot pole.
No,
of course, I ate a lot of things I wouldn't eat then.
So, if you said to me, Rick, today it's coconut cake or carrot cake, I'm going coconut.
Oh yeah,
Adler, which one will you actually like? Carrot? Would you, Speedy, if you had to eat a carrot cake or a coconut cake, what would you eat?
Carrot.
Wow, interesting.
I'm surprised.
Bubba?
I'm not big on a.
You had to eat one. I think coconut based on your coconut shrimp thing. Because I don't think you can go to carrot cake. I don't think there's any way you can get over it.
I would have to pick coconut, but I don't like it.
With no enthusiasm.
No, none.
I'm not a German chocolate fan.
I'm not either.
I might eat around the coconut.
I'm gonna say something extremely controversial. I'm not a big Red Velvet guy.
Oh, Rick.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Take that back.
Get out of here.
Take that back.
I'm sorry.
Rick, well, evidently Jenny Lee hadn't made you none.
No, hers is the best I've ever had.
I had some the other day.
Yeah.
All right, how are you guys on like strawberry cake?
Like it.
I like it.
You like
I
that?
like anything
But
with
what about with the chunks of the strawberry in it?
Yeah.
You like that?
Oh,
See,
yeah.
I've noticed I don't like chunks of anything in my food.
You can strawberry me
that.
in any shape.
Like
or
on the
form.
carrot cake, Rick. Are there fine pieces of the carrot in there? You know there's something.
It's
in
according
there?
who made it.
They're not. Yeah.
It's like I don't like nuts in my chocolate.
What's funny? They usually
I just
don't
want
have
chocolate.
it, but then also you'll look right there on the cream cheese that goes down the middle of the cake, not on the outside. There'll be pieces of carrot on it.
Yeah. And inside the cake granules, it'll be a little like shredded.
I don't like nuts on my brownies.
I don't either. Just give me a brownie.
I don't either.
Just give me a brownie.
I can take that.
Yeah, I don't care.
What are you looking at, Greg?
I think it ruins a brownie.
Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop me.
Right.
But I would prefer it without.
I
flick 'em off,
I remember with a kid eating around them and leaving the peanuts laying on the side of the plate.
You scrape them off.
You know, there's been a big change on brownies. When I was a little boy, it's like nobody made them without nuts. Now hardly anyone makes them with nuts. I guess the peanut allergy maybe.
Yeah,
probably
that has really grown over the years.
Yeah.
You know, you used to never hear of that when we were growing up. Now you hear it all the time. My daughter has.
The best brownie, and you've had them, Lisa Mates, is with the chocolate bar in the middle of them.
Oh, my
The
God.
symphony chocolate in the middle of the brownie.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Made by angels.
That's good stuff.
We'll be back wrapping up the hour with your phone calls and your stories we may have missed right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, I'm sorry, here it says that there are more across the whole state. There's been 600,000 acres burned. So
Good
far.
night. Look at that.
Good gracious.
I'll tell you, speaking of fires out of control.
He said, and with this, he said smoke now covers three-quarters of the state.
Can you imagine how much smoke?
No, I know. Unbelievable.
So, speaking of fires out of control, don't you have an anniversary weekend?
I do. Happy anniversary, Betty.
Yeah, so
29 years this weekend.
So the real day is Sunday?
Yes, the 12th.
Oh, yeah, that's on the 12th.
But I'm trying to work the deal kind of like we do with birthdays. I'm turning it into a week celebration.
Well, it should be.
Oh, yeah.
New heart and all, yeah.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Blood flowing.
That's right.
Watch
Got
it.
that stint's got that
Look
thing
out.
wide open, ready to go.
Empty nester. Goodness
right.
gracious.
Kids are all going to college.
Yeah, no conflicts there.
Hey,
Here we go.
Uh-huh. We'll talk about a fire. We won't drop any bombs on that one.
It's the bomb on the heart.
So 29 years married this Sunday. You ready, boys? 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. So, brother, you're almost at 30 years.
I didn't sing that time just to see what it sounded like.
Yeah.
So.
It's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It takes all of us, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does.
Fill it up.
It's kind of like the old show, isn't it?
Well, thank you, guys.
What's your
I
big
appreciate
plans?
it. Really, we're going to spend the weekend together. Really,
staycation or local getaway.
Daddy going to the lake?
I don't get into too
down
much
near the
all
water?
that, but we'll have a big weekend, and it's just amazing. I mean, Betty's such a wonderful lady, and she's put up with so much over the years.
I love her.
But she keeps us laughing. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes not intentional.
Right.
But we always laugh.
Yeah. I've been married to you almost as long as Betty, so we have so much. So much in common.
Did you see the picture that I put on Instagram this morning?
No.
Yeah. Big hair.
Oh,
sure. And this is one of my favorite pictures of Betty. I think it is my favorite picture. It was back. She had these made right before our wedding, and it was back in the big hair 80 days.
Yeah.
Man, alive. Boy, Rick, one of the days you were out, we had a story.
Oh my gosh!
The guys were doing a story about a show that had aired before, but they were promoting it heavily again about the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And we got into a discussion about the 80s and how great it was.
Sure.
And just thinking about that reminded me about it even more.
Sure. I mean, that's big hair.
There you
right
go,
there.
Rick.
Yep.
How about this? Dolly Parton wants her hair back.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I mean, that's beautiful bride.
I wish we could just come to an agreement as a society, maybe in the 20s coming up, 2020. From 2020 to 2030, we just make that the 80s of the new millennium. We do exactly like we did in the 80s and the 20s, so everybody could experience.
80s Part 2?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we get ready to wrap up at least this hour. For some of you, that'll be our time together today. Actually, for most of you. But others, if you hear the show in different order and use archives, you may have more still coming. Wednesday Bible Study live today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, Revelation chapter 7 today. And we'll get through as much of that as we can in our hour that is allotted. Adler has that archive for you pretty quick right after that, and you can catch it on your own time, either on the YouTube channel or on our podcast channel, along with the other podcast archives. All right, so we've got folks standing by, 866 We Be Big, and we go to Matt in Sweet Home, Alabama. Matt, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Good, guys. How about y'all?
We're good. We're good.
Good deal. All right, I just wanted to throw a little...
Say that again. What happened?
Good morning.
How'd that even happen?
I think a cell switched and somebody else grabbed that channel.
How about it switched and then it answered the second line? Huh? Matt's still up there.
Okay, well, I'm on.
Yeah. Can you hang?
Well, I'm on.
Can you hang on a minute, Debbie?
Hang on, Debbie.
Hang on.
Let's find our lost caller here.
Let's see. Matt, are you still there? Man, that thing switched on.
Yes, I am.
That switched on its own. Oh, okay. All right, Matt, finish up, and then Debbie will come to you. Go ahead.
Okay, I just throw a little wrench in everything. Get Adler to look this up to verify, but red velvet cake is actually chocolate cake.
Yeah, because it's the red is just a red dye, isn't it? They create the red just off using food dye.
No wonder I like it.
So it's a chocolate cake. My issue is that usually with it is that there is people seem to want to put nuts on it and inside the frosting.
Yeah.
And I would prefer walnuts and stuff not to be in the frosting.
Right.
I agreed.
I'm not a big
What's
walnut
always
guy.
thrown me is people that don't like red velvet cake but tear chocolate cake up.
Now that isn't, but it could be the nuts and all that in the frosting. It could be part of it.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, thanks, man.
Red velvet, it does have cocoa powder in it.
Mm-hmm.
But not nearly as much as a traditional chocolate cake would.
Did you see how quickly he went to defend chocolate cake? And none of us like to have chocolate cake be attacked like that.
Don't disparage.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, of all the different wonderful, delicious snack nuts you can have, I cannot stand walnuts. Do you like walnuts? Let's go to Debbie.
I prefer cashews.
Oh, yeah.
Now
they don't love you. They won't love you back.
Well, you got to be careful.
You try to get them to love you back.
You know, the shell's poisonous, Rick.
Well, when I decide to have them, I just say, Rick, you know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Debbie, welcome to the show. Sorry about the mishap, but you're on now.
Okay, I was going to say the carrot cake, I renamed the Easter cake. My kids loved it when I called it that, and even though my husband knew it was a carrot cake, has never ate it before, calling it a carrot cake, he ate it this year.
See?
Because it was a Easter cake.
All it took was a little branding.
Yeah, you got to market things. Names matter, Rick. Names matter.
Kendall, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, Green Acres. I was wanting to hear the man of 1,000 voices do an impersonation of Bud Light's marketing, recent marketing.
You mean like the marketing director?
Like
do you mean
Dylan?
Dylan Mulvaney? What do you mean?
Yeah, I wanted to hear the man of 1,000 voices do an impersonation of Martin Luther King on Bud Light's recent marketing.
That's
I don't know about that one.
It's lining me up to get canceled there.
Look. Adler doesn't want anything to do with that.
Nah, I don't know about that one. Yeah.
Let's go to Greg. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Greg, you can come in here. You don't have to call. Oh, it's different Greg. All right, Greg, go ahead.
Hey guys, yeah, I saw on Jacksonville State's Facebook page, it looked like on the post about Coach Burgess that he had some tie ball games, and I didn't really know they had ties at that time when he was coaching, but I thought Coach wouldn't really like a good tie. I was wanting to see what he thought about tied ball games.
No, what would happen? He hates. He absolutely hates them. Yeah. But yeah, during his time as a coach, there was no overtime at one point. And what really used to make him mad, and when he coached high school, and I don't know how it worked in the college level, but in high school, if the game was not a counter, meaning you were playing outside of your classification, and because sometimes you play like say you were of course we only had 4 classifications when he coached high school, but let's say you were
had some teams you scheduled.
Yeah, you had some teams you scheduled that were not counters. So the coach that had the home field, if you had a tie, they decided whether you were going to play overtime or not because it didn't count toward anyone's playoff picture. And I remember we had a 7-7 game against a crosstown rival that was a classification bigger than us. Mm-hmm. And Dad went out to talk to him about let's go to overtime and get a win, and he would not do it. And we had to leave at 7-7, and I mean, you talk about
I bet that fired him up.
Oh, of course, that was the same game he'd asked a tuba player if he'd ever had a tuba stuck up his rear end.
Yeah.
So he was already pretty intense. Yeah, no, he did not like. He loved when we got to where going to overtime was a must.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you go there to play to have a winner and someone who didn't win. And how do you – I mean, you go home with a tie, it's like you have two losers.
Yeah, and I understand. I remember the coach at the time said, I just didn't see anything to gain by leaving my players out here being jacked and hit. And we're trying to win. We're trying to win our classification, and this game has been a bloodbath. And because
it looks better to tie Oxford than to lose.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
Good. Hey, y'all were talking about desserts earlier, and I'm surprised nobody mentioned caramel brownies with no nuts with Cool Whip on them.
Well, I just
fresh out of the
that sounds
fresh
like
out of the oven.
That sounds like a trip to the sugar doctor. Is what that sounds like.
Oh my God! Hey, it'll make a dead man dance.
Yeah, when you eat something like that, Bubba and I've referred to it over the past because we're master eaters, and that is it's so sweet it makes your forehead tickle.
Yeah,
it tickles just a little bit, and that's usually your body telling you you're having sugar overload. Let's go to Oklahoma. Zachary standing by. Hey, Zachary, how you doing, buddy?
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
We're great.
So we were talking earlier about fish being too fishy, and Bubba joked about beef being too beefy. I've got a pet peeve with folks who want to tell you how to take wild game like deer and what you can do to make it taste like beef. If I wanted beef, I wouldn't have climbed a tree and froze my tail off to kill a deer.
That's a good point. It really is. It does have its unique taste. You don't need to go too far. Because I will tell you that I've been eating a lot of deer this year, and I like it as much as beef. I really do.
If it's prepared right.
Yeah. Which, it's going to be.
The tenderizing process is key, and, we perfected that in the beef industry, and sometimes we shortchange it in the wildlife industry.
I'm thinking about making y'all a little bit of deer and bringing it in.
I wish you would. How about tomorrow?
Well, today a little active.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.